Chapter 111, Meeting with Dumbledore. Axel stood in the training room of his hideout. He had completely surrounded this place in layers and layers of wards and enchantments for his practice, so he wasn't worried about damaging this place. He finally drew his newly repaired and improved wand, which no longer felt the same. When he had bought it, he wasn't expecting much from it. It was just a tool used for magic casting. But after using it for more than a year, he had come to realize that the wand had a degree of sentience, even if only a little. It had emotions and judgment of its own to only serve the master which it deems worthy and who treats it well. After he realized that and truly began to gain its loyalty, he had slowly stopped seeing it as simply a tool. From then, until its destruction, it hadn't disappointed him once, even damaging itself to fulfill his command. Axel was not heartless enough to not get care for such a loyal helper. But he only found out when it was gone. Now that it was back, and much more powerful than he had imagined, Axel felt that his weariness had lessened quite a bit, and he no longer felt the urge to sigh. It was like a part of himself had been restored, and moving forward was no longer as difficult as it was just an hour ago. If only Daphne was cured, he felt like he could take over the world. "Let's see what you can do," he murmured, and the wand glowed in response. Axel pointed it at the training dummy. Reducto. Boom. The dummy was reduced into nothing, and most of the layers of protection he had installed on the walls were also gone. But, what was even more baffling was, Axel found himself falling to the floor right after, completely powerless. "What the fuck? What the actual fuck?" exclaimed Axel, unable to comprehend the situation at all. All right, the spell was powerful, much more powerful than what a simple reducto can ever be. But, how exactly did he end up falling? The last time this happened, he had loaded Electrica Impulsa a frightening amount of time in Limit Break. At that time, if the spell hadn't passed through the window, it could have destroyed anything in its way. So right now, he didn't find it an equal exchange at all to lose all of his powers over something so weaker. System, what the heck? Axel, the materials used in your wand have extraordinary origins, and their combination makes the wand even more powerful. You currently don't have the capability to draw magic with it. To use it, you must train with it first. Axel frowned. What the hell are you talking about? I haven't had any problems related to my magical aptitude after getting healed. What's so special about these materials? Your aptitude is not less, Axel. Other people will have an even harder time using it. The problem is, the wand is too powerful. Especially due to the wood, the dark crystal, the master-level wand crafting skills, and your bond with the empowered cherub core. All things combined, it will be counted among the top magical conduits even in other worlds. What? An absurd laugh escaped Axel's mouth. Too much information was revealed in the last statement. Why does it seem like the other worlds are much more powerful than this world? Because that is the case. Fuck. Axel decided to not think about the other worlds for now. And focus on the current world. What about the Elder Wand? Different from the noob he had been, Axel now knew what the Elder Wand was. The most powerful wand in the world. Is it more powerful than that? It is. The margin between the Elder Wand and other well-crafted wands with good owners is not that huge. This wand can be much more superior, if you can use it to that level. Axel smiled. Now we're talking. Whipping out his wand again, Axel started to have fun with it again. Unbeknownst to Axel, the incident caused by him once again shook the internet, this time causing even bigger waves. The sight of a giant middle finger logo made out of green smoke could be seen in the news of all the major media outlets across the world the very same day. Axel Hunt flips off the world. Giant middle finger raised in the stadium. Axel Hunt breaks Quidditch. These types of articles and video clips were appearing all over. But that wasn't enough. On the internet, a video edit blew up big time, gaining a lot of views with the title, "The Most Savage Stunt in Quidditch History." It featured first Axel entering the stadium, and then cutting to the part where his past was shown on the screen, showing his annoyed reaction as many people in the crowd started booing and catcalling him. And then, a fast music starts booming in the background, as it shows Axel first destroying the opponent team, flying at a speed at which forced others to stop flying while catching the snitch in quick successions. The scoreboard was shown going up one-sidedly by a multiple of 50 until 25 minutes, showing the crowd's dumbfounded and spellbound reaction, after which Axel walked out mid-match like a gangster, leaving the middle finger in the air. This video blew up big time, getting popular even among people who don't take active interest in Quidditch. And for a while, things like Axel Hunt, Savage Hunt latest shenanigans, what is the Savage Mark, how to create a middle finger logo with magic and how to create the Savage Mark, were on the top searches. Copying this, a few students made a video in which they went into Lockhart's classroom and said to his face that they would no longer be attending his classes, giving legit reasons like his classes are all about himself and useless nonsense, even adding a few small clips of his previous classes as proof. After saying their piece in front of the whole class, the students walked out while leaving the middle finger sign to Lockhart. This video also went crazy viral, especially due to Lockhart's already existing fame. And then, something amazing happened. It led to the start of a trend, in which people would post videos of them doing something savage and then leaving the symbol of a middle finger. And this middle finger symbol which Axel had created, began to be called the Savage Mark. In just a few days, the internet was filled with videos related to this. The year had just begun, and Axel had become the most famous person of 1993. But of course, not everything was positive. Axel was heavily criticized for using an obscene gesture in public, and the opposition of these people only increased as the Savage Mark gained popularity. It came to the point that it was being demanded that he be banned from playing Quidditch in the future matches at Hogwarts, something which even the sponsors and Ludo Bagman protested against. After all, there was no money to be made without Axel. And, as the person in question here, Axel was completely impervious to the whole situation. He continued his days as usual doing his own things, and attending only certain classes for appearance's sake. Theodore and Tracy, who had recently become the only two people he'd hang out with, would tell him the bug waves he had caused from time to time, but Axel didn't pay much attention to those things. Professor McGonagall was the only one among the professors who admonished him for his behavior. "I am most disappointed in you, Mr. Hunt. You brought down the school's reputation with your rude gesture. That is not how a student of Hogwarts should behave." 50 points from Slytherin. Like he gave a fuck. Other than that, everything was going the same. Until one day, something happened. "Mr. Hunt, you've been called to the headmaster's office," Professor McGonagall informed him one day as he was leaving her classroom, making him stop in his tracks. "What?" Axel thought he might have heard it wrong due to all the students chattering. But, McGonagall destroyed his hope. "The headmaster has called for you," she repeated patiently. "The entrance is on the 7th floor, guarded by a gargoyle. The password is sherbet lemon. Off you go now," she said, and Axel could almost hear a hint of gloating in her voice, but maybe it was just his imagination. "You're in trouble, mate," said Theodore, as Axel walked out of the classroom in a daze. "Hat, creating so many headlines and controversies, I'm not surprised this is happening." "It was only a matter of time," said Tracy. "Though, for the awesome things you did, I'd say it's totally worth it." Shaking his head, Axel separated from them at the stairs, going for the 7th floor. His head had hundreds of thoughts. What does the old fossil want from him? Now that he thought about it, there could be a lot of reasons. He had not been properly attending the classes, he had been in conflicts with various students, and when push came to shove, he had even gotten into many physical confrontations as well. Aside from this, there was his most recent deed of making the flip-off gesture in front of an international audience as well. Not only had he affected Hogwarts' image, he had also prevented the school from getting a generous amount of money in promotions, even though they were getting it by taking advantage of him in the first place. And then there were his secret exploits as well, which could have been revealed even though he did make sure to always look out for house elves and portraits on systems warning. So, in the end, Axel decided not to think too much about it. What will happen will happen. If Dumbledore wanted to pull some shady tricks he wouldn't have called him so openly. Reaching the gargoyle, Axel stared at it for a few moments using arcane eyes, admiring the enchantments. "Password?" it asked irritably, as if it was used to people staring at it. "Sherbet lemon?" asked Axel, feeling quite doubtful himself. Surprisingly, it actually worked, as the staircase leading to the headmaster's tower appeared in front of him. It made him wonder if Dumbledore was really a little barmy as he had suspected. When he knocked on the door, it swung open on its own. Shrugging, Axel walked in with his guard up, his arcane eyes subtly active. Though, what he saw inside was quite surprising. The walls were covered by portraits of various old people. On one side, weird silver instruments were put on small spindly-legged tables. Low whirring noise was coming from the devices, which was strangely harmonious with the surroundings. In the second section, lay a mahogany desk with a grand chair, which was currently empty, and the third section had a small library of sorts with all types of antique books which Axel was sure would sell for a lot. Though, all this wasn't what really surprised him. It was the presence of the old foggy standing behind the library. Yes, Dumbledore was present in the office, but the problem was, he was under disillusionment. Axel had only noticed him because he was using the arcane eyes. "Excuse me? Professor Dumbledore?" he called out, but no response came. Axel had just pretended to glance past him in the beginning, but now it was getting difficult for him to pretend he couldn't see the headmaster, and it was starting to feel a bit awkward. Axel didn't know what Dumbledore wanted from him, as the old man was just standing there, doing nothing. Chirp. At this moment, a sound attracted Axel's attention. Looking over, he found a small bird with scarlet plumage and golden tail feathers, sitting on a perch beside the table. As Axel watched, the bird flew up from its perch, flying over to Axel. Chirp. It came to land on his shoulder. Tilting its head to one side, it regarded him with one of its gleaming black eyes. Since Axel was looking at it through arcane eyes, he had realized that the bird was magical. And now that it was sitting right on its shoulder, he could feel heat radiating off it, confirming its identity. "A fucking phoenix," Axel muttered in fascination. He had researched extensively on the creatures due to their fascinating abilities, especially the healing and teleportation, but it was his first time seeing one. He had heard the rumors about Dumbledore having one, but he didn't know it was true. By now, the bird also seemed to have done with its evaluation of him. It made a screeching noise that hurt his eardrums badly, and flew away, leaving a burst of flames that singed the tips of Axel's hair. Axel almost smacked the bird into oblivion, but he controlled the urge since Dumbledore was right here, observing the show with his hands folded in front of him. Axel touched the tips of his hair, which were emitting smoke. "Damned flaming turkey," he cursed, making the bird squawk at him in indignation. A deep chuckle reverberated in the room, as Dumbledore walked out from behind the library shelf with his disillusionment undone. "A flaming turkey? Ho ho, that's indeed quite a thoughtful comparison, Mr. Hunt," said Dumbledore in amusement, who thought he had surprised Axel with his entry. "But his name is Fawkes. And he's a phoenix." "Well, Fawkes doesn't seem to like me much," said Axel blandly. He knew that phoenix were light creatures and could judge a person's character, so he had understood why Dumbledore pretended to be behind the library before. The old man was testing him, checking out Fawkes' reaction towards him. And it appears that he had failed the test spectacularly. Fawkes squawked at Axel once again before flying over to perch on Dumbledore's shoulder. "Indeed. But don't mind him. He can be a bit rude sometimes," said Dumbledore as he went to sit behind his desk, but Axel was a bit confused whether the old man was replying to him or Fawkes. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall told me that you had sent summons for me," said Axel, indirectly asking, "Why the fuck did you call me here?" "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded, adjusting his half-moon spectacles. "You must be wondering why you were called here. Please have a seat." "Well, thought Axel inwardly as he sat facing the headmaster. Dumbledore leisurely popped a candy into his mouth. "Lemon drops?" he asked, offering him some, which Axel denied impatiently. Dumbledore chortled. "Mr. Hunt, you don't have to be so tense. Let me assure, you are not in any sort of trouble. I merely called upon you to have nice chat with you, as I am a bit concerned," he said, peering at Axel through his glasses. "Concerned?" Dumbledore nodded calmly. "Yes, Mr. Hunt, concerned," he said, leaning forward. "Could you tell me what your plans are for the future? And if it's not too personal, could you tell me, what is your aim? Your dream?" Axel thought about it. His plans for the future? First he has to make sure there is one, by defeating Voldemort. And his dream? Well, he hasn't given it much thought yet. So, he just shook his head. "No, I haven't thought of anything yet," he replied. Dumbledore's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. "None? With your talents, I would have thought you would be interested in pursuing a career in Quidditch in future," he mused. "No, I don't think I'll be playing it much after this year," said Axel, shaking his head. To him, Quidditch has always been, overall, just a means to an end. This time, Dumbledore was genuinely mystified by Axel's statement. You have me at a loss here, Mr. Hunt. Could I ask you why? You are extremely gifted for the sport. Surely you could gain boundless fame and wealth if you were to continue. No, I'd rather not. I'm finding all the attention too annoying, said Axel uninterestedly. As for money? As long as there were people like the Mikhailovs to loot, he didn't need to worry. Dumbledore sighed. Then Mr. Hunt, what is it that you want? As Slytherin, you can't tell me you don't have any ambitions. I do. I just don't feel any need to tell you, thought Axel inwardly, looking at Dumbledore. But as he was about to answer, he felt a slight legitimacy probe in his mind, making him baffled at the old man's daring. This wrinkly old fogey. Axel cursed. Chapter 112, Axel vs Ravenclaw. This old fogey. Axel quickly told the system to handle the situation. After all, the system always has been the one to deal with situations like these even before he had occlumency. Why would he even bother dealing with this situation on his own and let this useless system be even more lazy? He wasn't quite confident if his own occlumency skills could deceive Albus freaking Dumbledore yet. After all, he had no way of knowing just how skilled Dumbledore really was, and he doesn't want to risk revealing his own occlumency skills to this man, or anyone for that matter. So, in the end, it's best to just let the system handle the situation, while he prepares for alternatives in case the system becomes useless at this critical moment. Thankfully, the system seems to be a pro at dealing with situations like these, as a few memories began to surface to the forefront of his mind, making it appear as if he was thinking about them at the moment. Dirty and malnourished, frowning at people who would look at him with disdain and scorn. Him looking at people eating food while he was starving on the streets. Him sleeping on the hard floor while dreaming about having a soft bed and solid roof over his head. And lastly, him looking at families enjoying themselves. Axel looked Dumbledore in the eye. There are a few things I do want. But if I have to compare, I'm already living most of my dreams, he said, looking genuine. He was at least not lying about having some of his dreams fulfilled. It's just that he had no plans of stopping now. Dumbledore retracted his legitimacy probe as his gaze towards Axel turned softer. He nodded. Mr. Hunt, to be honest, I was concerned that you have too much in common with someone I know. Immensely talented, charming, and similar tragic past. But now I realize, even if you have similarities, you are, in fact, very different. Axel frowned. Why would it be a concern if we were similar? Dumbledore took off his glasses as he seemed to think about the past. For a few moments, it looked like he won't reply. But then, he actually answered. Well, Mr. Hunt, the person you share many similarities with, unfortunately ended up on the wrong path. And I live every day with the regret of not being able to stop it from happening. Said Dumbledore with a sigh. System, who the fuck is he talking about? Voldemort. He also grew up in a Muggle orphanage and had immense talent. Well, fuck me sideways, this old bat just thought I would become a Dark Lord, thought Axel, realizing he had just dodged the bullet. Thankfully, he doesn't know just how right he was. Axel could totally see himself getting branded a Dark Lord in the future. Something he would have to do his best to avoid. Well, Headmaster, I don't think you need to worry about me straying to the wrong path, said Axel confidently. Because I have already strayed down the wrong path ages ago, and there isn't jack shit you can do to stop me, he added inwardly. Dumbledore nodded as he chuckled light-heartedly. I will be holding you on to that, Axel. I have high expectations for you. I won't keep you any longer, he said, calling him by his first name rather than his surname. And for some reason, it made Axel feel like he was being treated like a small boy. Looking at Dumbledore, Axel's gaze deepened. Even though he was safe for now, he knew that the old man's suspicions weren't over yet. Axel would be on Dumbledore's radar from now on. Well, touché. But Dumbledore is now on his radar as well. Axel will not forget the fact that Dumbledore first wasted his time calling him here for no reason, and then had the gall to test him and tried to blatantly read his mind without permission. The news of Axel being called to Dumbledore's office was spread throughout the school quickly, and many thought Axel had gotten punished for all of the shenanigans he had been pulling off. Being called to Dumbledore's office was not a small matter. Among the thousands of students, the number of students who had gotten his attention could be counted on one hand. Everyone thought that Axel had been punished for his recent actions in the recent game, which had resulted in students following his leading and doing crazy things throughout the school. The next morning, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Axel found himself in a somewhat bad mood. But not because of what people might think, but something else. He looked at the Ravenclaw table. Daphne was sitting there as always. But, sitting beside her was a boy constantly trying to talk to her. "How was the meeting with the headmaster, Hunt? Is it true that you cried and almost peed your pants?" asked Draco Malfoy. The boy had been keeping himself out of Axel's way until now, but maybe because Axel's background had been revealed now, or maybe because he thought that Axel won't be aggressive anymore now that he had been disciplined by Dumbledore himself, but the boy had once again gotten the courage to run his mouth in front of Axel these days. "Don't even start, Malfoy. Have you already forgotten the last time?" asked Theodore in annoyance. Even he had gotten tired of watching Malfoy make a fool of himself again and again. It was shameful to watch. "So what? Last time didn't know that he was a bloody mudblood. My father can get him kicked out of school anytime." Axel, who had been looking at Daphne talking to her friends, didn't even look at Draco. "Who is that guy?" he asked Theodore, pointing at the guy sitting beside Daphne. Theodore glanced at Axel in puzzlement but still answered. "That's Michael Corner, second year, half-blood. His family is in the shipping business," he said, giving out more than Axel had asked for. "But, why do you ask?" Axel shrugged casually. "No reason." Michael Corner, who was trying to talk to the green grass heiress, suddenly felt himself gripped with an uncontrollable fear, as if someone was choking him. But looking around, he found that apparently he was the only one who felt it. Turning back to Daphne, he found her staring at Axel Hunt while frowning. Michael found an opening. "He's a scumbag, isn't he?" he asked. The Ice Princess, who had been ignoring him until now, finally glanced at him for the first time, her delicate eyebrows raised. "What did you say?" She actually talked to me." Michael Corner almost died from that one glance, as he found him stuttering. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. This was his chance. I mean, just look at him, always trying to be the center of attention. He just uses people with fame and then discards them when he's done with them. You two were like best friends and he got you to do all of his homework. But after getting Martina, he doesn't even talk to you." Michael got more and more confident as he spoke, but for some reason, he felt the temperature around him dropping, causing him to shiver. Before he knew, Daphne's face had turned cold as she cast a freezing gaze at him. "Dumbass, don't talk about things you don't know about," said Daphne in annoyance before turning her attention back to her breakfast. That was it, as her friends politely asked Corner to sit somewhere else, causing his face to redden in shame. Daphne's brows furrowed. She had no trouble bad-mouthing Axel herself. But, when she heard Corner doing the same, she felt quite irritated. What the hell? Daphne didn't know what had come over her. Corner had not been wrong in what he said. But, after observing Axel for a few days, she felt that there might be more to the situation than what it appears. Either Hunt might be a bit better, or he might be an even bigger scumbag. Whatever the case, she didn't like other people making assumptions. Back at the Slytherin table, Axel's shoulders finally slackened as he turned his attention back to the situation around him. "You were saying something?" he asked, looking at Malfoy. Theodore coughed, and a giggle escaped Tracy's lips at Axel's genuine nonchalance. Malfoy didn't back down though. "Look around the table, Hunt. Just because you have won us a few matches doesn't mean that the people here have accepted you. No matter what you do, you'll always be a mudblood," he said, loud enough to be heard by the whole table. There were more than a few people who seemed to agree with Draco while few people looked annoyed or disapproving gazes at him. Patricia, who heard it as well, couldn't let it slide as she walked over. "Detention, Mr. Malfoy. And 10 points from Slytherin. Discrimination is no longer allowed in House Slytherin. And House Slytherin indeed fully accepts Axel as one of its core members. And you as a nobody would do well to remember it," she said strictly, though a few people did not seem to agree. Patricia looked apologetically at Axel. "Don't mind people like him. They're a bunch of ungrateful psychopaths." Axel shrugged. He had been trying to remain low-key now that he was on Dumbledore's radar, but people like Malfoy and Michael were making it difficult for him to do so. Completely discarding what had happened out of his mind, Axel continued to attend the classes. Though, something happened after the history class. "Mr. Hunt, a word with you," said Professor Narcissa, making him pause. Draco Malfoy looked puzzled at why his mother would be making Axel wait, but he obediently walked out with the rest of the students. Axel looked at the blonde woman in front of him. Aside from her blonde hair, she resembled the other two black sisters a lot. Though, if he had to put it, her features had a more snobbish feel to them. He was extremely alert right now, keeping his guard up. This woman was supposedly worse than the black sisters, and even Draco was extremely scared of his mother. Yes, Professor. Instead of saying anything, first Professor Narcissa unexpectedly bowed slightly to him, making him take a step in surprise. Mr. Hunt, I understand that you have a powerful backing, and my son has been quite a nuisance to you here. So I would like to apologize for my son's behavior, she said, straightening up again. About Draco, due to my busy schedule I haven't been able to pay proper attention to his upbringing. I would be disciplining him severely after this so that he won't vex you again. Axel looked at the woman, unimpressed. Professor, why would you think I have a powerful backing? He asked. Professor Narcissa raised her brows, as if she did not expect that response. She shook her head. That's not possible. A lot of things would be unexplainable if you didn't have a powerful background. Axel shrugged. But, I really am a Muggleborn, he said, just to see her reaction. As expected, her nose wrinkled slightly, as if she was disgusted, but she quickly hid it. Axel sighed. This apology pissed him off more than it placated him. She is just like her sister Bellatrix. If she didn't think he had a powerful background he would have been the one receiving the disciplining instead of her son. Narcissa had already understood that the boy had been testing her, and she had failed. To think he is the same age as Draco, she lamented, once again, as dark anger flashing in her mind towards her son. I'll take my leave then, Professor, said Axel, not really saying anything to the black sister about her slip-up just now. Not like he cares. If she can get Draco off his back, good. If not, well, he'll have a much harsher and much more permanent lesson to teach Malfoy. Something along the lines of cough Damien cough. Surprisingly, in the upcoming days, Draco Malfoy really did stop bothering Axel. Whenever Axel would be near him, the guy would back off 10 feet on his own while looking thoroughly ashamed. Axel didn't know exactly what his mother had done to him, but it was definitely working. Though, even with Draco and Malcolm out of the picture, there were still a few people who could not accept his blood status. Other than that, there was something else that was bothering him. Axel Hunt vs Ravenclaw. May 3rd. Don't miss it. This type of promotions were spread everywhere. After his second match, his fame had taken a huge jump, increasing the number of people who were curious to see him play by a lot. Even those who were skeptical about it had to acknowledge his skills now and were eager to see more. And with the next match coming, if these people are doing promotions like this. How to say it? It felt like he was being taken advantage of. After all, he didn't even get a single penny from the last match, even though the clips were seen all over the world. Along with that, he didn't like the attitude of Slytherins as well. Axel frowned. This won't do. Something needs to be done. Chapter 113, Would Axel Hunt apologize? The days passed, and the match against Ravenclaw drew nearer. And along with that, the hype of the match increased as well. It was because Axel's fame was skyrocketing rapidly due to a variety of reasons. First of all, his skills. They were unquestionable, since catching the snitch is equally difficult whether it's a league match or a school match. No one else had ever come even close to the level of skills he had shown. Before this, no player had the power to decide the outcome of the match single-handedly. Especially not after the rules had changed to make the snitch worth only 50 points. Quidditch was arguably the most popular sport among the wizards, and even those who didn't always watch it were still inevitably aware of the happenings of the sport. So, when Axel came along having such high skills, he was bound to cause massive waves. And then there is the way he used those skills. In the first match, he had played with a vengeance against Gryffindor, thoroughly destroying them while breaking 22 world records. The whole match had so many wow moments that those who watched it live thoroughly enjoyed it as the best match they'll ever get to watch, especially the moment when Axel fired the bludger back using his bare hands. And in the second match, he caused an even bigger commotion, when he first played in a way that made it also impossible for anyone else to even move, let alone play, showing absolute dominance on the field. And then he did the whole flipping off and walking out mid-game, something which was quickly becoming iconic. Lastly, there were his quirks. Axel has a unique character. To put it in one word, it would be savage. He hasn't given any interviews, and when the reporters tried to be forceful, he has made them regret it without fail. He would achieve impossible feats and get away with them. Some examples would be, making a bet with Rose, the previous best player, actually winning and making her his slave, getting revenge against the Weasleys, getting engaged with Martina Valentino and beating Maximilian to a pulp, and finally giving the finger and getting away with it. Pulling these kinds of feats, it's no wonder that people would be curious to find out about all of them after knowing a few. So, all these things combined make him have one of the fastest rises in wizarding history. It was to the point that he had his own fang club or cult called the Savage Hunters, whose member count was increasing at an alarming rate every day. But, this is where the problems began. If someone becomes successful, it is only human nature for others to try and bring him down. Especially if someone rises as quickly and effortlessly as Axel. It's not a big deal if you were a small fish. But as you rise above a certain level, your every action is viewed under strict scrutiny. Everything you do will be observed and judged. And if you leave an opening, the sharks are always there to bite. The same thing happened with Axel. He rose up too quickly, and ruffled too many feathers. So, people began trying to bring him down. It started with a big media company publishing an aggressive article on Axel, highlighting many of his actions and characteristics in a negative light. And before it could be taken down, it had already gone so viral that it had been shared many times, resulting in many more to appear in Traction to take reference from it. The article was titled, Axel Hunt, Ban or Not? Recently, a boy named Axel Hunt has been enjoying a massive rise in popularity throughout the wizarding world. It is to the point that he has surpassed many major celebrities in all fields, going on to become the most popular wizard of the year at just the age of 12. And, we find this a bit concerning. If he is being discussed all over the world and influencing hundreds of thousands of lives, we have to question, is it really okay to let this happen? Here are a few things about Hunt that we find concerning and are bound to have a negative influence on the wizarding population. Hunt has grown up in a Muggle orphanage among unruly children, and never really received any proper education on basic manners and etiquettes. Which might be the reason why his behavior is so questionable. Hunt has been known to be highly vindictive, violent, and reckless. The cases include injuring one Draco Malfoy multiple times, giving a severe head trauma to the Gryffindor team beater, destroying the face of Mikhailov Air, and putting his own and the other players' lives in danger by flying at unimaginable speeds during a game, just to name a few. From these actions, it can be seen that Hunt is a highly unstable individual who would resort to violence no matter who his opponents are. Maybe due to his rough childhood in the Muggle orphanage, Hunt is also extremely wild and unlawful. There are past cases of him being rude to his professors and reporters, blatantly skipping classes, using crude words in his classmates' company, and showing the obscene gesture on an international broadcast. Aside from this, Hunt is also quite frivolous and avaricious, as explained by his close relationships with many heiresses, which include Martina Valentino, Rose Potter, Akiko Matsushima, Patricia Afonso, and Daphne Greengrass. And such a person is now being idolized by the wizard folks all around the world. Influenced by Hunt's character, many impressionable witches and wizards, mostly young adults, have begun performing violent, reckless, and impertinent actions, thinking there will be no consequences. It has led to the formation of a group called the Savage Hunters, who have begun filming themselves doing these actions in the name of being a savage like Hunt. One of the victims of such attempts was the renowned adventurer and the current Dada professor at Hogwarts, Gilderoy Lockhart, when a few students left his class after blatantly disrespecting him. It has to be noted that Hunt has previously seriously injured Lockhart as well after a match, for which he has gone unpunished. Lockhart has posted a response to this in his Hoot on Hooter, saying, "When you are nice to the world, they forget who you are. But I shall not take the easy way and become uncouth and savage," Lockhart mentioned in his Hoot, which got a lot of traction, clearly referencing Axel Hunt and his behavior. Here's what the all-rounder Gottfried Duncan, the world's current #1 player on the international player rankings, had to say on the matter. Axel Hunt has disrespected Quidditch itself by doing what he did. He has no respect for the sport. And that is something I can neither accept nor support. Lockhart and Duncan are not the only celebrities to comment on the rising star's fame. Many other high-profile personages have also expressed their concerns on the younger genius's rise. Thus, we return to our previous question, is it really okay to let this happen? Clearly, it's not. Such an individual is undoubtedly harmful to the wizarding society. Fortunately, no serious damage has been caused yet, but it is apparent that Hunt needs to be stopped before he makes a major impact on our society and causes irreparable harm. This article went on the trending list for a while, and even after it was taken down quickly, the damage had been done. Many high-profile individuals, most of whom were jealous of his quick success, took the opportunity to take shots at Axel. Even though the Savage Army and a lot of people did its best to defend Axel, alas, many were inevitably swayed by the opinions of so many big shots and so many negative comments. Petitions and demands asking for Axel to apologize for his rude gesture in the last match and to improve his conduct began to be issued all over the world, supported by many people. Even in the Muggle sports like NBA and football, doing what Axel did would definitely come with repercussions, so it was not really a surprise that this was happening. Some people were just too stuck in the mud and stickler for old traditions. Now the people had only one question: would Axel apologize or not? Bellatrix finished reading all the current news on Axel and her brows furrowed. Morgana's stinky cunt. She cursed, throwing away the Magi mirror. I go away for a little while, and all this happens. What happened? Asked Jacob Gorski, Axel's previous history professor who was secretly an Atlantean. He was still in chains, even though his prison cell had been updated to a rather spacious and luxurious living space with all facilities. If there was one thing to campaign, it would be the blockage of everything currently happening in the outside world. Bellatrix shook her head. None of your business. How's your plan coming along? The organization is usually cut out from the outside world, only checking the happenings once in a while. And with Gorski's help, Bellatrix was planning to lure them out, to get started on her quest for their destruction. Gorski gave her a nod. It's going well. We will be able to lure them out soon enough. Bellatrix nodded, feeling a bit worn out. Good. To be honest, it had been more than a decade since her last encounter with Tristan, and by now, she lost most of her anger towards this organization. But debts are what they are, and they must be paid back in full. Especially now, she thought, clenching her fist. If not for herself, she has to take down the organization to avenge the boy who had lost a bright childhood due to it. Ever since meeting Axel, her old resolutions had been awakened again, but this time not for herself, but for achieving justice for Axel Hunt, Tristan's last vestige left in the world. Are you sure this is going to work? She asked yet again. Gorski sighed. Even though I may not look it, my position in the organization was not ordinary. Once I reveal my whereabouts, they'll be on us like hungry wolves. Though what? Gorski seemed to be deep in thought. Just my intrusive thoughts, but there's another way to lure them out, another person that the organization would love to get their hands on. He's a much easier target, so the organization won't be sending as much fire as they will for me, and that way, I won't be putting myself into danger. But... He just shook her head, blinking his eyes, as if coming out of his thoughts. No, never mind. We're not doing that. Bellatrix hates it when someone pulls this type of shit. Who is it? Why not? And why, in Merlin's name, are you only mentioning it now? She asked, pulling her wand. But Gorski just shook his firmly. No. That is not an option. Don't start torturing me again, for Poseidon's sake. He said in exasperation. Bellatrix's wand glowed dangerously as she pointed it at Gorski's head. Gorski, if there are any tricks you are playing. Gorski was not intimidated at all. Relax, Minister. You and I have the same goals. And if you are willing to use your entire country's resources to help me, I'm not foolish enough to stab you in the back, he said calmly. And besides, I'm already putting myself into danger. If the option was really viable, don't you think I would have mentioned it sooner? Just forget. You might succeed, but it won't be worth it. He reasoned, causing Bellatrix to slowly move away her wand. Gorski sighed. Truly, using Axel as a bait would be so much easier, but he does not want to go there. He had taught him personally, and Gorski knew that he was a good lad. I wonder how he's doing now. He wondered. While in captivity, he had been cut off from the outside world, so he had no way of knowing how Axel was doing. He just hoped the boy had taken his advice and kept a low profile. After all, once they start their plan, the organization would at least do a general research on Britain. Though he didn't think much of it. That boy, his existence is already difficult to notice as it is. What major could he have done in just a few months? Chapter 114, Savage yet again. Even with the topic of Axel Hunt getting more and more controversial, people like Ludo Bagman, the sponsors, investors, and the broadcasters were all ecstatic. Because the controversies and negative publicity about Axel was only going to increase the viewers in the next match. Even now, due to all the commotion, new people were finding out about Axel every day, getting interested in the matter no matter which side they joined. They wanted to find Axel's response. Would he apologize or not? On the other hand, the situation with the Ravenclaw team was completely different. In the Quidditch pitch. Come on. Let's try the tactic 53 again. We still need some work on it, yelled the captain, as he blew the whistle. Beads of sweat dripped from his chin from time to time, but his eyes were full of spirit. The same could not be said for every other member of the team though. But Captain, we have already practiced that for around 132 times. Yet, we need a break. The other members looked completely knackered, as if they could fall off the broom any time. And why would they not? They had been training very hard ever since Axel's first match against Gryffindor, devising tactics and countermeasures against him. And their training had only intensified after his match against Hufflepuff. The captain glared at his lethargic teammates. Do you guys hear yourself? We're up against Hunt in the next match. And the whole wizarding world will be watching. Do you really want to be humiliated like Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors? He barked. No. We can't have that, asterisk. The players unwillingly began to train again. They were the Ravenclaws. They could not afford to lose as badly as the others. Especially after they had so much time to prepare. Sigh, that Axel Hunt. I'll take out all my frustration on him in the next match. Yeah, I can't wait for the match to come. For their match against Axel, they had been working extremely hard. First they had studied Hunt's moves thoroughly, to determine his limits. Even doing that was not easy at all. It's as if he can adjust his skill level at will. At some times, they can estimate it, but there are a few instances in which he has surpassed them by a lot, like at that time when he dodged the Gryffindor beater while in mid-launching boom. They had no choice but to assume that those were flukes. After all, if he could really do things like that then he would have repeated them more often and it wouldn't make sense. After determining his skill level, they had begun imagining various scenarios and developing tactics and countermeasures to stop Hunt. After that, they started to practice those tactics, the most difficult part. Hunt was good. Too good. There was no denying the fact. To defend against someone like him, just tactics and strategies alone weren't enough. They had to increase their skill levels, and execute everything they planned with perfect coordination and timing, which is something that needed an awful amount of practice. It's safe to say that the last few months had been quite rough for the Raven players. Never in their lives had they studied any player to team so thoroughly. So, it is quite understandable that they are quite eager to actually face Hunt on the field. After all they have gone through due to the guy, it's quite difficult to wait for the match to arrive. No matter if they win or lose, they really need to face the fucker in the field and test out all these tactics. Because no matter how many trials and simulations they run, the only way they can truly find out where they stand is through the real match. And during all this time, Axel Hunt, the reason for all the problems and controversies, didn't even give a single thought to all that was happening in the outside world, as his days kept going according to his usual routine. Look at this. There's another one. This one is about your scars, said Theodore, showing him another article. From an insider source, we have come to find that aside from the popular scars on his face, which most people think are artificial, Hunt also has numerous scars of all kinds all over his torso. If true, then this is a matter of great concern, as it raises the question of how someone his age can have so many scars, and more importantly, how good his mental condition is, after going through all this. The insider source refused to share their memory as proof of this information with us for fear of revealing their identity to Hunt. Tracy scoffed, they've just started posting nonsense at this point. You can easily prove this wrong by taking off your shirt in celebration of the next win. Axel just shrugged, getting back to his work. He didn't bother telling them that at least for once, the article had gotten it right. At his lukewarm reaction, Theodore gave him a somewhat puzzled look. Mate, do you seriously not care about all this? Don't you feel angry at all? He asked. Tracy nodded rapidly. Yes, I was wondering the same thing. I'd be a mess if all this was happening to me. These days, Theodore and Tracy would tell him about the happenings of the outside world from time to time, expressing their outrage at his plight. But, Axel just found the whole situation funny and ridiculous. Like what the fuck? First of all, I play for free, even though I don't want to. And then I also have to follow their will? Just what misunderstanding did these people get to think they had any control or power over his actions? In his perspective, there was only the organization and his name being famous enough to reach them, preferably as underrated as it could be. Quidditch, and all these people yapping away at him online, were mere tools to achieve his goals. He just needs these people to make him famous, and then they can fuck off for all he cares. As long as he isn't branded a Dark Lord, it's fine. And the way he can see it, he still has a bit of leeway before it comes to that. Then, why would it matter at all if they don't like him? Would it change anything? Not at all. If they really like him, then so be it. He had already decided what to do in the next match already. And with the way things were going, I think they'll be satisfied, he thought, a smirk coming to his lips. Remembering the fact that he had yet to inform Patricia of his decision, he took out his Magi mirror. Patricia was a bit busy at the moment. Forever Team Axel Blackheart, at Team Axel 300. Replying to @SupaWizard69. Mr. SupaWizard69, I see that your argument is completely baseless and purely based on jealousy. You have a profile picture that is more offensive than Axel's gesture. Do not be a hypocrite and stop trying to bring people down just because they are better than you. Patricia flexed her fingers after she had successfully defended Axel against another brainless hater. She had recently picked up the new hobby of surfing the internet with her alternate account and picking fights with those who commented negatively on Axel. Even without any profile picture or revealing her identity, she had already gotten quite a following on this account, leading a team of Axel's fans from the Savage Army. Needless to say, she was a core member of the Savage Army as well. But of course, she couldn't do this kind of thing with her main ID since this is risky work, and as someone who was new to this keyboard warrior profession, she would sometimes be mercilessly obliterated by veterans. Patricia sighed as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't even know exactly why she was doing this anymore. It began with a sense of responsibility. As someone who dragged Axel into all this limelight and as someone whom he calls captain, she felt partly accountable in his setbacks, though also in his success. But, there's more. Patricia has to admit, she loves to see Axel play. It gets her blood pumping and her heart racing. Most of all, it makes her feel proud. If she hadn't seen his talent and tenaciously begged him to join the team, only Merlin knows if that guy would have ever bothered playing. And every time he does something completely crazy and unexpected on the field, it does things to her. The scene of Axel casually walking away while leaving the middle finger symbol flashed in her mind. A flush crept up on her face as she recalled at that moment how she had secretly begun grinding against her broomstick. Ring! Ring ring! Suddenly, her Magi mirror rang, bringing her out of her thoughts. Looking at it, she almost jumped from her seat. It was from none other than Axel. Patricia quickly picked it up. Axel? This is the first time I'm getting a call from my star player. Tell me, what's the occasion? She asked excitedly. Though, when she heard what he said, the smile disappeared from her face as her eyes widened. What? Welcome, Wizarding World. This is the Hogwarts House Quidditch League, brought to you by Big Owl, Blueberry Magical Appliances, Unicorn Beverages, and Phoenix Magical Pharmaceuticals. Cheers! There was a loud response to the introduction, which made Bagman grin from ear to ear. Looking at all the viewership ratings as well, he could already see the money rolling in. Just like I planned, he thought conceitedly. No, it's even more. He had already anticipated that there would be a massive audience for today's work. Meaning that his cut would be even bigger. That's why, he had already bet all of the money he was going to get after today's match on credit. Hey ha ha ha. I'm rich. I'm rich again. Bagman could already see the profits rolling in. Though he had made good earnings through various means, he had lost most of it in gambling. But now was the chance to turn everything around in one go. Witches and Wizards. I am Ludowick Bagman, the head of the British Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the commentator of today's match. Bagman relished the cheers of the crowd. Everything was going great today. It's good that he had gotten rid of that kid Jordan as well. The scale of these matches is too large for inexperienced kids to be playing around. For commentary, he alone was more than sufficient. Now, let's get the ball rolling. Everyone. Since I'm not some supreme sorcerer, I can't proclaim why all of you are watching this match. But, I can definitely predict why more than 99% of you are here. Bagman once again brought up his main card right off the bat, as a clip of Axel flying appeared on the big screens. Sheer resist. This time, an even louder holler of agreement came from the crowd, confirming his words. Yes, Axel Hunt. Undoubtedly the most famous, and the most controversial person of the year. If anyone still hasn't heard about this guy, then they must be living at the bottom of the ocean. But, before we start the match, let's get a recap of the situation. He said, not learning from his earlier mistake at all. The screen showed the highlights from the last match. In the last match, when we showed the truth about Hunt's background to satisfy our audience's curiosity. But, Axel did something completely unexpected in response. He first used a suicidal tactic to single-handedly make the game massively in own favor, and when the viewership was at its highest, he made a massive flipping off mark in the middle of the pitch, and left the game only after 25 minutes, causing the rest of the game to be completely meaningless. He said, as the screen briefly showed the slightly blurred image of the savage mark. But, it would seem that Hunt went too far this time, as even though this publicity stunt of his exploded in popularity on the internet to the point of being called the savage mark, it also got him a massive backlash due to the vulgarity of the gesture. Various celebrities, and high-profile individuals have expressed their disagreement over his actions, and many are pushing for him to apologize for his actions and to rein in his wild behavior. So, today we're here to see what Hunt will do, and to also see how far he will go against his opponent's team, Team Ravenclaw this time, as it's the house in which his fiancée belongs. Bagman finished, feeling satisfied. He had tried to remain as neutral as possible. After all, he was a professional. Last time, he had pissed off Axel and lost a lot of money when the match had suddenly become completely meaningless to watch after 25 minutes because he had provoked Axel. But this time, he still did not hesitate to use him. It's not that he didn't know there will be consequences. It's because he knew there will be consequences. This massive increase in the popularity of this match is because of what Hunt did in the last match. If he had played like usual, the difference wouldn't have been this huge. So, Bagman wanted Hunt to be pissed again, and throw another tantrum. With the level of skills the kid has, Bagman can safely assume that there are still quite a few things he can show. And this would also make sure that the kid doesn't go easy on the Ravenclaw team. So, witches and wizards, all over the world. Are you ready? Yes. Then, without further ado, let's call the teams. Bagman was feeling completely ecstatic. Everything was going great. One by one, the players began to enter from the opposite sides of the stadium. And as always, the noise of the crowd peaked when the last player of the Slytherin team walked into the stadium. But cheering was soon replaced by voices of confusion and exclamation as everyone looked at the stadium in surprise. Wait a moment, there seems to be a slight misplacement, said Bagman, suddenly having a sinking feeling upon looking at the situation. Turning off the mic, he picked the receiver with the direct line to the staff. Where the hell is Hunt? Why don't I see him? Yep, Axel Hunt was nowhere to be seen on the pitch. Chapter 115, Quidditch needs Axel Hunt, not the other way around. Where the hell is Hunt? What the hell? Bagman suddenly had trouble breathing properly as he began to realize what had happened. Don't tell me, he's not coming. He thought, feeling his world collapsing around him. He couldn't begin to imagine the consequences of him doing that. No. That can't be possible. He denied vehemently. Hunt was called to Dumbledore's office after his last stunt of leaving the match and causing the school massive losses. How can he do something like that again? Does this guy not fear even Dumbledore? Besides, the whole wizarding world had its eyes on Axel right now. This was the most critical time of the boy's career. His response to all the controversies related to him is really crucial, or his situation would only get worse if he runs away now. Then why did he leave? Bagman couldn't understand at all. Actually, Ludo Bagman had made a huge mistake. He had somehow gotten in his head that Hunt reminded him of his younger self, making him think he could understand and predict Axel's every action. But he didn't know. Axel was nothing like him. The difference in mindset of the two was like comparing a mortal trying to predict a god's actions. Where is Axel? What the fuck? I spent 5 times the usual price to get this ticket. Don't tell me he's not playing. No way. How can he just run away from the whole situation? Does he not want the carrier anymore? Bagman came out of his thoughts as the crowd began to express their outrage at the situation, causing him to hurriedly turn on his mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. We're trying to get a handle on the situation," he said, trying to appease the crowd, but... Boo-hoo-hoo. No way he can run away like that. I want to see him apologize. Yes. Bring him out. Bring out Hunt. Bring out Hunt. Bring out Hunt. The stadium was soon filled with this outcry, as everyone shouted in unity for Axel to come. They had worked hard to get these tickets, some even getting them at highly exorbitant prices from the black market. There were many people who had prior commitments of today as well which they had left as well. And why did they do all this? No matter what, the main reason was definitely Axel. Most of the people wanted to see his response to all the criticism he was put under. And they wanted to see him play again. And now, not seeing him among the players playing in the match made them feel like they had been ripped off big time, causing such a reaction. "Everyone, calm down, no need to yell." Bagman began to sweat profusely, trying to think of what to do. But no matter how much he racked his brain, the only thing he could think of was that he was in deep shit. Knock knock. At this moment, Bagman turned his head to the knocking sound, only to be bewildered by whom he saw. It was Patricia Afonso, the captain of the Slytherin team, entering through the door. Apparently, while everyone was looking for Hunt, the captain had mounted her broom and flown up directly to the commentary box. Bagman's eyes widened as he saw a way out to get the crowd under control. Patricia was Axel's captain. Of course she would know Axel's whereabouts. "Everyone, we have Patricia Afonso, the captain of the Slytherin team, in the commentary box. Let's ask her where Axel's situation," he announced hurriedly. In his eagerness, he didn't even notice that currently, Patricia no longer looked like her usual charming confident self. There was still a smile on her face, but if you look closely, you would notice that the smile screamed bloody murder. Ignorant of his plight, Bagman quickly put away the mic and glared at Patricia. "Where the hell is the boy?" he demanded in a hushed voice. Patricia didn't even bother answering Bagman's question. Instead, she just smiled. "Mr. Bagman, I would need the mic for a moment," she said politely. But, her actions were anything but, as she directly yanked it off of Bagman's hands. With her other hand, she drew her wand and cast a petrification charm on the man before the camera could turn towards them. "For once, keep your mouth shut and listen, you fool," she murmured faintly. As the camera turned towards her, Patricia finally began to speak. "Everyone, this is Patricia Afonso, the Slytherin captain, and I am here to address all the issues related to my teammate Axel Hunt," she said into the microphone. "Where is he? Yet? Bring him out already. Is he going to run away from all this?" When they saw her on the big screens, though the crowd was no longer hollering like earlier, there were still several shouts from some of the members. Looking at these people, Patricia tried to control her anger. If only all these people had not been so edgy over everything and left Axel alone. Patricia sighed as she finally answered. "Everyone, Axel is not coming. He has already quit Quidditch," she said, getting the satisfaction of seeing the crowd's reaction at the disastrous news she delivered. Silence. Following her words, there was a moment of absolute silence, as everyone was too stunned to even make sound. And then... boom! Pandemonium started in the stadium, as everyone, even the professor, stood up from their seats in surprise. The news had hit everyone like a sledgehammer. They could understand if Axel just ignored the issue and played like usual, they could accept if Axel played even better and broke a few more records, they could even accept Axel to make another savage mark in the stadium just to fuck with everyone. But, quitting the game? They had never expected him to do something like that. He had special talent in Quidditch and he had the opportunity to reach to top and surpass even the current and all-time legends. How can he throw that all away and just quit? The FUK. What in Merlin's vagina is she talking about? How the fuck is that possible? He can't quit. How can he quit? Hey! Bring him back. Yet. What kind of captain are you? As the noise slowly subsided, Patricia sighed again as she shook her head. You guys don't understand him. No one does. Not even me. But, there are a few things I've come to learn about him. She said, as she began to explain. Axel Hunt is a guy who likes to keep out of trouble and not attract attention, unless necessary. Even getting him to join the Slytherin team took me months. He didn't want to play because he thought it would be troublesome. I had to go as far as begging to get him to play. And he had only joined saying he would quit as soon as it got annoying. She said, her frustration leaking into her voice. The crowd had slowly gone quieter with Patricia's every word. This was something completely out of their expectations. Axel never really wanted to play Quidditch? And he would quit as soon as it got annoying? Well, looking at the situation, they really had made it quite a bit annoying to him. Months. It took me months of convincing to get him to consider joining. I had to try everything I could think of. And why wouldn't I? He had so much talent, so much potential that only I had the chance to see. I couldn't see all that talent go to waste, could I? So I tried. Persistently. Even after he had rejected me multiple times, said Patricia, with everyone's attention on the big screen where her tired and frustrated face could be seen. She was merely ranting at this point, but no one could say anything in her opposition. All they could do was listen. Even after he agreed to play, it wasn't easy. Everyone in school, including House Slytherin, was skeptical about his skills and he refused to give any trials. So, I was the happiest person in the world when he finally played the game and showed his talent to the world. But, as he had expected, it didn't last. He rose up too fast and shined too bright. Too many people took him for granted. Too many cursed him based on rumors, and too many judged him on every step. It got to the point that people began demanding for him to apologize and change his behavior, she said, making the crowd feel ashamed. If they look at it from that perspective, it's no wonder he left. From the beginning, we already had him on borrowed time. But no one understood that. Axel never really had anything to gain from playing Quidditch. It was just something he was trying out of curiosity. And what did he get in return? Nothing. Not a single dime. People started making hundreds of thousands of galleons off of his gameplay, and everyone got to see things they never witnessed, and yet, he was offered nothing but a whole lot of unhealthy attention, having his past dug out, and getting criticized for his every action. Patricia sighed. It's no wonder he left the team. And now, Slytherins will have to represent Hogwarts against Mahout Okoro without him. And you all might never see anyone with that level of skill play again, if Axel doesn't change his mind. To summarize, all I want to say is that Axel is not the someone who needs Quidditch. Not anymore. But Quidditch needs Axel instead. That's all, she finished, looking into the camera with a firm gaze. And yet, no one could claim that her bold words were wrong. It was indeed the case. Axel Hunt was done with Quidditch. The question was, were they done with Axel Hunt? Were they ready to give up seeing those skills? Were they ready to give up seeing the miracles he could perform so casually? The stadium was filled with a deathly silence. Oh, I also have a message from Axel as well in response to all the controversies going on about him. As can be expected from him, he isn't the least bit affected by all this. His words are, the only change would be saving 180 minutes which I was going to waste in the next 2 matches. And as for whatever they're asking from me, I'm not apologizing for shit. Tomorrow you go and tell them to F off. I'm done with Quidditch. It's not worth it. With those words, Patricia dropped the mic and walked out of the commentary box after unfreezing Bagman. Only after she came out, she realized just what she had done. She had just ranted and dissed everyone opposing Axel on a live international broadcast. And, what was even more astonishing was, she didn't regret it at all. In fact, she felt quite refreshed right now. She had so much frustration piled up because of what was going on with Axel, and after he left the team, she completely lost it. So, for once, she ditched all of the rules and courtesies and just did whatever she wanted, just like she had seen Axel do all the time. And it was absolutely amazing. Is this why he does it? She wondered. If it is always this thrilling and satisfying, then she might also join Axel in his savage way of living. Taking a deep breath of satisfaction, she went to play the match. Chapter 116, I'm back. While Patricia left the commentary box with a light heart, the same was not the case for other people. If there was to be a list of people most outraged about his absence, a certain group of 7 people would come pretty high on that list. The Ravenclaw team. That bastard. This is hippogriff shit. All that planning and training. No way. Haha. I want to murder someone. They had been preparing for a match against Axel for months. They had been racking their brains to come up with ways to counter his skills, coming up with various tactics and plans, and then practicing those tactics to perfection. And now, they are finding out that they did all that they did, grueling hard work, for nothing? Ha! I don't want to live anymore, murmured the Ravenclaw captain, searching for the meaning of life. Of all the times the guy could quit, he really had to do it right before their match. Truly, this was much, much worse than thus losing to Hunt. Because now they would never be able to put all those strategies to use. And now they'd never know how well they worked against Hunt. Axel Hunt. Fuck you. But even higher on list than the poor Ravenclaw team, was someone else. Ludo Bagman. Or you could now call him, Ludo Deadman. Even though he was finally free from his petrification, the man still sat frozen on his seat, unable to fully even comprehend what had just happened. The captain of the Slytherin team had just waltzed into his commentary box, petrified him, and shoved him into an even deeper shit than he was previously in. I'm dead. Overall, the girl had stated, in no uncertain terms, painted him as one of the main reasons why the boy had quit the sport. Darn it. If only the girl hadn't come, he could have still spun it at least in a way that did him minimal harm and painted Hunt in a bad light instead. But what could he do now? With no conclusion to what was happening, the restless audience began to cause a commotion. Everyone was yelling, talking, or whispering, and some were even crying. Bagman stopped ruminating on how bad he fucked and decided to first do his job. Ahem, everyone, I don't think what Miss Afonso just was completely ACU. Before he could even finish his sentence, the door to the commentary box burst open for the second time this day, as Professor McGonagall stormed in, looking absolutely furious. I think that will be enough, Ludo, you have done us enough harm already, she stated coldly, as the microphone shot out of his hand and came into hers. Lee. Do your job, she said, handing it to Lee Jordan, who had followed the professor into the room. At once, ma'am, said Lee, taking the microphone. Professor McGonagall. What is the meaning of this? I'm the head of the Department of Games and Sports. You can't just. Do not forget, Ludo, this is Hogwarts. Your authority can only get you so far. Once you make mistakes, I still hold the authority to give you punishment, just like the old days, she said strictly, making Bagman feel like a kid all over again. In the face of McGonagall's fierce momentum, Bagman could do nothing but be thrown out of the commentary box. Ha! I'm back. Jordan reclaimed his seat, looking a bit emotional. Taking a deep breath, he turned on the mic. Witches and Wizards, this is Lee Jordan, the new host of the match Slytherin vs Ravenclaw. A heartfelt apology and empathy to those who were here to see Hunt play. It would indeed be a great loss to the Quidditch world if someone of his caliber quits. He said solemnly. But I can't really blame Hunt for quitting. It is our fault for not seeing things through his perspective. He was just a reserved and guarded 13-year-old, trying out a new thing. As far as he is concerned, he has only received disappointment from the sport. Said Jordan sedately, making the audience feel regretful. It was indeed like this, wasn't it? Hunt never really cared about the fame and the game. He had only wanted to try out the sport. And if he really quits, they'll never get see those skills again. Then they have to question, was it really worth it digging out his past and criticizing him on every minor action? Was it worth it seeing him as a source of entertainment and selling his gameplay as a hot commodity to make money? I agree with the Slytherin captain's words. Axel Hunt may not need Quidditch. But Quidditch definitely needs Axel Hunt. So, I hope I speak for the majority when I say, Axel, I'm deeply sorry for the past, but please don't quit. Those with me, let's raise a wand to that, he said, raising his wand. In the ensuing silence, wands instantly began to be raised everywhere in the stadium as a signal of apology. Very soon, in the cloudy day, hundreds of thousands of glowing dots of light could be seen all around, produced from the raised wands. Come back, Hunt! Someone yelled, and everyone else joined as well. Come back, Hunt! Come back, Hunt! Come back, Hunt! Soon each and every wand was raised, as the whole stadium was only filled with only one cry. Whether they liked him or not, no one wanted to see the prodigy quit. Everyone, I'll have to stop this here. After all, we have a match to start. Once again, we apologize for Hunt's absence. But the game must go on. So, those who want to leave can leave now, or watch the match. It's your choice. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Rose sat with her family, watching the events unfold. Guess you can rejoice now, said Sirius. He's gone. You are once again number 1 at Hogwarts. Rose shook her head, her face marred with a troubled frown. She recalled what had happened of their bet after she had lost. That guy, he had completely ignored her existence. As if she didn't even exist at all. She was then stuck between wanting to confront him and hoping that he never brings up the bet. But, as prideful as she was, she had been unable to take it and went to confront the guy on her own. But even that was difficult, as she found a line of witches wanting to meet him. Only after 1 week did she get the chance to actually meet the guy, and, after doing that only made her wish she hadn't. Hey, Hunt! Wait! She had called out directly after the class. Everyone else had already left, and Hunt, who had been with Daphne at the time, had the nerve to look at her in puzzlement, as if wondering, what does she want? Sup? He had asked casually. Rose was frozen for a few moments, unable to think how to actually broach the subject that had been bothering her for the rest of the week. What about the bet? She had asked at last. She had expected him to smirk, or to make fun of her, or react in 100 other ways. But, out of her expectations, the guy had just tilted his head slightly in confusion. What bet? Rose had no words to say to the guy anymore. That had somehow actually felt worse than him taking proper revenge on her and making her his slave. It made her realize how little her existence mattered in his perspective. Hunt then seemed to recall the bet he had made with her. Oh, that bet about the match. Rose nodded, gritting her teeth. Yeah. That one. I don't want it hanging over me forever, so ask what you want from me quickly, she said haughtily, trying to preserve her remaining dignity. But Hunt just frowned. Well, just don't bother me from now on. You're annoying. With that, he was off, and Daphne followed him, after giving Rose a sympathetic glance at her destruction. From that day, Rose had made it a point to not speak to the guy at all, no matter how frustrated she was. Though, today, after witnessing all this, she really wanted to go bother him again. That guy, how can he just stop playing like this? So many people would kill to have what he already has. And that idiot, how can he throw that all away so casually? The match on without Axel, and needless to say, the Ravenclaws crushed the Slytherin team without any problems. After all, the Slytherin team was already made out of amateurs to begin with. And after seeing Axel play, they had completely stopped training. As long as they had Axel on their team, they could literally win the game with their eyes closed. They had only begun practicing magic after knowing about the unrestricted format, which was useless here. Hence, the match was going pretty one-sided, despite the Slytherin team's best attempts. Overall, it was a good match, something that'll usually be very well received. But... hey, isn't this... yawn. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's no fun at all. After watching Axel play, all this seemed pretty basic in comparison. It was not much different from a hole that has been pistoned by a superior rob, the smaller and weaker rods simply can't compare. It seemed like Axel had ruined Quidditch for them. In the VIP box, the green grasses. Daphne looked at the scoreboard, her brows furrowed. Astoria pouted. I didn't get to see him. Evelyn sighed, well, if he doesn't want to play, then it can't be helped. Daphne, who had been in a bad mood, looked at her mother and sister suspiciously. Since when did you two begin caring so much whether he plays or not? Astoria shrugged. Why? Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Asked Daphne in annoyance. I'm not even his friend. Everything was just rumors. Astoria shook her head. Daffy, you are once again explaining too much. Daphne glared at Astoria. That mouth of yours has been fapping too much lately. Do you need a spanking? Astoria shut up while pouting. Shaking her head, Daphne looked back at the scoreboard and clenched her fists. Even though her house had won, she didn't feel like celebrating at all. He shouldn't have quit, she thought, because no matter what, as a Quidditch enthusiast, she did enjoy seeing him play. And, after hearing Patricia, and getting a feel of things from his perspective, it did feel like he had it tough. So, Daphne really felt bad for him. Though, that's it. It's nothing more. I'm not some brainless fangirl like others, she thought. But still, for some reason, the scene of him holding her while being shirtless kept flashing in her mind. The news of Axel quitting raised an even bigger storm than his previous stunt of leaving a middle finger in the middle of the stadium. Those who had been criticizing him and forcing him to apologize were blamed for the loss of the legendary prodigy. The internet was once again brimming with videos, articles, tweets, and comments, all somehow related to Axel. Though most were bemoaning his premature retirement and coming up with ways to bring him back, there were also those who were happy about it as well. Basically, their argument was, Hunt is too good. He's like a cheat existence in Quidditch. In a normal format, whichever team has him will be guaranteed a win. And of course, there was another category of people as well. Those claiming Axel quit because he was afraid to lose against Mahout Okoro. A particular article had gotten especially viral. Axel Hunt, scared. Following the Quidditch prodigy Axel Hunt's withdrawal from the team, people can't help but speculate that there might be more to the story than what's up front. And one of the viable speculations is, he got scared. Yes, dear readers, Axel Hunt scared. It is a known fact that the Team Slytherin is going to represent Hogwarts in the match against Mahout Okoro in an unrestricted format, meaning magic would be allowed in the match. And as it is going to be an international event, with even more coverage than all previous matches, the players of both the teams, as the representative of their school, would be under immense pressure. Though Hunt has a considerable amount of skills, but those are mostly feasible in the normal format. And since his next match was going to be an unrestricted format against the Mahout Okoro's best, according to most experts' opinions, Hunt will face major difficulties in the next match if he were to play. So, his best option would be to withdraw from the team for now by mentioning his early retirement from the sport, dramatically increasing the values of the contracts he was offered, and then signing with the major league team that gives him the best offer. This is a completely viable option, as Hunt can technically return any time he wants, and the Quidditch world will only thank him for it. Now all that's left is to see if this speculation is correct or not. No matter who read the article, whether they were Axel's supporters or haters, the amount of times it was shared only increased. Because even if it was not in praising Axel, it did give his supporters the hope that Axel hadn't quit and he might actually return very soon, and as a major league team member at all. Despite everything, this was definitely a good news for them. And as for the fact that he might not be able to contend against Mahout Okoro, that became a major source of debate, only spreading his name further. And while the whole wizarding world was busy thinking and talking about him, Axel himself was still completely unaffected by everything, keeping to himself. He had been a bit troubled because even after taking the Valentino's help, a few ingredients that were still left on the list of things he needed to get Daphne's memories back. Axel looked at the names of the 2 ingredients. System. No. Useless fucker. Axel sighed. Other than this like a problem with the ingredients, everything else was all right. Somehow, he now had a group of students at a distance from him, who called themselves the Savage Army. These runts would always keep others from approaching and bothering him, which was quite helpful. Ha! Patricia definitely got a lot better, hey! He murmured to himself. He had just asked her to deliver his message, but with all the extra nonsense she added, no matter if it was true or false, it had definitely made people more accepting of him, something which he could definitely appreciate, especially with all the trouble he had been having after his background was released. While previously, there were a variety of negative emotions directed at him on a daily basis, now, for some reason, people's response towards him was highly positive, even though he had just blueballed them by quitting. So he had to accept, Patricia had definitely improved. From someone who wanted to hand out punishment to him and tried using things like blackmail to get him to join her team, she had become someone who is very aware and mindful of what he wants and doesn't want. He had even decided to forgive her earlier actions from when she was still just an ignorant Slytherin leader drunk on her power. So, life was peaceful for Axel as he prepared for the organization to arrive. Now his only problem was, from what he had shown, it was quite difficult to estimate his level, since he hadn't exactly shown any exact limits or boundaries in his abilities. If those buggers get extra cautious and send out high-level individuals to handle him, it would make things troublesome for him. But whatever. Since he had been so high profile due to those skills, at least the organization wouldn't miss him now. Now all he had to do was train and wait. Though, the peace didn't last long. Mr. Hunt, you've been called to the headmaster's office. In the middle of the class, Flitwick got the message of the summons. And Axel, who was lost in his own world, snapped back to reality. What is it now? He thought in exasperation. He hadn't done anything Dark Lordish lately, and he had been living very peacefully as well. And as for quitting Quidditch, Dumbledore should be happy about it, right? Then what the hell? Sherbet lemon. Following his previous route, he climbed the stairs which led to the headmaster's tower, once again keeping his guard up. Knock. Once again, the door swung open on its own, revealing the familiar interior. But this time, the headmaster was sitting right behind his desk. And, sitting on the opposite side of the table, with his back to Axel was another person. All Axel could make out was a bald head, which was a good enough indicator of his identity. On his arrival, the person turned around, revealing his face, and confirmed Axel's guess. Yamazaki fucking Hiroshi. The headmaster of Mahouto Koro. Axel had to tone down his arcane eyes due to the sheer amount of brightness the two of these old fogies were emitting. Come just us, Mr. Hunt. The two of us had something important to discuss with you about the upcoming match. Axel's eyes twitched. Chapter 117, One Last Match. Come join us, Axel. The two of us had something important to discuss with you about the upcoming match. Axel's eyes twitched. Great. Just great. A meeting with two of the strongest wizards in the world. If these two really try to take him down, he is a goner. And Axel didn't feel comfortable knowing that. But oh well, it's not like it's the first time he's found himself in a weaker position. Back in the days, almost everyone used to be stronger than him. Yamazaki Yujiro looked at Axel with a scrutinizing gaze. So, you are the boy who has managed to impress my granddaughter. I'm rather curious. How exactly did you manage that? He asked. By first beating her into submission and then blackmailing her into being my slave. Thought Axel inwardly. If Yujiro was rather curious about how Axel did it, then Axel was also rather curious how the Mahouto Koro headmaster would react if he told him the truth. But Axel just shrugged. I thought I was called for something related to the match. Yamazaki Yujiro's eyes, which always seemed perpetually closed, opened a little as he looked at Axel. I see. He murmured, seemingly getting his answer. Dumbledore had an amused smile on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yujiro, before turning back to look at Axel. Indeed, my boy, we're all busy people here. So I'll come straight to the point, he said, leaning forward. Axel, we were hoping for you to play in the match between the two schools, said Dumbledore with a grandfatherly smile. Play in Hogwarts vs Mahouto Koro. Axel shook his head. I'm sorry, Professor. But I've already quit, he said without even thinking, trying not to scoff. Dumbledore nodded, as if expecting his response. Axel, I understand that you have withdrawn from Quidditch. Though, we were hoping you could play one last match before that. It'll greatly help the two schools. Well, looks like it's important. Axel tilted his head in puzzlement. Headmaster, I fail to understand why my participation can be so important. Is it really necessary? He asked innocently, trying to probe further. It was understandable in the case of Hogwarts since the Slytherin would be totally crushed without him, but shouldn't the Mahouto Koro be happy with his non-participation? He wanted to know the exact reason why they want him to play, to get a handle of just how far he can push. Dumbledore nodded. Your participation is indeed highly consequential, Mr. Hunt. It signifies the cooperation and competition between the two schools from different parts of the world. To promote such cooperation, we want the match to reach as many people as possible. And that is something that'll definitely be achieved with my participation, said Axel with a nod. Axel could feel that it wasn't the whole reason, but it's still a valid one. Let's try then, he thought. But I'm sorry, Headmaster. I really can't bring myself to play anymore, he said, looking a bit forlorn. I'm too traumatized with all the attention. I can't throw that all over again, he said with a heavy sigh. Dumbledore and Yujiro were a bit irritated with Axel's overtly fake acting, but Axel stuck to it. Well, I'm not an idiot to readily agree, he thought. He had already figured out the situation. These old fogies are the ones who need a favor. Not him. And they need it bad. Axel suppressed a grin. He's not an absolute dumbass to simply agree to their request just like that. Yamazaki Yujiro shook his head slowly. You are too lenient on your students, Arba-san, he commented. Since he was speaking English, the translation amulet on Axel didn't convert his words. If there was a student of Mahouto Koro in his place, they would have gratefully agreed. Well, Yamazaki Yujiro wasn't wrong. Meeting with these two men at once, most students would likely shit their pants. And it would be quite an honor for them to fulfill any of the requests of these two. But, Axel didn't work like that. Sucking up to people is just not his thing. He shrugged. That's only valid for ordinary students. I believe special privileges are also given to the geniuses of Mahout Okoro. Or Headmaster Yamazaki, are you implying that I'm just an ordinary student? Yujiro looked at Axel with some surprise. You know about special privilege students? Did Akiko tell you this? Axel was a bit speechless. If Akiko telling him that has such great significance, then he wondered how this man would react if he knew that his granddaughter had personally trained him using the secrets of Mahout Okoro and the 2 clans of her parents. He shrugged. That's unimportant. All I'm saying is that I'm literally a game changer, not some ordinary student. So I should be allowed a few privileges if I were to play. Besides, I can't really find the motivation to go through another traumatizing match. Also, it's an unrestricted format and I'm just a 13-year-old boy. I might get seriously injured. Headmasters, don't you think your request is quite unreasonable? The headmasters just looked at Axel for a few moments as silence reigned in the room for a few seconds. This boy, does he realize who he is talking to? They were the headmasters of 2 of the most prominent magical schools of the world. Even more prominent was their own influence. And if that was not enough, their own personal abilities were at a level that few mortals could ever achieve. And 2 individuals of such caliber were currently being blatantly extorted by this 13-year-old. It was so absurd that it was crossing into the lines of amusing and infuriating. Which is why Dumbledore was currently smiling while Yujiro had a vein popping on his forehead. But Axel was unfazed. These geezers might think he was being so daring out of ignorance. But that is not the case. Though he was lacking in experience, but if talking about capabilities, Axel did qualify to negotiate with them. No matter how capable they think they are, they can't force Axel to do anything. Mind magics don't work on him and he can easily escape if they try using force. So, Axel currently wasn't being so daring out of ignorance, but because he could afford to. Alright, brat. We get it. Just tell us what you want, said Yujiro in irritation. Gotcha. Axel had already thought about it. Though it could be a bit of a drag, he had no trouble playing in the next match if the return was good enough. There were a few things he currently needed which he couldn't get from any of his sources. And with these old men's experience and reach, he might actually get them. If that was possible, then why not play? He can also properly show his boundaries this time, so that the organization doesn't send out much of a fighting force for him. A wood from the world tree and a material called Vatiqua Amzaria. I need these 2. Thus, Axel called out the names of the 2 ingredients on his list. I'm afraid I haven't heard of either of them. Is there anything else you wanted? Said Dumbledore with a pondering look. But Yujiro's expression changed. I haven't heard about a world tree, it could be anything. But the second one, where did you hear about it? And why do you want it? Axel shrugged. I just know someone who wants it. Do you know what it is, sir? Yujiro slowly stroked his beard. It's a rare flower that only blooms when certain conditions are naturally met. But it's very rare and it has mysterious properties. Axel raised his eyebrows curiously. Oh? Where is it found? Yujiro shook his head. That I can't tell you. But I can get it delivered to you in a few months' time when it blooms. That good enough for you? He asked, looking positively peeved. Axel shook his head. No, that's only one ingredient. If you can't provide the other one, then I have another demand. Yamazaki lost his patience. Ignorant child, do you have any idea about the value of a Vatiqua Amzaria? It's not something you can even buy with money. Axel shrugged. You don't have to look so offended, Headmaster Yamazaki. I can leave right now if you want. I'm not the one who called you here, he said, getting up to leave. Now, I don't think there's a need for that, Axel. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Dumbledore wasn't willing to let it go just like that. He had bigger plans going on. Far bigger and far more important than the demands of a 13-year-old. Axel held back a grin. He was right. Even though he didn't know the real reason, they really do want it bad. Well, since they're being so accommodating, he'll make sure to give them one hell of a show in the next match. I need around 60% of the revenue generated from this, said Axel, putting forth his demand. While Dumbledore was once again calm, but Yamazaki instantly glared at Axel, an aura rising from him that put pressure on Axel. Listen to me, brat, just because we're being nice doesn't mean you can make just any demand. Even though Axel had to pretend to be uncomfortable under the pressure, but he did not back down. This is just classic good cop bad cop trick. He knew he wasn't asking much. Please, you listen to me, Headmaster Yamazaki. Even though I might be a kid, but I do know my value. With my involvement, the 40% of the revenue generated would still be a lot greater than 100% of the revenue you would have got without my involvement. I am only asking less out of respect. Respect? Having to negotiate with a kid, do they still have any respect left here? Is this kid offering them crumbs out of respect? The boy is clearly taking advantage of them because they can't negotiate without looking cheap. Yamazaki wasn't satisfied, but Dumbledore just smiled. Then we have come to an agreement, Mr. Hunt. We will pass on the word of your involvement. Please do not miss the match at any cost now. Oh, Professor, I have something that can assure you completely of my cooperation, said Axel as he took out a parchment filled with dense kanji. Yamazaki's eyes widened upon seeing the paper. That? Axel nodded in confirmation. Yeah, it's a sealing contract. I thought we might as well write everything down, he said with an innocent smile. Your granddaughter wrote it for me. Didn't know it would come in handy today, said Axel, scratching the back of his head. You. The veins on Yamazaki's forehead seemed ready to burst at any moment. First making outrageous demands from him, and then not trusting his, Yamazaki Yujiro's, words and getting him to sign a seal contract. And if that wasn't enough, the contract being used for this absurdity is made by his own precious granddaughter. This really was some different level of gall. Dumbledore gave Yamazaki a look, as if reminding him not to totally lose it in front of a child. We can agree to your demands. I just have a small request. What is it? Dumbledore smiled. Coming out of the headmaster's cabin, Axel stretched relaxedly. That went as well as could be expected. What happened? Asked Akiko, who suddenly appeared before him. Axel shook his head. Your grandfather was in there. And he was not happy. But it's fine now. When he had seen Yamazaki Yujiro in Dumbledore's office, he had secretly called her outside as backup in case things really went south. You angered my grandfather. Akiko's brows raised. She knew both Axel and her grandfather very well. If sparks really fly, both of them aren't the ones to back down. Grabbing Axel, she began checking his whole body for any signs of abnormalities. Axel looked at her in puzzlement. Hey, stop it. I'm fine. But Akiko didn't stop until she was satisfied. Finally done, she shook her head, looking relieved. Sorry, I was checking for curses. If truly angered, my grandfather can be quite extreme, she said with a sigh. Axel scoffed. Don't worry. I just called you as a precaution. Do you take me for someone who would pick a fight with someone as powerful as him? Akiko looked at him for a moment, and then nodded seriously. I do. Nonsense. Axel looked away. I only annoyed him a bit. When Akiko kept looking at him seriously, Axel just sighed as he began walking away. All right. Just don't worry. I won't do anything to your grandfather, he said as he left. Left standing in the corridor, Akiko shook her head. In the whole world, perhaps only Axel had the guts to say he will spare Yamazaki Yujiro, and not the other way around. And as someone who knew his potential, she was rather relieved when she heard him say that. Sighing, she waited for her grandfather to come out. Now she has to make sure her Ajiichan doesn't do anything stupid. Chapter 118, Decision. Then let's settle this, said Dumbledore, making Axel smile. But, if we're really doing this, then I need to add a small favor as well, he added, making Axel's smile vanish. What favor? Professor, isn't everything already in your favor? Asked Axel, looking as if he was being taken advantage of. Don't worry, my boy. The deal is already settled. This is a simple request outside of the contract, said Dumbledore, intertwining the fingers of his hands over the table as he leaned forward. Axel, it would be greatly helpful if you decided to give a small interview. Axel frowned. Professor, you know I don't do all those things. I'm not forcing you, my boy. It is just a suggestion. You need to clarify your intentions of wanting peace yourself. For all you know, people might think you've made a permanent comeback. As long as you don't speak up for yourself, others will speak for you. Axel didn't say anything to that. Even though he knew Dumbledore had a point, Axel knew that what the old man wanted most was for him to confirm his participation himself. Dumbledore just smiled. Just think about it, my boy. It's your choice. For now we can proceed with the original terms, he said, giving him a piece of parchment. You can contact me directly in case you changed your mind. WTF? Axel was a bit surprised. In the whole world, how many people could actually directly contact Dumbledore? I'll think about it. Axel pretended to agree. What's the loss in saying it? It won't be added to the contract anyway. After Axel had gone. Crunch. Yamazaki crushed the arm of his chair with his bare hands. Arbus-san, why did you let that child walk all over us? Dumbledore shook his head, smiling leisurely. Yujiro, my friend, you are being impulsive. You have to understand that Axel Hunt is a special student. If he's going to play, it is in our best interest to keep him happy. Yujiro shook his head. I fail to understand why. In the end, isn't he just a 13-year-old child? There were ways we could just get him to agree. You would be wrong to think that, Yujiro. You underestimate the boy too much. Did you know he had your granddaughter waiting downstairs in case he needed protection from you? Asked Dumbledore, making Yujiro's perpetually closed eyes open wide. What? That brat. Calm down, old friend. All I'm saying is, Axel Hunt is not any ordinary 13-year-old. He has wits beyond his age, and he can hold a grudge. So, unless you are willing to go as far as using magic to influence him into doing your bidding, it was the best option to just give him the money and the flower instead of provoking him. We're old men with plenty of money and resources. Why risk him ruining the event and our subsequent plans for so little? Yujiro sighed, calming down. You are right, of course, Arbus-san. Money and resources have little meaning to us at this point anyway. I shouldn't lose my temper over such things. And even using magic will be a ticking time bomb, because the boy would definitely hold a grudge if he finds out even 20 years later. Dumbledore smiled. We both know the real reason why you lost your temper. But I can't blame you, old friend. Matters related to family evoke far stronger emotions than slight irascibility, he said as he snapped his fingers, causing 2 cups of piping hot tea to appear in between them. Yujiro, who knew a little about Dumbledore's past, nodded. Of course, who would know it better than you, Arbus, he agreed, picking up the tea. Though, do you think the boy will give the interview? Dumbledore just smiled. To be honest, I don't. The boy simply doesn't care, he said sipping his tea. But, it would be good to have a close relation with him. I see something special in the boy. It would be better to keep a close eye on him. Both the old men drank tea in silence. But then, Yujiro set his cup down as he got serious. But Arbus-san, are you sure that increasing the viewers will help us in our plans? There was no doubt that Axel's involvement, and with it being an open format match, would massively boost the number of spectators. But there was no guarantee if it would help in further plans. Dumbledore sighed. I know not, Yujiro. But we have to try. I showed you the memories and you have certified their authenticity yourself. We have to start preparing for the worst, and you are the only one I trust. This is just the start. The next day, something happened, and it was not the news of Axel's participation. Even before that, the paparazzi had gotten their hands on a different video. It showed Axel, the retired genius, being touched all over by Akiko Matsushima. At this point, Axel's relationship with multiple women was already no secret. So, it did not cause much of a reaction on the internet. But inside Hogwarts, things were completely different. Because all the Mahout Okoro students saw their goddess favoring Axel yet again. The last time, they could still think it was a misunderstanding or a coincidence. But now? It was clear that their Miko Akiko was getting trapped by Hunt. It was made even worse by the fact that there was nothing they could do to Hunt. They were strictly forbidden from using violence against any Hogwarts student. The next morning, the atmosphere during breakfast was volcanic. All the Mahout Okoro students were throwing murderous looks at Axel, who had actually showed up, boldly sitting at the Slytherin table as if nothing was wrong. Their rage from last time had been renewed after knowing that the guy was still messing with Akiko ever after having a fiancé. Good that you got out of the team, mate, said Theodore, shaking slightly even though the looks weren't directed at him. Tracy agreed. You would have been in trouble if you had to play the next match. Axel, who had already agreed to play the next match, just shrugged. He was, of course, unaffected by everything that was going on. He had other things on his mind right now. He looked at Daphne, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table. Usually, he would catch her looking at from time to time and their eyes would sometimes meet. But today, the girl seemed determined to look anywhere but in his direction. Axel frowned. This bothered him. Is it time yet? He thought. Ever since losing her memories, Daphne would feel pain whenever her mind tried to recall them. That's why, he had been staying away from her until now so that she doesn't experience the pain. But he felt more and more distant with her with the passage of time. He had planned on waiting a little more just for good measure, but he just couldn't wait more. Her mind should have become stable by now, he thought. After all, she had the information of the system's occlumency in her mind. She should have reached a considerable level by now. N. At this moment, his wand hummed, making him frown. Shut up, he ordered. This thing had gained more sentience after the upgrade. After Daphne was finally free of classes, she began making her way over to the greenhouses. She was tired. Even though she had forgot where she had gotten them from, but Daphne had still continued her training according to the information in her head. What to say? She really liked how it improved her physical, mental, and magical abilities. And attending classes along with that? Yep, she was tired. Especially today. Hey, did you hear anything about Hunt yet? While walking, she couldn't help but overhear the conversation of the students walking ahead of her. No man, I heard the guy attended the classes like usual. Not a single Mahout Okoro student has confronted him yet. Not even a sneak attack. Damn. Maybe they're planning their moves right now. I'm sure they wouldn't let him off this time. Yet. Going for a Kiko Matsushima? The guy has guts. Especially when he already has Martina. Hey, do you think it's suddenly quite chilly here? Daphne quickened her footsteps, leaving the gossiping students behind. That guy, serves him right, she thought in irritation. He already has Martina, the dream girl of many. Then why the hell is he going for a Kiko as well? Truly, men are all pigs. But the hell is he doing openly wandering around the school? Does he not fear retaliation? Though, what does it matter to me? She thought with the mental scoff, as she reached the greenhouse. Daphne walked through the rows of plants, her hands running through the leaves and flowers, stopping all annoying thoughts. Breathing the air of the greenhouse, she instantly felt much better as her tiredness washed away. Nature was the best. She sighed. Nothing can bother her here. How peaceful, she murmured. Isn't it? Someone asked, making her jump. Turning around, she found herself face to face with none other than Axel Hunt himself. The fuck? She exclaimed, stepping away from him. Axel could help but smile hearing her curse. He knew he would find her here. The girl loves nature after all. Back when they were still friends, she would sometimes drag him here to accompany her as well. Daphne realized that her word choice had slipped up due to how startled she was, and the guy had definitely noticed. But she still glared at him. What? Never heard a girl swear before. Axel's smile only turned into a grin of amusement as he just shook his head. Oh, you have no idea, he replied. Girl, I was the one who taught you how to swear. Daphne unconsciously crushed petals of the flower in her hand. Her peace had been ruined. Her thoughts were going haywire in his presence and her mood was getting progressively worse. This is not why she was here. She looked at the guy calmly admiring the plants and couldn't help but slightly stomp her foot. What are you even doing here? She demanded. Nothing. Axel shrugged. I just, really like nature, he said, looking into her eyes. Daphne looked at the guy with a somewhat surprised look. Nature? You? She couldn't help but snicker. Impossible. Axel sighed. I never saw it coming either. But, it is what it is, he said with a shrug. Oh really? Daphne raised her brows. What plant is this then? She asked, pointing at a particular plant. Zingiber officinale, answered Axel without blinking. Widely used as spice and a folk medicine. It is a herbaceous perennial which grows annual pseudostems about 1 meter tall bearing narrow leaf blades. Daphne wasn't satisfied. What's that one? Epipremnum aureum. Also called devil's ivy. It's a. Do you know this one? Axel sighed. Of course I know all of them. You told me yourself. Artocarpus integra. It's a magical fruit but before Axel could even finish, Daphne was already walking away. Hey, where are you going? He called out after her. I'm going somewhere where I can have peace, she said in irritation, not stopping her footsteps. Hey, wait. Isn't it peaceful here? Asked Axel, following her. Daphne turned around in irritation. Is there something you want, Hunt? Axel thought about it seriously. Actually, there is. He answered, stepping forward. What? Asked Daphne, taking a step back. She didn't expect this. What do you want? Axel looked at the girl in front of him. Even though they were standing so close, there was still a huge distance between them. And he did not like that. He recalled the words she had spoken to him a long time ago and knew what he wanted. I want to be friends with you, he said, looking at her sincerely. These exact words she had said to him so many times in the past. Axel, who had finally agreed after the umpteenth time, didn't think he would have to repeat the same words to her again. Even though she doesn't have her memories, she's still the Daphne he knows. And he doesn't want to be distant with her. Daphne's eyes widened at those words and looked at Axel in bafflement. She stood there, frozen for a long time. But then, her face turned cold. No thank you, she said before she began walking away again. What the? Axel couldn't help but frown. Hey, why the hell not? He asked, following her. Daphne turned to glare up at him. Because, you are a scumbag. Axel frowned. Scumbag? How am I a scumbag? How are you not? Daphne stomped her foot. You already have a fiancé. And yet you are going after other girls. And what's to say you only want to be friends with me? I don't want to be involved with a scumbag who's already dating multiple women. What the hell? Didn't I already tell you I was single? Martina is not my fiancé. And I'm not involved with any of the other girls either. I'm not a scumbag. Said Axel defensively. Daphne looked at the guy's wronged look and almost gave in. Being in such close proximity with him, her heart was already beating very fast. At this point, she had to acknowledge it. She had a crush on Axel Hunt. But could she be blamed? She wakes up after a coma, with a large chunk of her memories gone, and sees the absurdly handsome face of the guy smiling down at her saying he's single. That was the start of it all. She researched the guy, of course, and was completely impressed when she saw the clips of his match. Even more impressive was his attitude. But only after researching more had she found out that he was a scumbag with relations with multiple women. That had crushed all thoughts in her mind. But of course, her heart had its own plans. No matter what, she always found her eyes drawn to him. She would feel disappointed whenever he wouldn't show up for breakfast or dinner. She tried to deny it, multiple times. But today, she has to accept, she likes him. Even right now, her heart had already believed his words when he said he was not a scumbag. Which is exactly why she must stay away from him. She doesn't want to end up as yet another one of his conquests. Oh? You are not engaged with Martina? She asked. Mr. Hunt, your engagement is already announced to the world. Everyone knows you're engaged. How am I supposed to believe you on that, let alone about your relationships with other girls? And why have you never denied your relationships with any of the girls? You think I'll believe you when you just say it to me like that? So, I'm really sorry, I can't really be friends with you. Saying her piece, Daphne left the greenhouse, practically running. And this time, Axel had no words to stop her. He actually was expecting her to believe him. Why had he not clarified the world? Because he didn't really care what others said of him. If he went about clearing every rumor, there will be no end to it. He thought that it would be fine as long as he told Daphne. And at that time, he didn't know it would be so important to tell her. But before he could even clear it with her, she had already lost her memories, postponing the explanation. After that, there was no need to explain it to her anyways since they were strangers, and she would feel pain whenever he was even mentioned. So, the matter was just left hanging until now. But, if it really bothers her even after losing all her memories. Axel took out his Magi mirror and dialed a number. He didn't even need to think about it before making his decision. Hello? Professor Dumbledore, this is Axel. Yeah, I changed my mind. I'll do the interview. No, I also had a few things to clarify. Yeah, I'll hang up now. Beep. Axel put away the Magi mirror and looked in the direction where the girl had left. She wanted explanation? He'll give her one hell of an explanation. And not only to her, but to the world. So that she has no doubts left. He'll clear everything. Chapter 119. The next day, in the room of requirements. Martina looked around the place. The room had been shifted to be a spacious hall, with all types of training equipment. Training dummies lines another section, most of them in various states of disrepair. So, you wanted to meet? She asked Axel, who was currently practicing his knife technique. The room of requirements can turn the way one wants. And this was, of course, how Axel usually pictures the room. Axel nodded, pausing his training as he wiped the sweat off his brows. Oh, yeah. I need to clear up the misunderstanding about our engagement. Martina's face blanked for a moment as she processed the information. Oh. She said eloquently. I thought you didn't care. She asked tentatively. Axel shrugged. Well, it's causing me problems now, he replied. If Daphne feels uncomfortable about his engagement, it's going away. Martina hesitated. But didn't you say it'll cause more problems if you try to clear it up? That was true. Just imagine it. First Axel's engagement with Margina was announced. And then, the details about his background and past were revealed. At that time, if he and the Valentinos had claimed that the engagement was fake, everyone would think that the engagement was cancelled because of Axel's lowly background. And that was just one of the problems. Axel shrugged. It is indeed troublesome. But, I have to clear this. It's important. Martina had a blank expression on her face. Oh, okay. Well, it was always your choice. Martina was feeling a strange feeling right now. And she realized that, she did not like it. She had thought that she didn't really care about all these things, but right now, she didn't feel good. She couldn't help but think that she was being dumped. Is this what it feels like? She wondered. Because even if it was fake, the two of them were indeed engaged. And she had had no problems with it. Seeing Martina's strange expression, Axel frowned. What's up with you? Are you not happy about no longer being engaged? You hate all these things, right? Martina looked down. That was indeed the case. Both of them were people who cared little about these matters. But actually, I was all right with it. She murmured in a low voice. She really did hate the idea of the being engaged. But with Axel, strangely enough, she was all right with it. What? Axel didn't quite catch what she said. Martina just smiled. I said, I didn't really hate it. After all, it did drastically decrease the number of suitors bothering me. Oh, Axel shook his head helplessly. Nothing I can do about that. Anyways, how are you going to clear it up? She asked, hastily changing the subject. Axel recalled what Dumbledore had in mind and couldn't help with sigh at the chaos he was going to cause. Well, there's this event. In the outside world, the news of Axel's participation had yet to be known. The match between Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro had been advertised heavily. It being an unrestricted format, and a match between two great schools, there was no doubt that it was going to be watched by many. But, it was clear that the viewership was still going to be considerably less than Axel Hunt's matches. That's because even if unrestricted matches were rare, they still happen from time to time. And players have already used all types of magic there. So, even though it was going to be fun, there wasn't going to be anything new. With Axel Hunt's matches on the other hand, things were completely different. He was not simply a breath of fresh air, he was like a hailstorm of fresh wines in the Quidditch world. Everyone knows that what Axel is doing, they'll never see anyone else replicate on the pitch. The same could not be said about this match, which had a lot of precedence. All the forums related to Quidditch also held the same discussion. Anyone going to watch the match between Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro? Well, I don't really want to anymore. Hunt won't be there. I'll check it out if I have the time. Not really that much of a thrill to watch school matches. It is an unrestricted format though. Yeah, that's why I'm even bothering to check. But how much would school kids even do with magic? I bet most things would be banned for safety concerns. The brutality of usual unrestricted matches won't be there. Yeah man, wish Hunt was playing. Don't we all? The guy was already so brutal in normal format. Just imagine what he'd do in the unrestricted format. Well, he's only in his second year, so I don't think he'd be able to cast the real spells yet. Maybe that's the reason he quit, didn't he? It would be a pain in the ass to deal with the magic of Mahout Okoro, even with his skills. Especially since he's only in his second year. Of course he quit. You might not know this, but the Mahout Okoro students are currently out for Axel's blood. Because the guy has some sort of relationship with their best student and school belle. Before Hunt, no one had even been able to exchange a few words with her, let alone wooing her. So, if Hunt had played, he was dead for sure. Yet, though no one can blame him for not being able to fight with magic. He's only in his second year after all. I could barely do first-year charms in my second year. Ignorant people, he's Savage Axel. Mere mortals like you can't predict how he'll fare against his opponents. Yet, with all these people calling him a coward, I half expect Savage Axel to come back just to shut everyone up lol. Well, the Savage Army is trying its best to bring him back. Such types of discussions were going on everywhere. Petitions to bring Axel back were being issued all over the world. Many videos and articles were made on how big of a loss it was to the Quidditch world that a person with such skills was not playing Quidditch. During this time, many big shots once again stepped forward to speak on the matter, but this time, they were speaking in Axel's favor. Even some of the sensible ones who had previously thoughtlessly spoken against him had issued their apology. But due to the circumstances of the next match, people were now even more doubtful about his return. With his relationship with Akiko, Hunt already had a huge target on his back. Why the hell would he even bother going to his own funeral by playing in the next match? So, most people had already given up hope of seeing Hunt in the near future. At this time though, a simple and unassuming post quietly appeared on all Hogwarts official handles and websites. On the surface, there wasn't anything special about the post. It was just a list of the players who will be representing their respective schools in the Hogwarts vs Mahout Okoro match. So the post was ignored by almost everyone for a while. Until someone noticed it. Hogwarts Forum. Psychowise 111, at Psychowise 111. Just saw the Hogwarts official list of players representing the schools. Look at the SS. LOL, they forgot to remove Hunt's name from the list XD. This guy only thought that management had made a mistake in their post and was trolling them. But, it was enough to bring other people's attention to it. What they? Hey, am I seeing this right? Yep. It's definitely there. Does this mean what I think it means? What else could it mean? Fuck. Is this real? That madman. He actually returns when no one expects him to. Holy shit. I'm dancing right now. Psychowise 111, at Psychowise 111. Hey, WTF are you guys talking about? At Psychowise 111, these are official posts. They are reviewed 100 times before being posted, meaning there can't be a mistake. So, if Hunt's name is in the player list, then, in the next match, we might see Hunt. Psychowise 111, at Psychowise 111. Damn, everyone was saying he quit because of this match and boom. He is suddenly on the list. Yeah, it's like he came just to show that he can lol. Damn, that's Savage Hunt for you. He doesn't fear shit. Ha 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 ha, you can never be sure about anything with this guy. Now I just hope that Hogwarts is not playing some sick joke with us. And that was it. Within the next few minutes, the player list posted by Hogwarts was already shared thousands of times, as the whole wizarding world once again experienced the Hunt effect. All forms of media began reporting news about Axel's return and many people were already celebrating. And just when they thought things couldn't blow up any further, something else happened. A new post appeared on Hogwarts' official handle. And unlike the last time, this one was fancy. The same post was shared by Mahout Okoro as well. It was an announcement in bold cursive. Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro presents. The meeting ceremony. Below were the pictures of Patricia and Axel from Hogwarts, and two of the players of Mahout Okoro. On May 1, 1993. That was it. The post was like a teaser, with no extra details. But still, the post rose up like a tsunami wave, taking over the internet in a matter of minutes. Because, in the wizarding world, a meeting ceremony is like a press conference that's usually held before important matches. In these ceremonies, the representative players meet up and exchange a few words, sometimes ending up in heated back and forths, after which the reporters can ask them inquisitive questions to provocative ones. And in such a press conference, there was a picture of Axel Hunt attached. What could it mean besides the obvious? Axel Hunt, in an interview? Did the all-reclusive Hunt actually agree to finally speak in public? And that too, in the most exciting and exclusive type of interview? Everyone had an unquenchable amount of curiosity towards Axel. The more information they get about him, the more curious they get about his life. How did he end up in a Muggle orphanage? Were his parents really Muggles? What did he do after running away from the orphanage? How did he get his scars? The list went on and on and on. But Axel was an extremely private person. And the guy wouldn't give any reporter or TV show the time of the day. He had already rejected so many offers for interviews until now that it would be difficult to count them. Which was why everyone was quite frustrated with him. But now, the guy is finally speaking? This was atomic news. People were having difficulty even believing such a thing. As a result, the news was also received with a healthy amount of skepticism. Axel Hunt, back. Lately, the Quidditch world has been mourning the unexpected withdrawal of Axel Hunt from Quidditch. But, like a small spark in the absolute darkness, a new hope has been ignited that perhaps, we might get to see the unseen Quidditch prodigy play again. Yes, dear readers, Axel Hunt's previous iconic match might not be the last time we see him play Quidditch. And that's because his name has been included among the list of players representing Hogwarts in the upcoming match between Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro. Here is the picture of the post shared by the Hogwarts official website. Hunt's name can be clearly seen among the list of players playing in the match. And to take the matters further, the school has also announced a meeting ceremony concerning the match which, surprisingly, Hunt is also going to attend. It has to be noted that Hunt has never given any sort of interview, always either ignoring any questions asked or, if the questionnaire is rude, punishing them with a brutal response. Thus, the whole world has been thirsty for any more information on the most famous person of the year. And the school has claimed that such a person is going to be attending the meeting ceremony. It can be understood how big a claim this is. The management has yet to take down the post, meaning that we can be assured that it is not an error by the administration. However, does this really mean that Axel Hunt will play? Not necessarily. Hunt's name carries a huge influence. So there is a chance that this is just all a ruse to create hype for the match and get free publicity by borrowing his name. They can later give out a simple excuse about his non-participation like an injury, successfully increasing their viewership by multiple folds. Thus, it is too early to be counting our dragon eggs and it's better to take this news with a grain of pixie dust. Articles and videos like this were trending everywhere. Yes, even though Axel's name was in the list of players, it doesn't mean that he would be playing in the match. But even with all that, the hype for the event was huge. Whether Axel will be returning or not will be cleared at the meeting ceremony press conference. So no matter what, everyone will be tuning into the broadcast. On the other hand, Axel himself once again became a rare sight at Hogwarts. You would only see him at classes, and with the Savage Army directed by Patricia, no one would be able to bother him. Everyone wanted to know whether the news about him playing in the next match was true or not, but few people could actually get the opportunity to ask him. And Axel would simply ignore every question since he didn't care enough to answer, unwittingly keeping everyone in mystery. His participation was only confirmed with a select few people. One of them was, of course, his team captain Patricia Afonso. In an empty classroom, the Slytherin captain stood stiffly with her arms folded. She had a complicated expression on her face. "Are you really sure about this?" she asked yet again. Casually leaning against the door frame, Axel shrugged. "Of course. Though, I thought you would be happy about my return," he commented. "Oh, believe me, no one would be happier than me. But, can you not see the situation? The Mahout Okoro will come at you with everything they've got," said Patricia, unconsciously running her fingers through her long onyx hair, something she does whenever she's worried. Patricia sighed. On one hand, she was ecstatic to know that Axel would be playing again. But the new match was in an unrestricted format, and with the Mahout Okoro being out for Axel's blood, she couldn't help but think that this was not the right time. Axel looked at her quizzically. "This is not like you. Shouldn't you be looking at the benefits? Or do you not want me to come back?" he asked. No offense, but inside the charismatic and charming exterior, Patricia Afonso was actually a cold-hearted ambitious bitch. She wouldn't care about minor stuff if things benefit her overall. Patricia took a long moment to think, after which, she shook her head, as if clearing her thoughts. Just forget it, she said as she smiled. My star player, I welcome you back to the team, she said, spreading her hands. Though, I do hope you attend the training sessions this time. We'll be practicing magical tactics, so it might be beneficial to you. Axel tilted his head, looking at Patricia with his one eyebrow raised. Captain, you doubting my abilities again? He asked, and Patricia was once again reminded of the time when he showed her levels in this very same classroom in their very first meeting, when he had caught one snitch and hit the other one with it. Patricia shivered, shifting her legs. That was a memory she could never forget. Looking at the slight smirk of confidence tugging at the corner of his lips, she realized that she might actually have nothing to worry about. Chapter 120, Axel Hunt, the Seeker of Hogwarts. Patricia sighed, taking out her Magi mirror and pulling up the file and the Mahout Okoro team. All right, I won't doubt you again. But, you still need to know about the information on the opponents you are going to be facing. Axel furrowed his eyebrows. Is that necessary? Patricia nodded her head somberly. It is. The players this time are extremely tough to deal with. And they have skill sets that can make things difficult even for you. Axel didn't reject her this time. All right, tell me then. It might be helpful to know about his opponents beforehand. Not because it could help him play better, but because it could help him hold back better. In the incoming days, Axel had still not confirmed his participation, causing the hype to only rise. People were dying to know whether he would be playing or not. But what could they do? They always only ever see the guy at public places, where they can't force him to talk, and even if they ask straightforwardly, they'll be ignored like pebbles on the sidewalk. In fact, Axel had no problems confirming his participation to those people. But he didn't do so because it would give out the impression that it is possible to get answers by asking him up front. Then it's only a matter of time before everyone is asking him hundreds of questions. And it looked like his trick indeed worked, as he was bothered less and less as the days passed. People knew it was useless to even try talking to him, unless they had a neglection fetish. And trying to use other tricks was not an option as he only ever appeared at places where there were a lot of eyes watching and a professor nearby. Though, just when he thought he had achieved peace, something happened. A few days after the news, a tall and burly guy approached him. It was outside the Great Hall, just when Axel was about to go for his classes. Usually, it wouldn't have been anything new. But the guy was actually in ninja attire, meaning he was from Mahout Okoro. This was the first time someone from Mahout Okoro had actually approached him. Axel gave the guy a second look. He had an extremely aggressive face, and his dark hair was tied in a long knot. Azuma Takeshi. His name surfaced into Axel's mind. This is the captain of Mahout Okoro's team. Patricia had warned him about this guy. You're Axel Hunt, right? He asked, looking down at Axel. Axel frowned. What kind of dumb question is that? At this point, someone would have to be blind if they stay at Hogwarts and not recognize Axel. It's not a brag, but a sad reality. The guy was just trying to show that Axel was so insignificant in front of him that he doesn't even recognize him. But of course, the captain didn't know that his existence was even less important to Axel. Step. Straight up ignoring Takeshi, Axel walked right past him, leaving the Mahout Okoro captain standing dumbly in the middle of the corridor with a lot of eyes watching. Takeshi's face hardened. Wait. Turning around, he tried to grab Axel's shoulder, in which he failed as Axel somehow avoided it without even looking back. It was almost as if his hand passed right through Axel. Listen, you lowly trash, Takeshi called out to Axel. Whether or not you play in the match, you stay away from Akiko. Right, there was that. Thought Axel, pausing his footsteps. Azuma Takeshi. The captain of the Mahout Okoro Quidditch team. He's the only other known lightning user. The guy mostly likes to keep a low profile, unless the matter is related to Akiko. Hey, are you listening? Stay away from Akiko, said Takeshi, as a crowd began gathering. She and we have a destiny. And someone like you doesn't deserve being close to her. Yep, as the only other known lightning affinity user, the guy thinks he and Akiko are destined or something. Hearing the bullshit that came out of Takeshi's mouth, Axel didn't wait longer. It wasn't something that deserved even a reply from him. Ignoring the guy, Axel walked away without giving him a second glance. Takeshi's anger flared, but as he tried to move forward, A hand was put on his shoulder. Looking back, the person who stopped him was Endo Yuji, the seeker of the Mahout Okoro team. Don't go after him yet. You might scare him away from playing the next match, he said, also looking at Axel's back with resentment. He also had a score to settle with Axel. He had been trying to pursue Martina Valentino from day one, and then this guy shows up out of nowhere and gets engaged to her. Takeshi clenched his fists. I've been trying for 5 years. But she won't even talk to me. And for him she's ready to go against even her grandfather, he murmured, glaring balefully at Axel's back. I just hope he has balls enough to play in the next match. He was from the noble Takeshi clan, a clan known to be on equal status as the Matsushima clan. And he is one of the very few known lightning element users in the world. Lightning element is not an ordinary affinity. It's considered the most powerful and extremely difficult to master. It's very rare for 2 lightning users to be of the same generation, and the offspring is guaranteed a very high chance of having an extremely powerful lightning affinity as well. Then, isn't it quite apparent? The 2 of them were destined to be together. Days went by until the day of revelation finally arrived. In the end, Axel's involvement was never confirmed, so everyone was going to have their eyes on this meeting ceremony. At Hogwarts, the exams were approaching. Usually, the students are under a lot of stress these days. The professors increase the pace of the studies in order to complete the syllabus, and the need for the revision of the whole year along with increased assignments made sure that students couldn't think about anything but studies. But right now, the atmosphere at Hogwarts was completely different. Aside from a few nerds, no one could give a shit about the exams. Everyone was more concerned about the 2 events, the interview and the match which were going to take place at the school. And after a lot of wait, the day finally arrived. May 1 St. The Great Hall had been completely changed. The house tables had been put away to create space, and the area had also been expanded. The place had been decorated with various posters. Some had the words meeting ceremony, containing photos of the player of the 2 teams, while some had pictures of the 2 headmasters, promoting international unity. Cameras were set up everywhere, with big screens displaying the happenings of the Great Hall. Click click. In place of the staff table, a stage had been set up, in front of which the reporters were gathered. In the back, all the students of Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro were also present. While the rest of the world could only watch the live broadcast and recordings, the students of Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro had the perk of being able to see everything in person. Wizarding World, I am James Jones, reporting live from Hogwarts. The day has finally arrived when we would know whether Axel Hunt is participating or not. An interview with Axel Hunt. Can it actually be possible? All the reporters were enthusiastically covering the event, and many were even asking some lucky students for their opinions. So students, what do you think? Will Hunt come or not? Asked one of the reporters to a group of students. Well, I dunno. It's sort of tough to tell. It's his funeral if he plays, but he's Hunt, isn't he? So I reckon he might actually come. I don't think he'll come. He will come. Go Savage Hunt. Hey, kids. Are you excited about the meeting ceremony? Meeting ceremony? I only came to see if Hunt will come or not. Such types of discussion were going on everywhere. No matter what, there was one thing everyone had in common, they all wanted Hunt to come. At this moment, the lights flashed as the headmasters of both the school walked into the Great Hall, followed by the staff. The stage had 2 tables, each with 3 seats. Each of seats had a mic set up in front of it. Dumbledore sat on the table with Hogwarts symbol while Yamazaki Yujiro took the other one which had the Mahout Okoro symbol on it. Good evening, everyone. And welcome to the meeting ceremony for the match between Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro, said Dumbledore from his seat as he leaned towards the mic. There was an applause from the students, after which, the reporters got down to business. Professor Dumbledore, can you confirm if Hunt is actually coming? Professor Dumbledore, is true that Axel Hunt is? Professor Dumbledore. Professor. The reporters began clamoring for answers, to which, Dumbledore only raised a hand to silence them, smiling slightly. Everyone, all of your questions are soon going to be answered. But first, I need to speak a few words, he said, causing many voices of disappointment to emerge from the crowd. Dumbledore remained unaffected though. This was the most opportune moment to talk, as the whole was had their eyes on Hogwarts right now, even though most of the attention is due to Axel. Dumbledore was just milking the situation for all it's worth. As everyone knows, Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro have been under cooperation for a year now, began Dumbledore. Due to this, both the schools have gotten an indispensable learning opportunity. Students of one school got the chance to learn the unique education of the other school. They got to experience the difference in culture and educational practices, and more importantly, they got the chance to make new bonds. But, not only the school, both the nations as a whole have also tremendously benefited from this exchange. The diplomatic relations between Britain and Japan are stronger than ever, and talks of cooperation in various fields have been going on between the two countries. So, it is with immense delight that I announce, the exchange program between Hogwarts and Mahout Okoro has been a huge success," said Dumbledore, spreading his arms, as a huge applause rang out in the Great Hall. "But that is not all. With such positive results, it is now very much possible that we will be seeing more such cooperations between different schools in the future." Cheers. There was an even bigger applause to that. "Professor Dumbledore, you said there is a possibility for more cooperations. Does that mean we would also be seeing other schools?" "Professor Dumbledore, which school will be next?" "Professor Dumbledore, what exactly did you mean by further cooperation?" "Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore shook his head. "I cannot comment any further on the matter," he said, smiling with his eyes twinkling. "Though, there is something else I can share. Please do not forget the main purpose of why we are gathered here. Everyone, please welcome the players representing their schools in the meeting ceremony," he announced, as the door to the adjoining room behind the stage opened. First came Takeshi Azuma, the captain of Mahout Okoro team, as the students from Mahout Okoro began applauding. Then came Endo Yuji, the seeker of Team Mahout Okoro. Yuji, being a popular student, also got a significant applause from Mahout Okoro. The third was Patricia Afonso, the captain of Team Hogwarts. Hogwarts burst into applause as soon as Patricia stepped in, waving and smiling at the cameras. But then, she glanced behind. Lastly, the fourth person walked in. But this time, the reaction of the crowd was completely different. The last person was none other than Axel Hunt, the Seeker of Hogwarts. Chapter 121, Chaos at the Interview. "What the? He really is here. It's Hunt. Holy shit!" Shocked exclamations rang out, before a tremendous cheer arose from the crowd gathered behind. "Witches and wizards, Axel Hunt is here. I repeat, Axel Hunt is here. I can't believe it. Despite all odds, Axel Hunt has actually walked into the meeting ceremony. Does this mean that he is back? We're going to find out now. Everyone, it seems that Axel Hunt's participation is confirmed. Breaking news. Is this the return of the unseen prodigy?" Amidst the exclamation and celebration of the crowd, the reporters began announcing the shocking news of Axel's return, and numerous questions were suddenly thrown at him. "Axel, are you really going to be playing the match? Mr. Hunt, you're here. Does this mean that you're back to playing Quidditch? Axel, you announced your retirement not long ago. Can we assume that those words were just a farce? Mr. Axel, is your participation in the next match confirmed, or is this just a way to get more traction for the event?" All types of questions were being asked from Axel. Meanwhile, the rest of the participants were completely ignored. Everyone could see it. The moment Axel walked in, the meeting ceremony had become a one-man show. And it wasn't a surprise. Axel Hunt is currently the most popular person in the whole wizarding world, and anything related to him has a very high chance of going viral. And right now, it's the first, and probably the last time they actually have him at a meeting ceremony. Right now, they have a chance to actually interview the all-reclusive Axel Hunt. The implications ran far deeper than what they appear. Until now, Axel has been agonizingly quiet about himself. The whole world is hungry for any drop of news related to him. And at this moment, he is at the meeting ceremony, meaning they can actually ask him any question they want. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime scoop. No matter what, everyone was thrilled to see him there. Well, almost everyone. What the hell is he doing? Standing in the middle of the crowd that was going bonkers over Axel's participation, Daphne glared at the guy who had casually walked into the stage with his hands in his pockets. His whole vibe was just completely different. The rest of the participants looked like they were honored to be there. Their faces indicated they knew how big a deal it was to be able to participate in such an event. Axel, on the other hand, he still had the same bored expression on his face as he came to take his seat beside Dumbledore at the table. Feel honored to be in my presence instead. That's what his casual look seemed to say. Why? Muttered Daphne, her nails digging into her palms. She couldn't understand why the guy would risk coming back for this match. Right now, the Mahout Okoro team was out for his blood. And what does he do? He participates in the match against their team that is set in the most Quidditch format, all but giving them a perfect opportunity to freely take revenge. She could already see the captain of the Mahout Okoro team giving Axel a death stare. What was he thinking? Daphne sighed, recalling her encounter with him yesterday. She had been on her way to attend her next class, trying not to think about Axel Hunt, when, out of nowhere, she was suddenly dragged into a broom closet. Her instinct had kicked in as she was about to launch a kick into her assailant's balls while drawing her wand. But... it's me. The low voice made her freeze completely. There was no way she couldn't recognize it. The tip of a wand lit up the dark room, and she found herself face to face with the guy who was the center of discussion everywhere, Axel Hunt. What do you want? She demanded, drawing her wand as she backed up against the door. She was suddenly feeling incomprehensibly flustered. What I want? Axel stepped closer, ignoring her wand. I want a lot of things. But right now, I'm just here to invite you, he said, looking into her eyes. Invite me? Where? Asked Daphne as she brandished her wand, causing it to poking right into Axel's gut. Right where he has those abs. Daphne's thoughts weren't helping her at all. Axel shrugged. Meeting ceremony. Don't miss it, he spoke, his face uncommonly close to hers. Wait, the meeting ceremony? Why do I need to go? Hey. Daphne tried to get more information, but Axel was already gone, leaving her in the dark room with her heart racing. So of course, after that incident, she couldn't really miss this event, could she? After all, it was all she could think about since their meeting. She wondered why he'd invite her to the event. And she'd hoped it didn't mean what she thought it meant. But, what she had feared did end up happening. Hunt, he was indeed participating in this match. What the fuck are you thinking? She murmured, looking at the guy who was currently being asked hundreds of questions by the reporters. Axel's eyes met Daphne's, who was currently glaring at him, and a small smile surfaced his face. You're here, he thought. That means he can now get on with it. Axel, please answer. Axel, the whole wizarding world wants to know. Are you back? Mr. Hunt. Axel. Axel. Axel raised his hand, and as if he had cast a spell, the wild and rowdy crowd actually did go silent. In the ensuing silence, Axel slowly leaned forward to speak into the mic. Well, he said, looking at everyone nonchalantly. I'll be playing the next match. Boom. That's all he said, before the crowd burst into a thunderous cheer. Breaking news. Axel Hunt just confirmed his return, I repeat, Axel Hunt had just confirmed his return. Everyone, he has returned. Axel Hunt will be playing the next match. I cannot believe it. We will see the prodigy playing once again. Everyone, please calm down. Dumbledore spoke up at this moment, causing the noise to lessen. Please ask the question in the designated order of the participants' arrival. And only ask one question at a time. There was a designated order in which the reporters were supposed to ask questions. They were supposed to individually question each participant, so that no one is left out. According to the order, the person they were supposed to ask the questions first was Azuma Takeshi, the captain of the Mahout Okoro team, and Axel was supposed to be the last. But after Axel's arrival, all that had gone to shit. But now that Axel's participation had been confirmed, they were willing to wait and save Axel for last. Mr. Takeshi, what are your thoughts on Axel's participation in the next match? Asked one of the reporters to Azuma Takeshi, who was sitting at the Mahout Okoro table with his arms folded. That lowlife? I just hope he doesn't go back on his word, said Takeshi, looking at Axel with a vicious smirk on his face. Are you not intimidated by his skills and talent? Takeshi looked surprised. Of course not. His skills can only take him so far. In the unrestricted format, we're going to destroy him. Mr. Takeshi, is it true that you have a grudge against Axel due to his involvement with Akiko Matsushima? Takeshi's face hardened. No, it's not really a grudge, it's more of a conflict. Given his reputation, it is clear that Axel Hunt is a scum who tries to go after girls with powerful backgrounds. This, it's not acceptable for such a person to associate with our best student. I've tried warning him straightforwardly but it did not work. So, I've decided to solve this with Quidditch, he said as he looked at Axel. Axel Hunt, I challenge you. If we win the next game, you will no longer attempt to have any contact with Akiko Matsushima, he said, causing a commotion in the crowd. Accept it. Someone yelled. Yet. Accept it. Accept it. Accept it. The cameras all turned to Axel, to capture his reaction, but Axel only sat in his seat, not even sparing a glance to Takeshi. He looked bored. The reporters asked Takeshi a few more questions before it was Endo Yuji's turn. Mr. Yuji, as the Seeker of Mahout Okoro, you're going to be facing Axel Hunt, the so-called best Seeker in normal format. Do you feel pressured? Yuji smiled his charming smile. Not at all. I'll acknowledge that Axel is skilled at normal Quidditch. But, we're allowed to use magic. And that changes everything, he said, as a gust of wind blew across the hall with a seal of his hands. Endo. 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 The Mahout Okoro students cheered for Endo, who waved his hand at them in acknowledgement. Endo, the word out there is that you are very fast. How would you compare yourself with Axel? Endo laughed. You'll see on the day of the match. Endo appeared quite composed as he answered every question professionally in the incoming minute. Until. Mr. Endo. You had not been shy about your crush on Martina Valentino. What would you say to her recent engagement with your opponent? The smile on Endo Yuji's face vanished. This had actually hit a nerve. Yuji's eyes strayed towards the beautiful Martina Valentino, and found her looking at Axel even now. Well, I don't think he deserves her. That's all Yuji said. Next was Patricia's turn. Miss Afonso, how do you feel about the return of your star player? Patricia smiled. Of course I'm thrilled to have Axel back, but please do not misunderstand. He's only back for one match, she said, surprising everyone. Miss Afonso, as the captain of Team Hogwarts, how are your preparations for the match? Patricia smiled. We're giving it our all. It's been a great learning opportunity. But Patricia, is it true that Axel Hunt never trains with the rest of the team? Patricia cast a faux annoyed look at Axel. Axel? He has always done his own thing. This person only calls me captain to mock me, she said, playfully slapping Axel's shoulder. Miss Afonso, you and Axel are quite close, as evidenced by your big speech in his defense in the previous match. Is there a romantic relationship between you two? Patricia paused at that one. Even though Axel sat casually beside her, she could feel her body tense up in warning. She knew that she couldn't play around on this, so she just smiled. I wish. Too bad he's already engaged, she said, looking at Axel with a pout. I'd say Martina is one lucky girl, she commented, making the crowd to holler. Patricia, since Mahout Okoro's magic is more oriented towards magic, they have the advantage. Knowing that, how confident are you about this match? Patricia looked at Axel. I trust my teammates. And I believe we will win, she said, causing the Hogwarts students to burst into cheers. After a few more questions, it was finally Axel's turn. Something everyone had been waiting for. Mr. Hunt, is it true that you've only returned for one match? Axel, what made you change your mind about your withdrawal? Axel, you didn't used to like giving interviews, so why are you here now? Axel. Mr. Hunt. On Axel's turn, the reporters once again forgot all the rules and began bombarding him with questions. Axel looked at the huge crowd, and the hundreds of cameras currently pointed at him with an apathetically relaxed expression. You could never tell from his casual demeanor that the whole wizarding world was currently watching him. Raising his hand, he once again silenced the crowd. One question at a time, he spoke. Dumbledore nodded at that. Mr. Hunt is right. Please follow the order in asking questions. Mr. Hunt is not going to disappear, he said mirthfully. Axel answered the very first question he was asked. First of all, I haven't returned or anything. I'm only playing the next match due to personal reasons, he spoke, causing disappointed murmurs to spread across the hall. And what are these personal reasons? Would you please share with us? The wizarding world would like to know. Someone asked. Axel looked at the reporter in a deadpan. No, I won't. Those reasons are called personal for a reason, you moron, he replied, causing laughter to erupt in the hall. Everyone was once again reminded, Savage Hunt doesn't forgive wrong questions. Axel, you're known to be quite a private person. You've never opened up to the reporters before. Then why did you agree to attend this interview? Someone asked, causing the noise to subside. Axel leaned forward to answer this one. Due to my silence, the world has invented false information about me according to its own convenience. I've never really cared about what others say about me, but now it's causing me trouble. Mr. Hunt, what are your thoughts about the challenge that was just issued by the captain of the Mahout Okoro team? Well, I'm not accepting it, said Axel simply. But why is that, Mr. Hunt? According to public knowledge, you're not intimidated to receive a challenge even from someone like the heir to the Mikhailov family. Then why are you denying now? Axel rolled his eyes as he pointed one finger at Takeshi. Because, this guy has nothing I would want in return. It's useless even if I win. He's simply not worth my attention. Boom. Oh. Even the audience felt that burn. Takeshi's face turned red from anger. As a direct descendant of the great Takeshi clan and wielder of lightning affinity, he has never suffered such humiliation before. And Mr. Hunt, what would you say to Endo Yuji's claim that you do not deserve to be engaged to Martina? Axel shrugged. Well, I wouldn't know. After all, I was never engaged to her in the first place, he said, causing the start of the chaos. Chapter 122, Axel Hunt, the Unsung Hero. Well, I wouldn't know. After all, I was never engaged to Martina in the first place, said Axel, causing chaos to suddenly erupt in the hall. Wait, what? Did I hear that right? What the fuck does he mean by that? Never engaged with Martina? Is he under a spell or something? How can he not be engaged? Everyone was absolutely flabbergasted by this piece of news that came out of the left field. What was Axel saying? That he was never engaged. It was so absurd that most of the people thought that he was on dope or something. He's actually doing it. Daphne could not believe it. She wondered if he had gone mad or something. She had wanted to believe him, of course, when he said he wasn't engaged, but she didn't to raise her hopes for nothing. But right now, he's actually announcing it to the world. Could there still be any doubt? But, why? That's all she could wonder. Why was someone like Hunt going so far? Why would he renounce the engagement with a girl like Martina? And why would he invite her personally? Why would he go so far for someone like her? And, why was she feeling such overwhelming relief right now? Daphne didn't know why, but a crystal clear tear slipped out of her eyes, appearing quite contrasting at her cold face. She felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her chest. Meanwhile, the reporters once again couldn't wait for their turn as they began firing questions once again, only increasing the chaos. Patricia had a blank look on her face, as if trying to ascertain whether she heard what she heard. Even Dumbledore also turned to regard Axel with some astonishment. Mr. Hunt, what did you mean by that? Can you please elaborate? Asked one of reporters. Axel, the whole world knows that you are engaged to Martina Valentino. Why are you denying it now? Fired another. Mr. Hunt, did you perhaps mean that you are no longer engaged to Martina? Does that mean that your engagement is broken? Axel. Mr. Hunt. And amidst all this chaos, Axel sat nonchalantly in his seat. No, you heard it right. I was never engaged to Martina. I was just used as a shield to block off the proposal of the Mikhailov family, he explained to the staggered crowd, causing more mayhem. Breaking news. Axel Hunt has just claimed that his engagement with Martina was false. I repeat. Witches and wizards, we have another shocking revelation. What am I hearing? Axel Hunt is actually not engaged to Martina. Mr. Hunt, is your claim really true? If yes, then why are you only revealing it now? Axel, is it possible that you were threatened into silence by the Valentino family? Mr. Hunt. Axel. The hall was once again plunged into chaos. Dumbledore had to step in yet again to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. Reporters, it would be much appreciated if you follow the rules, he said into the mic. Only then did some semblance of order return to the place. Axel shook his head as he answered the questions. I was not threatened into silence. I just didn't really care at that time. But as I said, it's causing me problems now, so I'm clearing things up. That's all, he said with a shrug. Oh, while I'm at it, I'd also like to make it clear that I don't have romantic relations with any of the girls who've been mentioned with me. I don't really care about my image, but don't damage their reputations just for petty gossip, he said, surprising everyone once again. What the hell? Axel Hunt, who has been known to have relations with several high-profile girls, is actually claiming that all that news was false. It would completely change a lot of things. Mr. Hunt, does that include Miss Akiko Matsushima? If yes, then does that mean that the students of Mahout Okoro have been angry at you for no reason? Axel rolled his eyes. Of course. But I would still crush some annoying bugs for her at the match, he said, glancing at Takeshi. She doesn't appreciate delusional weaklings bothering her. Oh. The students of Hogwarts cheered while the students of Mahout Okoro got even more angry at Axel. Asuma Takeshi got so angry that he stood up from his chair. You scum! Who are you calling delusional? Axel looked at Takeshi in confusion. Who were you again? He asked, causing an eruption of laughter from Hogwarts students. From beginning to end, Axel has treated Takeshi like air, and it was absolutely hilarious. The veins on Takeshi's forehead bulged due to extreme anger. You're done for, he declared, before he began forming hand seals. But before he could succeed, he fell unconscious, courtesy of Principal Yamazaki, who was sitting right beside him. You are an embarrassment, said Yamazaki, shaking his head. The questioning continued while Takeshi was escorted out. Mr. Hunt, but why did you go along with it? Axel looked at the reporter. You want a war between the Valentino family and Mikhailov family? He asked, causing the reporter to quickly shake his head in denial. Me neither. That's why I went along with it. Besides, Martina is my friend and I was also appropriately compensated. Can we talk about something else now? That was an unintentional bomb, but a bomb still. To avoid the war. The reporters were quick to realize the implications. Mr. Hunt, are you saying that you were used as a fake fiancé in order to avoid the proposal from the Mikhailov family? Axel clicked his tongue. It's really difficult. No matter what answer he gives, they will only interpret it however they like. So he just shrugged. No comment. One more question, Mr. Hunt. Are you not disappointed that the engagement is not real? Asked a daring reporter. Axel's fake engagement was too big a topic to be glossed over just like that. No, I haven't thought about it. I'm 13. Let me live a little, said Axel with some annoyance. The reporters hesitated to ask the next question. Because none of them wanted to let this topic go, but they were afraid to anger Savage Hunt. Though, one of the reporters seemed to have a lot of courage, or foolishness, as he asked the question in the rudest way possible. But Axel, as you just said, you were used as a shield to block off potential suitors. You even fought off the heir to the Mikhailov family for Martina. Then why is it that the engagement between the two of you can't be real and you are just a shield? He asked, causing murmurs to spread into the crowd. Axel frowned. This was getting annoying. As I said, Martina is a friend. I was just helping her. It is also none of your business. Next. He said, scheming over the question. He would have done more, of course, but he was sitting right beside Dumbledore right now, representing Hogwarts to the whole world. Some restraint has to be exercised. But, before the next reporter could ask his question, the same reporter spoke up again. But Mr. Hunt, my question is, why are you guys only friends? Is it because of your low background, or is it because you already have someone else you like? He asked, causing everyone to be alarmed by his question. Discussion spread everywhere, and everyone watched with bated breath what would happen next. The reporter even had the nerve to smirk at Axel, knowing that the question would be difficult to answer. Axel's face went blank for a moment as he looked at the reporter with a neutral expression. His expression literally seemed to say, you actually wanna die? Fine, I'll help you. Screw restraint, thought Axel. The man was clearly trying to mess with him. And if Axel let him get away with it, it would only cause more reporters to get adventurous. The hall suddenly went quiet as everyone looked at Axel. At this moment, everyone at the hall just knew, the reporter fucked up. You wanna know about my love life? Asked Axel, looking at the reporter with a raised eyebrow. He leaned forward to speak into the mic. Then go ask your wife. I'm sure she knows. Oh. The students began making noise and all the cameras suddenly pointed at the victim reporter, who looked like he had just licked a sour lemon. Savage Hunt. Ha 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 ha. He really destroyed the guy. Damn, this guy is not scared of anything. Dumbledore is sitting right there. Yet, even after getting cancelled, he still doesn't give a damn to the rules. Meanwhile, the victim reporter, who realized that he had forever become the butt of a never-ending joke, couldn't control his anger. Especially because his wife was actually a crazy fan of Hunt. That's the reason he was harsh in his questions. He wanted to embarrass Hunt in front of his wife. You little bastard! The reporter murmured in a low voice, drawing his wand. Bombarda! He actually fired a blasting spell straight at Axel. Boom! A shield appeared in front of Axel, blocking the spell, but the pandemonium spread into the hall. Oh Merlin! Witches and wizards, a destructive spell was just fired in the meeting ceremony. Did you guys see that? That's the second time Hunt angered someone to the point of hexing. Audience, it was to be said that Savage Hunt has one bloody poisonous mouth on him, and he has the balls of dragon hide. Saying what he said in front of the whole world, the controversies related to this are going to be endless. Viewers, there it is, the controversial Hunt. In the meeting ceremony, representing Hogwarts in front of the whole wizarding world, Axel Hunt has destroyed the rude reporter. But, the true savagery lies in the fact that he can actually get away with it. If people made a fuss, Hunt might just withdraw from the next and leave us blue-balled yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing event this has been. In just a few minutes, Hunt managed to provoke people to the point of using magic, rejected a serious challenge, and nonchalantly made jaw-dropping revaluations that we are still having difficulty comprehending. Truly, coming all the way here has been absolutely worth it. Overall, the place was a mess. The reporters were speaking non-stop, the assailing reporter was being apprehended, and the students had gotten completely rowdy. Fights were breaking out here and there. In such an out-of-control situation, Dumbledore stood up, looking as if everything was under control. Everyone, I think that concludes the meeting ceremony. It was definitely eventful. Thank you all for joining, and I hope you are eager for the match. He said jovially. And like that, the meeting ceremony came to an end. Though, even if the event had ended, but the implications had only just begun. Axel Hunt had gone and done so much in a single meeting ceremony. And now, the world had to slowly process it. First of all, he was actually going to be playing the next match. Only this confirmation was enough to cause massive waves in the wizarding world. People all over the world were now looking forward to the Hogwarts vs Mahout Okoro match to see Axel play. But that was not all. The news about Axel's fake engagement came out as an even bigger surprise to the world. It had become a topic of massive debate and discussion, with various people putting forward their own views on the matter. And this article was the most viral. Axel Hunt, the Shield. Dear readers, as everyone is aware, Axel Hunt's engagement with the Princess of the Valentino Empire has been a controversial subject. The beautiful and rich Martina Valentino has been considered the dream girl among young men all over the world. And when such a girl was engaged to someone like Axel Hunt with no family background, it seemed like an event straight out of a fairy tale. Due to this, Hunt has had to face the jealousy and hatred of the whole young wizarding population. And now, it has been revealed that the engagement was actually fake all along. Axel Hunt was just used as a shield by the Valentino family to ward off the engagement offer from the Mikhailov family and also prevent a war. While the young men all over the world are celebrating the single of their dream girl Martina Valentino, we try to look at things from Hunt's perspective. There's no question that being engaged to Martina is like a dream come true. But Axel had to go through that dream, while knowing that it would never actually come true. The ideal girl was so close to him, and yet so far. He silently took the jealousy and hatred of young men all over the world while knowing that revealing the truth might actually start a war. And that would have been disastrous. The Valentino family and Mikhailov family. There are very few superpowers in the world that match the might to these two behemoths. And a clash between these two would have been absolutely calamitous. Thankfully, during this time, due to some mysterious circumstances, there has been a change in the leadership of the Mikhailov family, and the new leader is actually much better. Thus, a full-on war has been avoided. It has to be noted that this might not be possible without Hunt's contribution. So, while the young men all over the world are celebrating his loss and gloating over his misfortune, we would like to celebrate the unsung hero who prevented what could have been the biggest wizarding war of the century. The next morning, sitting at the breakfast table, Axel blinked his eyes in bewilderment as he read this absurd article. The fuck is this bullshit? He asked. Theodore looked at him in confusion. You don't know? You've become the tragic hero who prevented a war. Articles and videos like this are currently trending everywhere. The Valentino family has confirmed what you said yesterday and thanked you for your help. Really? Theodore deadpanned. Mate, look around you. Axel looked around. As always, people were looking at him. But this time, he noticed a difference. Everyone's gaze was a lot friendlier, and for some reason, most of the girls were looking at him with this dreamy look mixed with pity that gave him goosebumps. Tracy looked at him with sympathy. Are you all right? You kept such a secret to yourself all this time. You could have at least told us. Axel raised an eyebrow. I don't understand. Why is everyone making a big deal out of this? Theodore shrugged. Well mate, you did fake your engagement. And the war didn't happen. Of course everyone would be grateful. Damn. Axel bit his tongue. In the interview, when asked why he had faked the engagement, giving the real reason, which was his wand, was not an option. So he had just lied that it was to prevent the war. That was all bullshit. Actually, he didn't give a shit whether the world was at war or not. He had just said it to dodge the question. In actuality, the war did not stop because of his engagement. The war actually stopped because Axel had killed the head of Mikhailov family. Chapter 123. The morning after Axel's interview. Sitting at the breakfast table, Axel blinked his eyes in bewilderment as he read this absurd article. The fuck is this bullshit? He asked. Theodore looked at him in confusion. You don't know? You've become the tragic hero who prevented a war. Articles and videos like this are currently trending everywhere. The Valentino family has confirmed what you said yesterday and thanked you for your help. Really? Theodore deadpanned. Mate, look around you. Axel looked around. As always, people were looking at him. But this time, he noticed a difference. Everyone's gaze was a lot friendlier, and for some reason, most of the girls were looking at him with this dreamy look mixed with pity that gave him goosebumps. Axel raised an eyebrow. I don't understand. Why are they making a big deal out of this? Theodore shrugged. Well, you fake your engagement. And the war didn't happen. Of course everyone would be grateful. Damn. Axel bit his tongue. In the interview, when asked why he had faked the engagement, giving the real reason, which was his wand, was not an option. So he had just lied that it was to prevent the war. In fact, he actually didn't give a shit whether the world was at war or not. He had just said it to dodge the question. The war did not stop because of his engagement. The war actually stopped, because Axel had killed the head of Mikhailov family. Sitting in the Great Hall, Axel was at a loss of words. Should he be clearing this misunderstanding? He felt like it would be worth it just to get rid of the weird looks he was getting from the girls. It was starting to creep him out. Tracy had a worried look on her face. Though, now that it's been revealed that Axel had been fooling the Mikhailov family, wouldn't they try to get even? She asked. Theodore shook his head. The new leader is much more easygoing. So it's safe to reveal it now. Tracy was confused. But how did this happen? Aren't leadership changes like this quite bloody and violent? How come we never heard of it? Theodore was also at a loss. It's quite a mystery. No one knows what actually happened, but one day the previous leader just died and it was announced that his brother had overtaken the position. From then on, the Mikhailov family slowly started shutting down all of their shady businesses and started new ones. Axel, you're involved in all this, right? Do you happen to know how this happened? Asked Tracy, turning to Axel. For a moment, Axel was at a loss of words. But then he just shook his head innocently. I have no idea. He lied. Of course, he had a pretty good idea what had happened. After all, he was the main cause of all the changes. Though it wasn't something he could say openly, could he? In the first place, he hadn't even intended to interfere more between the Valentinos and the Mikhailovs. But the extenuating circumstances forced him to step in. Axel recalled what had happened. Flashback. In the territory of the Mikhailovs, Axel looked at the place from a distance. He wanted no extra trouble. He just wanted to loot as much as they could and leave. He just wanted to get the resources to bring Daphne's memories back and also dish out a little payback while at it for revealing his identity to the world. Of course, things didn't go as he had planned. There are some things that you just can't avoid. Axel made his way to the main castle at top speed. But on his way, when he looked at the situation around him, his footsteps unwittingly slowed down. There were people here. An awful lot of them. This place was the place of residence of the Mikhailovs. So, only the most important businesses were situated here. But then, why would they keep so many witches and wizards here? It didn't make sense. So, Axel checked the memories he got from Maximilian. But the part of the memories he had managed to get from Maximilian didn't have much information on this. Only when he read the minds of a few of the people here did he understand. Muggles. Or more precisely, Muggle slaves. All these people. They had been kidnapped from the Muggle world and made into slaves, forced to work here under horrible conditions. Looking at their conditions, even Axel had to frown. But, this was just the beginning. As Axel began to make his way deeper into the Mikhailov territory and read a few more minds, things only got worse. Turns out, the Mikhailovs were experts at acquiring and training slaves. To the point that they were the world's biggest slave trader. There were various categories available here. Working slaves, sex slaves, warrior slaves, wizards, healers, podiwaners, you name it. And they weren't only used here. They were traded all over the world. Not only that, there are children as well. Axel's fists clenched. It's not like he wanted to take down one of the biggest syndicates in the world. It's just that he began to feel that, it would be nice if this stopped. Really? He really didn't want to get involved. Shaking his head, he made his way deeper into the place. The palace was quite huge and grandiose, which was not a surprise, but it did make it more difficult for Axel to maneuver around the place. His current thoughts were to find the people at high positions as he would be able to extract the desired intel from them. Reading the minds of some of the slave drivers, he understood the gist of the situation. Currently, all this hubbub is because the Mikhailov family is in a state of war. Due to that, the security has been tightened and preparations are being made for a war against the Valentino family. Hence the huge amount of slaves. Nothing affected Axel though. He only needed to look for Andrei Mikhailov, the head of the Mikhailov family, and read his mind to get the location of the treasury. But thinking is easier than implementing. The place was huge and Axel ended up wandering around without finding any higher-ups in the place. Only after a while did he find out that the higher-ups of the family are currently in a meeting related to war plans. In a room with an extremely luxurious interior, around a dozen men and women were present, in the middle of an extremely serious discussion. This is the high table of the Mikhailov family, the leader of the Russian syndicate, and only the most important members were allowed to attend this meeting. Damn these Atlantians! Hiding this kind of technology! Muttered one of the members. The rest seemed to agree with the sentiment. Well, it's all right as long as we are allied, isn't it? Said another person. It is decided then. We will proceed with this plan, declared Andrei Mikhailov, the head of the Mikhailov family. Contact Kraken. And with that, the Mikhailov family had finalized their plan to deal with the Valentinos. But, not everyone was satisfied with the decision. Wait a minute, brother. Interrupted Sergei, Andrei's brother. Is this your plan? Blowing up the whole Valentino territory with an Atlantean bomb? He asked incredulously. Andrei looked askance at his brother. Yeah. That sums it up, he answered casually. Andrei. This is beyond sinister. Even for you. I will not support this plan. Exclaimed Sergei, banging his fists on the table as he stood up. Andrei rolled his eyes at his brother. Come on, my bratan. It's a small price to pay if we can get rid of the Valentino family. This is a one-time opportunity. Sergei immediately shook his head in complete denial. Killing so many just to get to the Valentino family? Have you gone mad? Not to mention the price we'll have to pay for it. Andrei, I've been letting you do as you please for so long. But I can't let you do this, said Sergei resolutely. His brother was once again crossing all boundaries this time. Andrei scoffed. Oh? Listening to you, people would almost believe you had a say in the matter, said Andrei, drawing a few chuckles from around the table. At that, Sergei pressed his lips into a line, but couldn't refute. That was true. His influence in this family has already fallen quite low and rarely anyone ever opposes Andrei. This is madness. Why doesn't anyone say something? Demanded Sergei, looking around the table. The gazes that were returned to him varied from contempt and mockery to empathy and even sympathy. But as expected, No one spoke anything. Because everyone at this table was either on Andrei's side, or didn't want to be on his opposing side. Even though he already didn't expect much, Sergei was quite disappointed with the response of certain people. Bogdan? Anton? Anatoly? Say something. Nina? You too. He said, looking at his wife. Bogdan and Anton were good people, but with little power, so they only gave Sergei helpless looks. His wife, Nina, held significant power here, coming from an influential Russian family herself. So he expected a bit more support from her. But his wife only shook her head, as if tired. Stop it already, Sergei. You're embarrassing yourself. Sergei looked at his wife, hurt. Granted they weren't too close since their marriage was political, but they had still treated each other with courtesy until now. Sergei's anger surged. This is not happening on my watch. Andrei got serious, dropping his playful demeanor. The air around him changed as he leaned forward. Are you rebelling? You ungrateful fucker, do you realize that you have no power here? I can kick you out of the family right now. Sergei paused at that, but then made his resolution. Then do it. Kick me out of the family, Andrei. I can't be a part of this anymore. It's not like he hadn't already thought about leaving 100 times. But he had held himself back because he had been trying his best to somewhat reduce the amount of evil the Mikhailov family had been doing. But what's the point of staying now? After today, he's going to have no say in any matter. Andrei glared at his brother, finally showing his anger for the first time. You wanna leave? Then leave. No one wants you here anyway. I have tolerated your whining, I tolerated your weak-minded behavior, I was even generous enough to make the conditions of the slaves better on your behalf. I let you be a part of this family, even though everyone knows you don't belong. Just because you are my brother, do you think you can do anything? Andrei leaned forward. Let me make it clear. You are nothing without me, Sergei. We've thoroughly pissed the Valentinos. Erasing them is important now. And if you really want to betray the family, and oppose my decision, then fuck off. You're no longer a part of this family. Sergei didn't say anything. He only looked at his wife. Nina, get Lev. We're leaving, he said, moving towards the exit. Lev was the name of their only son. He felt sorry for dragging his wife and son into this, but he couldn't bear to be a part of this evil family anymore. Sergei had already reached the door. Though, his wife Nina didn't budge from her seat. Nina? He asked, feeling something amiss. Nina still didn't move, only looking at him with contempt. A strange atmosphere settled into the meeting room. Andrei began to chuckle. It has already come to this, hey. He muttered, shaking his head. Brother, looks like your wife won't be leaving with you, he said, and many of the members around the table began to smirk at him. Sergei looked at his wife incomprehensibly. Nina. You. Sergei sputtered. He couldn't understand why his wife would stay with the family if he was not going to be there. Andrei got up from his chair and walked behind Nina's chair. It's all right, and you can tell him everything, he said, putting his hands over Nina's chair. Nina looked back at her husband. I'm not going, Sergei. Sergei looked stunned. What? Why? Nina looked away from him, but her resolve was still firm. I'm staying because Lev is the next successor of this family, she said, drawing exclamations from everyone in the room. But Andrei merely nodded to affirm Nina's outrageous claim. You heard her. Lev is now my successor. Sergei was stunned to hear that. He couldn't understand what was going on. He could no longer process what was going on here. How? He stammered. Andrei was the head of the family. So of course, the successor was also going to be his direct descendant. How can Andrei declare Sergei's son the successor? Andrei nodded at his Sergei. Well brother, you've raised Lev well. He's far more capable than my other sons. So, I'm thinking of making him my successor. It's not official yet since everyone thinks you're the father, but I'll make it official soon. What did you say? Suddenly, Sergei got a very bad premonition. But Andrei just chuckled as he nodded. Yep, you're not Lev's father, Sergei. You're actually his uncle, he said with a benign smile as he kissed Nina in front of everyone. Well, what a mess, muttered Axel, skulking through the cloisters of the huge castle. He had been spying on the meeting, And, putting aside all the messy drama that took place, the things he learned definitely made him serious. Things are real here, he thought, his plans shifting drastically. The Valentino family and the Mikhailov family. The two are one of the most powerful forces of the world. Both are giants who have had plans to swallow each other for a long time. But they have always avoided confrontation because both are equally matched and one side can't win without getting equal damage from the other. That's why Axel wasn't much concerned about the whole war thingy. Even if a war starts, nothing major would happen immediately. It would be more on the level of small skirmishes and political warfare. But if through some supernatural power, one can directly erase the other in one fell swoop, that is like a delicious pie that fell from the sky for the Mikhailovs. Axel, along with the Valentinos, had never considered that possibility, and that's why he wasn't particularly concerned about the matters between the two families. But it seems that this unrealistic case is actually going to happen. The Kraken is going to provide the Mikhailovs with a technology that could make that possible. That's why Axel can no longer be a bystander. He has changed his plans according to the situation. Reaching his destination, Axel looked at a particularly eye-catching pair of gilded double doors. These actually led to the room of the owner of this place, Andrei Mikhailov. But unfortunately, the door was guarded by Andrei's men, preventing access. Without any delay, Axel got into action. In front of the fancy doors, a silencing ward spread out in the area, after which the guards quickly fell one after another. Only after that did Axel become visible, covered from head to toe in a dark attire. Raising his hand, he casually knocked on the doors. Chapter 124. Raising his hand, he casually knocked on the doors. "Fuck off," was all heard from inside, spoken in Russian. "Well, I tried to be civil." Shrugging, Axel broke through the enchantments and kicked the door open. This is not too much for a master thief. Entering the door, his eyes zeroed into Andrei Mikhailov, who was sitting on the edge of a particularly huge bed while the Sergei's bitchy wife was kneeling on the floor, sucking his member. The adulterous couple were, no doubt, shocked to see the masked Axel enter the room covered in his dark attire. Nina screamed while Andrei tried to reach for his wand while cursing. Though, Axel only tilted his head. "You're a small man, Andrei." He couldn't help but comment before he stunned the pair before they could put up any resistance. Walking over, Axel grabbed Andrei's head and used legilimency. This bastard has had contacts with the Kraken. Axel prioritized finding about that above finding the resources he came here to find. The mind of the leader of a syndicate as big as the Mikhailov family was a surprisingly difficult thing to do. The amount of protection this guy had on his head was nothing to scoff at, even according to the system's standards. Still, Axel managed to succeed after putting in some serious effort. As soon as Axel got into the man's head, he knew where his son Maximilian got all his craziness from. The things this guy has done and his thoughts are so twisted that Axel immediately wanted to get out. But of course, Axel still ruthlessly dug deeper, not caring if he damaged the guy's head in the process. While searching, Axel came to realize that, even though he had always been evil, Andrei still used to be a lot more restrained in the past. Wielding too much power has caused him to slowly push past all the boundaries and unleash his true nature after realizing that he can get away with it. Now it has gotten to the point that he has so many illegal businesses and no one can actually stop him anymore. Finally getting to the part about the Kraken, Axel found himself majorly disappointed. There was nothing useful. All he found out was that the Kraken was planning a major move soon and they're recruiting manpower for that. The guy has basically zero information on them. All contacts were initiated in a way that the organization didn't reveal anything useful about themselves. In the end, Axel just decided to be content with the fact that his thieving mission was still a success as he got information on all the assets of the Mikhailov family and how to steal them. Quickly taking out his wand, Axel did something he had wanted to try out in a while. He put the wand on Andrei's temple and pulled, extracting a silvery white tendril of memory. But, he didn't stop there. Controlling the link, he started to roll the wand in his hand, causing the thread of memories to be pulled non-stop from Andrei's head and wrap around his wand. Silvery white cotton candy. Soon, all the memories were extracted and the memories wrapped around his wand looked like a shining silver cotton candy which Axel secured in a jar. With that done, he looked down at Russia's biggest mafia boss, thinking. What to do with him, he wondered. Ah, fuck it, his knife flashed, and Andrei's head separated from his body, causing a fountain of blood to spread out everywhere on the bed. He decided to kill the bastard here and now. Can anyone blame him? This guy is a certified psycho with too much power at his fingertips. He is hell-bent on destroying Martina's family, not to mention that Axel has thoroughly pissed him off by beating the shit out of his son at the Christmas party. Yep, Andrei Mikhailov is better off dead, consequences be damned. If allowed to live, this madman would definitely end up doing something that will make Axel regret letting him live. And thus, Andrei Mikhailov, the leader of the Russian mafia, died. Just like that. Sergei Mikhailov currently laid in a dirty cell with a lost look on his face. He had been kicked out of his family, then thrown into prison for betraying the family. His wife had cheated on him with his brother, and the son he had been raising for 10 years was not his son, but his nephew. The only reason he wasn't committing suicide was because he didn't want to die such a pathetic death. So laid there, wondering what to do now. But as he stared into the space, all sound suddenly ceased, followed by the guards quickly dropping one after another. The silencing ward was lifted and a figure clad in black appeared in front of Sergei. Focus returned to Sergei's dead eyes as he looked up at the figure. "Who are you?" he asked while sitting up. Ignoring the question, Axel crouched down to Sergei's eye level. Legilimens. Sergei's mind went blank for a moment as a foreign force suddenly tore through his defenses without any warnings. By the time he came to, the dark figure in front of him was already standing up again. Axel nodded his head to himself. "You'll do. Here, sign this," said Axel, throwing down a piece of parchment. Sergei read the contents and balked. "What is this?" It was detailed contract, with many clauses, but it basically went like this. Party A will free Party B and make him the new head of the Mikhailov family. In return, Party B will try their best to fulfill whatever demands Party A has. Sergei was quite gobsmacked by the ridiculous conditions written on the contract. "It's a simple contract. Just sign it and I'll make you ruler of this place. Make your decision quick." "I don't have time." Sergei began shaking his head. "This is like a slave contract. I cannot sign it without knowing you. Not to mention I don't believe you can even make me the ruler of this place." Saying so, he tried to return the contract back to Axel. "I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be wasting your time here. I appreciate your efforts, but please leave. The guards would be arriving soon." Axel was a bit exasperated by Sergei's words. He didn't have time for this. A severed head appeared in his hand. "Still don't believe me?" Sergei fell back on his butt as he stared at the head of his brother in horror. Is that real?" Undoing all the enchantments, Axel cut down the bars and let the head roll in. "Check for yourself. And now listen to your options. Sign the contract or die. If sign the contract, I'll kill all of Andrei's supporters and make you the de facto ruler and leave you to your job. Even if you're my slave, you can still do everything you've always wanted. You can free the slaves, stop all bad businesses, whatever. My demands won't be much, as my main goal was to kill that psycho before he destroyed half of Italy. On the other hand, if you do not accept the contract, well, I'll still get what I want and leave. When everyone realizes Andrei is dead, chaos will ensue as everyone fights to be the leader. You'll, of course, be killed by them since you are powerless and next in succession. So, what will be your choice?" Flashback end. So, this is what happened in Russia. Currently, Sergei Mikhailov is ruling the Mikhailov family. No doubt, signing the contract had been the best decision he has ever made in his life. He has been making subtle changes in every field of the family business, gradually shifting the Mikhailov family away from crime while also retaining its power so that other forces do not take over. Of course, peace had already been made with the Valentinos and two families won't be fighting anytime soon. After all, the Mikhailov godfather was Axel's slave. Axel? Axel. Axel realized that he had phased out for a moment, thinking about the events. "Yet? What were you saying?" he asked Theodore, who shook him out of his reverie. "I asked if you were not bothered by all the attention you're getting tonight. You look a bit out of it." Axel just shook his head. "Nah, I'm fine." He looked over at the Ravenclaw table, searching for Daphne. He found her sitting among a group of girls, both older and younger, all who quickly perked up upon seeing him looking over. But Daphne, on the other hand, seemed determined not to look at him. What's up with her? After losing all of her memories of him, through the combination of media gossips and rumors, she had gotten the impression that he was some womanizer having relations with multiple women. He had hoped he'd finally be able to be close to her now that he had cleared everything up to her, but clearly that did not seem to be the case right now. As he ate his breakfast, Axel realized that Daphne seemed to be getting really annoyed with something, after which, she just got up and stormed out of the Great Hall. Daphne Greengrass was feeling downright awful right now. First of all, she had no idea that the real reason for Axel's silence would be so complicated. She had simply thought that Axel was lying to her about his engagement being fake. Why else would he keep his silence to the whole world? But, she had no idea just how wrong she had been. His engagement with Martina was indeed fake. And the reason he had been silent about it was because it could have started a war. Now Daphne felt absolutely mortified to think he was just a scumbag who would go after rich girls. Though, that wasn't the only reason for her bad mood. Hey! I think he just looked here. Really? Oh no. Is my makeup all right? Get lost. As if he would be swayed by looks. That's true. Hey, Daphne, you used to be quite close to him, right? Any clue about what kind of girl he likes? Asked Cho Chang, bringing Daphne out of her brooding thoughts. Daphne frowned. This was the other thing that was bothering her. She's currently sitting among a group of Ravenclaw girls, both older and younger, and all of them can't stop talking about Axel. Ever since the interview, the amount of annoying flies targeting Axel had suddenly increased. It's not like he didn't used to attract a fair share of female attention before this, but now, the situation is worse. What in Merlin's name is up with you guys? Why are you all suddenly so interested in him? Daphne couldn't help but grumble. What's wrong with that? He's no longer engaged, isn't he? That means he's fair game, said one of the older girls, throwing a predatory look at Axel. I think it's understandable, said Penelope Clearwater, a fifth-year girl, analyzing the situation neutrally. Axel Hunt has always been popular among girls due to his looks and unique bad boy attitude. Also, being an athlete, he looks quite older for his age due to his physique. The only reason the girls had been keeping their distance from him was due his bad reputation and existing relationship with multiple high-profile girls. But now it's been revealed all of that were just rumors, she summarized. Though, even I don't understand why the difference is so huge, she said thoughtfully. Clearwater, not everything is numbers and logic, said one of the girls disdainfully. Yes, just think about it. We thought he was some womanizer who already has a fiancé. But turns out, he was only being used as a shield to block off another proposal. How tragic is that? It is, isn't it? He even went so far as to duel the heir of the Mikhailov family, and yet, he was only used as a shield. He didn't even tell anyone about it, even though he got the hatred of so many people. Such a guy. He's a keeper, isn't he? Yet. He might be broken, and damaged, but I'm sure I could fix him. Exactly. That was it. Daphne couldn't take it anymore. Getting up, she walked out of the Great Hall in a hurry. If she stayed any longer she might actually kill someone. Feeling incredibly gloomy, she was no longer in the mood to attend any classes. With nowhere to go, her feet ended up taking her to the only place she could find peace, the greenhouse. Those bitches! She fumed to herself. Daphne didn't know why, but she felt extremely uncomfortable when she heard those girls talking about Axel like that. It felt as if she had lost something that only belonged to her until now. Distressed, she once again went to the same place she always goes. The greenhouse. She inhaled deeply, breathing in the air of the greenhouse, mixed with the fragrance of different species of magical flora, and instantly felt much calmer. At this moment, the sound of a second pair of footsteps echoed in the greenhouse, causing her to look over. Her eyes widened as she involuntarily stepped back. What are you doing here? Chapter 125, Match Begins. Daphne looked at Axel, who suddenly appeared in front of her in alarm. This was the second time they had met like this out of nowhere, and the second time had nearly had her heart jump out of her throat. What are you doing here? She had blurted out in surprise. Daphne considered running away. She was in a bad mood right now. She was angry, mostly with herself. And confused. She had always considered Axel a scumbag and womanizer. But it turned out that she had only been making wrong assumptions. What I'm doing here? Axel looked at her with his hands inside pockets. Just, enjoying the greenery. What's that supposed to mean when you're only looking at me? Exclaimed Daphne in her mind. You saw the interview? Asked Axel, making Daphne roll her eyes. Is there anyone who didn't? Of course I saw it. Well. Axel looked at her intently, as if expecting something. Daphne started. What does he want? Axel rolled his eyes. Do you still remember the last time we were here? Daphne's eyes widened. The last time they were here, Axel had actually asked her to be his friend. But the stupid her, who still thought he was a scumbag going after multiple women, had rudely rejected him in a moment of fluster. She had even called him a scumbag to his face and ran. Now that she recalled the event, Daphne wanted to plant herself in the soil and die. She didn't think Axel would keep it in mind and even mention it now. I am really sorry. I was completely wrong about you. I feel terribly ashamed of myself. Daphne began apologizing, but Axel raised his hand with a frown, stopping her. The fuck are you doing? Daphne Greengrass is apologizing? Something is really wrong with you. Daphne looked at the guy in front of her in bewilderment. If he didn't want an apology, then why did he even mention it in the first place? Seeing her bewildered look, Axel sighed in annoyance. I just want to know if doing that was enough to clear away all your misunderstandings. Just to make it clear to you, I don't have that kind of relationship with any girl. And neither will I be free enough to have one in the foreseeable future, he said straightforwardly, putting his hands on her shoulders for emphasis. It was pretty important for Axel to clear things now. Or this girl might once again get needlessly hurt after misunderstanding. She hears more rumors. Daphne. Do you completely believe it now? Or do I need to have the girls talk to you? Martina, Akiko, Patricia, and others, whoever they are. They'd say the same. Get it? Daphne's eyes were shaking. Inexplicable emotions were running through her when she heard him say all that. She really hadn't been able to believe it. Even after the interview. She just didn't want to have hope, only to see it dashed when he ended up with someone else later. But right now, when she looked into his eyes, somehow, she could tell that whatever he was saying, it was all true. I believe it, she said in a small, shaky voice. But, why? She asked. Now, only one thing clouded her mind. Why? Why did it matter to her so much? Why was she so relieved right now? Why were tears running down her eyes, and, why the hell did he care enough to go so far for her? But when she tried to remember why, all she could get in return was emptiness and pain. Looking at the confused and crying Daphne, who had finally believed in him, for a moment, for the first time in a long while, Axel's face softened. He stepped closer and wrapped her in a hug. Why? He mumbled, his mouth very close to her ear. Because I don't want you to suffer because of me again. Just, don't try to think about it, that was all he could say for now. It was rare for Axel to even initiate physical contact, and completely inconceivable to actually hug someone on his own initiative. But this time, he did. He just felt really bad seeing her struggling with her memories and feelings all because of him. And somehow, it actually helped. As soon as she was embraced, Daphne froze. The pain and confusion she was feeling was suddenly gone, only leaving an incredible feeling of warmth and safety. Daphne felt blissful. Her body, which was all tense, slowly relaxed into Axel's embrace. Are you all right now? Asked Axel after a while. Daphne came to her senses as she realized that she was tightly hugging Axel right now with her face buried in his chest. And she barely knew him. Daphne panicked. I need to leave, she said, separating from him with extreme effort and hurrying to leave the place. Oi! Axel called out to her, making her stop. Can we be friends already? He asked in exasperation. I did a whole fucking interview for you. Even with her face burning, a smile came to her face as she shook her head. But then turned around and looked at the guy. Even though she couldn't remember it, she had heard that they used to be close. He's currently the most popular guy at Hogwarts while she's just another witch. Merlin knows what he even sees in her. But if that's what he wants, then... Fine, I'll be your friend. Saying so, she ran away. Axel watched her go, but did not stop her. He had made progress. He had cleared up all future misunderstandings with her. He shouldn't be too greedy. He can't just instantly have their old relation back. Besides, what can he even do after getting their friendship back? He can't really be seen together with her, not with the Kraken as his enemy. Days passed uneventfully at Hogwarts. But the atmosphere was volcanic. The anticipation for the Hogwarts vs Mahouto Koro match was almost palpable throughout the castle. And Axel couldn't go anywhere without having students of Hogwarts cheering for him left and right. The Magi Hive was also filled with discussion and speculations about the match, with each side having a lot of support. Axel was currently the most skilled Quidditch player in the world. He was skilled to the point that he could decide the outcome of the match by himself, no matter what. That is to say, if he were to play the Quidditch World Cup, he would win the Quidditch World Cup. And such a player had declared that this would be his last match. That's why, people from all over the world were eager to watch this last match. The day of the match. Slytherin changing room. The atmosphere in the room was quite heavy. The whole world was going to have their eyes on this match, and they were going to represent Hogwarts. The cheering of the audience was so loud that they could hear it even from the changing room. With such a situation, there was no way they wouldn't feel pressured. Everyone appeared nervous. Even Patricia didn't seem her usual confident self. Well, everyone except for a certain indifferent guy. "Aren't you nervous?" asked one of his teammates, attracting everyone's attention. Axel shrugged. "What's there to be nervous about? Why do you guys look so edgy?" he asked casually, putting on his gear. If they went out looking like this they would make him look bad. His teammates looked at him incredulously. You're asking us that after getting us into all this?" They were all speechless. Axel was the main reason they were all nervous. He was the one who won all the matches with overwhelming scores, causing them to have a match against another school. He is the one who displayed overwhelming skills, causing the schools to change the format to unrestricted so that Mahout Okoro would stand a chance against them. Then he pissed off more than half the students of Mahout Okoro, causing them to put together their most offensive team for the match. And, he is also the reason why such a huge number of audience is going to watch their match. And now, the guy himself, looking completely unconcerned, had the gall to ask why they were all nervous. Patricia raised her hand, calming down her teammates who were about to erupt. She just looked at Axel. "How confident are you?" That's all she inquired. Axel laughed as he took off his t-shirt in order to change into his jersey. His sculpted muscles were revealed, covered with various types of scars. It showed that he had been through far more than they could imagine. "I just need to think how much I have to hold back," he said, putting out his jersey which read Hogwarts 7. Hunt. Tension drained from Patricia's shoulders. She trusted him completely. If he said he was confident, then they were winning. She nodded at him. "We'll help you hold back as much as we can." Patricia turned to look at her teammates. "All right, you heard him. Leave the points to him. We would just handle the spell casting. We will be Axel's shield. I know I might not have picked up the best Quidditch players, but each of you are a capable witch or wizard. Let's show them that Hogwarts magic is not inferior to Mahout Okoro's magic." Yes. With that the whole team was fired up. Witches and wizards watching from all around the world. The day has finally arrived. Welcome to the most awaited match of the year. Cheers. I am international commentator Lee Jordan, and I have with me, the captains of English and Japanese Quidditch teams, Travis Davison and Jin Dai, who have graciously accepted our offer to commentate on this match. There was another applause for the two captains of the two international teams. The presence of the two players was a testament to the level of attention this match was garnering. "Thanks, Lee," said Travis. "But I have to say, it is instead our fortune to get the opportunity to spectate this match from here and express our views, right Jin?" said Travis enthusiastically. Jin, who had a dignified look and shaved head, nodded seriously. "You are right, Travis-san. I need to see him play in person." Of course, witches and wizards, the one Jin is referring to is none other than Hogwarts Seeker, Axel Hunt. Said Lee, drawing another, bigger cheer from the crowd. "Travis, I have to ask, and the viewers want to know, what are your thoughts about Hunt? He is currently being termed as the best seeker in the world. What do you have to say about that?" Travis chuckled. "Well, let me tell you Lee, the skills are very much real. You have to give credit where it is due. And in my whole professional Quidditch career, I have never seen anyone even remotely close to the boys' level. So, I don't care whether he is actually the best in the world or not. I only have this to say, Axel Hunt, the English team is going to hunt for you until you join us." "Oh. So that is what Mr. Davison has to say about Hunt. Axel, you better watch out. You might not be able to retire just yet." What do you guys think the outcome of today's match will be? Who will win? Well, this is where things get interesting, said Travis. In a normal format, my money would have definitely been on Hunt. But since this is the unrestricted format, that changes things. Hunt is in his second year, so we can't expect much magic from him. And to outfly Mahout Okoro while defending against their magic, the result is unpredictable. Axe or Hunt cannot win. We have power for magic, said Jin. So, those were the opinions of our two experts. But we can find out the result for ourselves. Let's call out the teams. First, representing Mahout Okoro School of Ninja and Ninjutsu, under the leadership of Captain Asuma Takeshi, Team Mahout Okoro. Under intense cheers, Team Mahout Okoro flew out from one corner, looking quite intimidating, which was not surprising since they were all ninjas. They all flew in a formation, with Takeshi in the middle, performing stunts for the audience. And now, the home team, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under the leadership of Captain Patricia Afonso, Team Slytherin. This time, the cheers were deafening. Everyone's eyes were transfixed on the entrance as one by one, the Slytherin players flew out, led by Patricia, and performed the tricks they had prepared. Too bad, the applause slowly died down. They couldn't see Axel among the players. Chapter 126, High Mobility Duel. Nope. Not doing it. Axel flatly rejected Patricia's request for making a showy entrance with everyone. Again. For the love of magic, why would the girl even think that Axel would take part in something like that? Patricia sighed, seeming not expecting much. Well, one can at least hope. You know, our fans would have been thrilled to see you make a flashy entrance, or show off some tricks. Axel deadpanned. Do I look like I care? Besides, they'll get plenty to watch when I destroy Mahout Okoro. At this moment, the commentators made the announcement, which was the cue for them to enter. Patricia clapped her hands. All right, everyone. Do the entrance as we planned. Axel, do whatever you want. With that they were off, wands in hands, with Patricia in leader. Axel shrugged, also about to enter, but he glanced behind and stopped. Why are you here? The one who revealed herself from the invisibility cloak was none other than Rose Potter, who was startled upon being discovered. How did you detect me? Axel clicked his tongue. You're too sloppy, that's how. And you still haven't answered why you're here, he reminded her, starting to walk out. It was time. Wait. Rose followed him. Are you sure you will be all right? Rose couldn't wrap her head around why Axel was playing this match. He was in second year for Merlin's sake. Even she, as a Gryffindor, wouldn't play in a match like this where those dangerous and angry ninjas are allowed magic. Axel smirked. So, you're worried about me? Is that it? Veins popped on Rose's forehead. Who's worried about you? Fine. Go ahead. Why did I even bother? She exclaimed, stomping away. Axel nodded his head. This was a bit fun. Hey, he called out, making her stop. Just watch. I'll show you how to truly fly, he said, making her widen her eyes. With that, he was off. Outside, the stadium, which had been extended to international standards, was fully packed. A mix of wizards and shinobis had filled the place till the last person. Various banners could be seen waving in the stands in support of both teams. Right now, whether it was Mahout Okoro supporters or Hogwarts supporters, both were making a commotion since they couldn't see Axel among the Hogwarts players. Just when everyone was getting worried, a silver-green blur shot out from the Slytherin entrance, making everyone stand up and yell like crazy. And he's here. Witches and wizards, the game is ONNN. Savage Hunt. Savage Hunt. Savage Hunt. The crowd made so much noise that it couldn't be matched by the entrance of both the team combined. Axel came to a halt in the middle of the pitch, hovering in the air, surrounded by his teammates. Facing him was the Mahout Okoro team, all of their eyes focused specifically on him. Patricia breathed a sigh of relief upon his arrival. You had me panicked for a moment, she whispered. Well, I can't bail on this match even if I want to, he answered back. Asuma Takeshi, the captain of Mahout Okoro, glared at him from the other side. You should have stayed inside, Hunt, he said dangerously. Axel glanced at him. Oh, you're here? Your headmaster called you an embarrassment after you fainted at the interview. Thought you should know. he informed helpfully. Takeshi almost rushed Axel again, but Enzo stopped him. Just let the match start. Then we'll answer. Madame Hooch flew out of both the teams' firing range. This is madness, she muttered, imagining the fight that would start as soon as she blew the whistle. This is the unrestricted format, she announced in a sonorous voice. The only rule is that life-threatening spells are forbidden. There will be no substitution. If your teammate is down, you play with the ones you have. Am I clear? She asked, getting nods from both sides. Get ready. Everyone, prepare the spells, said Takeshi as lightning flashed in his hands, which were already forming hand seals. Everyone else in the team Mahout Okoro also readied their magic. Damn. Axel was a bit alarmed. These guys meant business. They were loading up the hand seals so that it's instant casting as soon as the match starts. Everyone, prepare the shields, said Patricia, raising her wand as well. Axel sighed, looking at the two sides glaring at each other. As someone who had already killed many, all this intensity. Guys, can we not do this more peacefully? He asked. What? Are you scared of us now? Provoked Takeshi, who had a serious grudge with him due to what happened at the interview. Axel had made him so mad that he had ended up making a fool of himself. Axel just shrugged. Well, I'm just saying that I, for one, don't need to use such methods. I have better ways to win this match. This only fired them up further, with both sides glaring at each other more. Whoa, look at the aggression. Is this really a Quidditch match or a duel? Asked Jordan from the commentary box, looking at the situation. Travis laughed. Unrestricted format Quidditch is nothing but a vicious fight disguised as a Quidditch match. That's what makes it so interesting. We also call it a high mobility duel. Oh. The fight while flying at that speed. I can't wait for it to start. At this moment, Madame Hooch blew the whistle, starting the match. And chaos began. At least that's what it looked like. Team Mahout Okoro fired their best magic straight at Axel, and Team Hogwarts put out the best shields they had practiced in front of them. Fire, water, lightning, rocks, wind, everything was used. Boom. The resultant impact blew both the team backwards out of sheer force. What the hell am I seeing? Ladies and gentlemen, what an explosive start to the match. I can feel the impact even from here in the commentary box. Exclaimed Jordan. Mahout Okoro is hunting for Hunt while Hogwarts is shielding him to the best of their ability. They didn't even pay any attention to the bludger, quaffle, or snitch, said Travis. Hunt is the main piece in the game. Once he's taken out, it's a win for Mahout Okoro, said Jin. Everyone had their eyes glued on the site, trying to see what happened. As the magic cleared, they saw that the Hogwarts students had somehow withstood the impact, though they didn't come out unscathed. But something wasn't right. Where's Hunt? Yep, the center of the storm, the main target of attack and defense, Axel, was nowhere to be seen. Everyone started looking around. Even the cameras which were supposed to be projecting were frantically moving left and right. Hell, even his teammates who were protecting him didn't see what happened due to the blinding spell works. Both the team paused. Axel had disappeared. The Slytherins didn't know what to do without him, and the ninjas only had Axel as their threat. There was a moment of awkwardness between the two who looked at each other. The stalemate was finally broken when Madame Hooch blew the whistle, attracting everyone's attention. What the how? Exclamations were made all around at that moment. Hovering right beside Madame Hooch, was Axel. With the golden snitch in his hand. What am I seeing? Hunt has already caught the snitch. Merlin. Did anyone see how he did it? This. Jin was even more stunned than most people. Because he could comprehend more precisely what had happened. But how, he thought. While the whole Mahout Okoro team was hell-bent on taking out Hunt, he was actually able to rather focus on the snitch. Travis was also similarly shocked. Damn it! While other seekers can't even catch the snitch under normal circumstances. He didn't need to finish his sentence. While others can't catch the snitch even under normal circumstances, Hunt was somehow able to catch it while he was facing an all-out barrage like that. At this moment, something else happened. Oh no, and Patricia has taken this moment to pick up the quaffle. Mahout Okoro players try to stop her, but it's too late. Patricia scores. Hogwarts in lead 60-0. Patricia had once again taken the opportunity to score while everyone's attention was focused on Axel. The Hogwarts supporters were cheering like mad while there was a complete silence at the Mahout Okoro supporters' side. The members of the team Mahout Okoro were currently at a loss. This was not how they had thought the match would go. Considering that this was an international broadcast, this situation put a lot of pressure on them. Takeshi gritted his teeth as he glared at Axel. It's all because of that guy, he thought in fury. Everyone, on to him, said Takeshi, forming hand seals. Instantly, all the Mahout Okoro players flew towards Axel from all directions, sealing his escape. The first one to reach him was the Seeker Endo, who had used wind to enhance his speed. He cast a massive barrage of wind blades at Axel at very close proximity, making it impossible to fly out of range. Axel didn't shy away. He also flew towards Endo. "What's Axel doing?" yelled Jordan. It seemed like Axel was going to be hit. Just when the blades reach him, Axel twisted him at an odd angle. Znnnn. When he emerged from within the blades, part of his fluttering robes was cut off, left flying behind him, but Axel was unscathed. Endo, who hadn't expected Axel to dodge everything, was surprised when he came face to face with Axel, who had already taken out his wand. "Flip Endo," he said, almost as a greeting. The spell hit Endo at point-blank range, with no time to shield. Due to his forward momentum, the guy was flipped off his broom as he began to freefall. Endo was temporarily down. But, at this moment, the rest of the players had also begun catching up. Chapter 127, A Sudden Twist. Whoa! Did you see that? Flip Endo. Did he just took down Mahout Okoro's most popular seeker with a flip Endo? Travis laughed. Axel has really mastered the art of flipping someone off. Jin was rather serious. He isn't as helpless as everyone thought. Dodging those wind blades is no easy feat. Axel couldn't relax after dealing with Enzo. He had to quickly plunge low. In the next second, a bolt of lightning whizzed by him, courtesy of Takeshi. By then, his teammates began blocking the Mahout Okoro players with spells of their own. Patricia cast a disarming charm on a girl who was just about to cast a heat blast on Axel. Another teammate directly bumped into a wind affinity ninja, steering him in another direction. He was, in the end, a Slytherin. Being annoying came to him naturally. Looking at all teammates rushing protect him, Axel was a bit surprised. They're actually decent, he realized. For this important match, Patricia had chosen the best witches and wizards House Slytherin had to offer. All 7th-year students who are about to graduate. Hogwarts standards have gone up a lot in the last decade. They're talented students with prominent family backgrounds from all over the world, who've had external training along with Hogwarts curriculum. They can already qualify as trainee aurors. Axel clicked his tongue. This won't do. If it kept going like this, his teammates would only end up taken down in order to protect him. Usually, others are holding him back, but this time, due to all the handicaps he has put on himself, he might actually be holding them back. All right, let's try this. Stopping in mid-air, he waved his wand. Officiofamus. Maxima. This was a modified version of one of the very first spells he had learnt, Officiofamus, produce smoke. Back then, he was only able to learn the most simple of spells due to his damaged nerves. Needless to say, even the modified version wasn't that difficult to cast, so he wasn't exposing anything major. Dense smoke rapidly began spewing out of his wand, quickly spreading out in a 2-meter diameter. Axel had once again disappeared from everyone's vision. But this time, he was covered under dense smoke. Arcane Eyes. With his Arcane Eyes activated, he could see everything clearly even in this condition. A barrage of stones hit the area where he was before, but he had already moved aside under the cover of the fog. The smoke began spreading rapidly, making Mahout Okoro players stop their attacks. Akira. Clear it quickly. Akira, the wind affinity ninja who had been delayed due to being steered off the course, cursed as he flew back after leaving behind Axel's teammate. By the time he reached the place, the smoke had already covered a 10-meter area. He quickly made hand seals. Windstorm. Axel shook his head. He just continued spewing smoke out of his wand in all directions. A storm of wind was created. But what the players panicked. Instead of being cleared up, the smoke only ended up spreading even further. Axel smirked. It's not ordinary smoke, you idiots, he thought, looking at the smoke that was still continuing to come out his wand. Akira! What the hell are you doing? Takeshi was furious at Akira, who couldn't even accomplish a simple task. It's not my fault. This smoke, it's too dense. Yelled back the wind mage. Takeshi gritted his teeth. Everyone! Fire everywhere in the area. If we can't see him, he can't see us either. Takeshi got it right. That was what the weakness of this spell was. Even if you block your enemy's sight, so what? You can't see anything either. Thus, random jutsus were launched into the smoke in hopes of hitting the target. The Hogwarts players tried their best to stop them, but it was a bit difficult since there was no target to protect. Takeshi also launched a stream of lightning in the area, just for good measure. No! Yelled Patricia, rushing into the smoke to find Axel. Rest of the Hogwarts players followed. Did we get him? Asked Enzo, who had returned after being humiliated by Axel. The smoke has stopped spreading, someone observed. The lightning stream must have parallelized him. He'll fall any time, said Takeshi, panting due to the difficult lightning spell. Though, even after a few seconds, they didn't see Axel falling down at all. Enzo, Akira, clear the smoke. Don't let the bastard recover. Ordered Takeshi, gritting his teeth. And thus, a strange situation followed where both the teams were searching for Axel together. It seems that the teams have temporarily entered an unspoken truce in order to find Axel. Such a thing. I don't think it has ever happened in Quidditch history. Said Travis. But the question is, can he continue playing the match or not? Asked Lee. It'll be difficult, said Jin. The lightning stream is a wide area spell that also inflicts heavy damage. If he is hit, he will be down. Travis was amazed. It's good that lightning affinity users are so rare. Since the smoke had already stopped increasing, Enzo and Akira were slowly able to clear it after a few continuous tries. But the sight that greeted them was quite shocking. Where is he? Merlin's broomstick. Axel is nowhere to be seen in the whole pitch. Exclaimed Jordan. Damn it. Not again. Takeshi was pissed. Continue the game. We need to get back the points. The rat will come out sooner or later. He yelled. And the game is back on. Mahout Okoro has suddenly started their counter. Kyoiki passes to Shin, and Shin launches the quaffle from a great distance. He's now forming hand seals, wow! He steers the ball into the goal with great wind control. Mahout Okoro gains 10 points, bringing the score to 60-10, with Hogwarts still in the lead. Captain, what do we do now? Asked Diana, one of Hogwarts' chasers, to Patricia, who was still worrying for Axel. Patricia snapped out of her daze as she looked at the Mahout Okoro players starting to play. A glint appeared in her eyes. She was furious. Furious at the Mahout Okoro players for targeting Axel like that. Now? We fight. She declared. She hoped Axel was all right. But right now, it was time for some payback. Don't forget. This isn't Quidditch. This is magical combat and dirty play. Their incredible mobility advantage is gone. We all have the same speed. Our spell casting is much faster than their hand seals, so we're at an advantage, you all understand? Yes. Alright, then let's go get them. Oh. And it looks like the Hogwarts players are back in the game. Patricia fires a disarming charm, snapping the quaffle and broomstick right out of Megami's hands. Ouch. And she also hits her with an expulso just for good measure. Patricia passes to Anderson. Oh. Anderson is attacked by Kyoiki's Needle Rain. He casts a shield, passes to Diana. Akira making hand seals, but Diana gets him first with a stunning spell which manages to hit his leg. He's going down. Diana blasts the bludger to Patricia, and whoa. Whoa. Patricia somehow enchanted the bludger to go around the keeper's earth wall. It's a Gawaal. What an amazing match this is turning out to be. Hogwarts players are going toe-to-toe with the Mahout Okoro players. Said Lee. Much better, muttered Axel, who was leisurely sitting in the stands, watching the match. If he had just stayed in the match, his teammates would have simply been taken out protecting him while he would have had to run around the whole place. This is much better. He'll just wait here for a while. The Hogwarts players seem really determined for revenge after Mahout Okoro's relentless pursuit of their seeker, said Travis. I didn't give the Hogwarts players enough credit. I didn't think they'd be able to put up a fight since Mahout Okoro had dominated the friendly duels that had happened between the students, said Jin, voicing many people's opinions. Everyone was so focused on Axel that they ignored the fact that the school he represented had the reputation of being at least the top 5 magical schools in the world. They can't be that helpless. That's understandable. Travis analyzed. The ninjas are trained with exceptionally high agility compared to wizards who duel while being mostly stationary. That's why ninjas have an advantage when fighting at ground. But this fight is in the air. Everyone has almost the same mobility, so that advantage is gone. Plus, most spells have shorter casting time than jutsus, even though the latter packs more power. So I'd say, the field has been evened out. Damn it, I'm excited. Let's see how Mahout Okoro responds to this attack by Hogwarts, said Lee. Takeshi, who was relaxing after taking out Axel, stopped his break as he gathered his teammates. After giving out instructions, Mahout Okoro started their play again. The game resumes with Mahout Okoro in possession. Megami has the quaffle, and she's racing straight towards the goal posts. Oh! She is hit by a vicious bludgeoning hex that comes out of nowhere. Patricia was under disillusionment. What a Slytherin move! The quaffle drops. Picked up by Anderson, and what? Dropped again. Anderson is in a lot of pain. Megami seems to have heated the quaffle, burning his hand. Amaya, the rare ice affinity user, catches quaffle. Of course it doesn't affect her. She passes to Akira instantly. Akira is attacked, a great block by Amaya's ice walls. Akira has suddenly sped up. That wind affinity in air is really a cheat. He scores 10 more points to Mahout Okoro. What a match this turning out to be. The match was extremely intense. Slytherin was playing with a lot of tricks, but Mahout Okoro players had Quidditch skills and experience. Spells and jutsus were fired everywhere. The best healer of both the cultures were working non-stop to patch up the player and send them back to fly. Overall, the score after 44 minutes since the start of the match ended up being a massive 220 to 230, with Mahout Okoro in the lead. That's because Endo had managed to catch the snitch once. Both the teams lost a player each, unable to continue playing due to a serious injury. Both the teams were playing exceptionally well. But right now, everyone had only one question. Where the fuck is he? Shouted Anderson while panting. Yep, where is Axel Hunt? And is he alright? The guy had simply disappeared at the start of the match and hadn't even come to the healers. Where did he disappear to? We want Hunt. We want Hunt. We want Hunt. Even though the match was very interesting, things just weren't the same without Axel. That's why, a majority of the audience were clamoring for Axel to be brought back. Well. Looking at the stubborn audience calling him out, Axel slowly got up and stretched lazily. Playing the match with so many bugs trying to sting him was annoying. He couldn't be bothered to keep dodging them for so long. And he couldn't just finish them one-sidedly within a few minutes either. The whole ninja world would have been his enemy if he just annihilated Mahout Okoro within the first few minutes since the start of the match, not to mention both the principals would have been dissatisfied too. So, he had decided to wait it out. Give both teams the chance to show off. Of course, annihilation is still a must, not matter what. Right now, the match was at a critical moment. Endo was about to get the snitch again. Axel decided to get up. It was his time now. It was time to show those bugs just who they were targeting. And it seems that Endo has spotted the snitch again. If he catches it, Hogwarts will be in trouble. Oh. The Slytherins are all going after Endo now and Mahout Okoro is protecting him. It's exactly what happened in the beginning with Axel. Enzo stretches out his hand. Boom. At this moment, everyone heard a familiar explosion. What? The sound. It was unmistakably a launching boom. Chapter 128, Chapter Incoming. Guys, there will be a chapter today. I'll post as soon as I'm done with the Patreon one. So, hold on to those power stones for me. It would take 3 hours at max. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Interference. Members of Team Mahout Okoro. Enzo, Wind, Seeker. Takeshi, Lightning, Beater. Uyeda Koichi, Water, Beater. Muto Akira, Wind, Chaser. Namba Saburo, Earth, Keeper. Shibuya Amaya, Water Female, Chaser. Suko Megami, Fire Female, Chaser. Team Hogwarts. Aston Anderson, Chaser. Diana Hudson, Chaser. Reagan Newman, Keeper. Patricia Afonso, Chaser. Bruno Owens, Beater. Elijah Roberts, Beater. Axel Hunt, Seeker. Here's the chapter. It's Hunt. Axel Hunt has suddenly reappeared in the game. And he has the snitch. Sweet sweet Merlin. I am jumping up and down in my seat right now. He's back. Axel Hunt is back in the game, exclaimed Jordan. The audience went totally bonkers. Some were jumping up and down, some were throwing whatever they had into the air, some were screaming their lungs out. Patricia crashed into him, laughing and crying at the same time. Thank Merlin you're all right. You had me worried the whole time. His teammates had back as well, all colliding into him, celebrating his return. 40 minutes is not a long. But they felt like they had died 100 times in that period of time. They were planning on relying on Axel, but then they were suddenly left to shoulder all the hopes, expectations, and pressure by themselves. It was nerve-wracking, not to mention extremely difficult and painful. Now seeing Axel back, they were simply overwhelmed with relief. Though, amidst the festive atmosphere, the Mahout Okoro were dealt a huge blow upon Axel's return. Things weren't going according to the plan. Team Hogwarts turned out to be much more difficult to beat than they had thought, or simply said, they were so focused on dealing with Axel that they didn't give much thought to the rest. But even so, they had still managed to bring the situation under control. They had covered the gap, and they were finally in the lead, with the Slytherins finally running out of their tricks. But now, Axel fucking Hunt was actually back, suddenly destroying everything. The guy simply should not be allowed to play. First of all, he has an uncanny ability to spot the snitch. Something that's the most difficult thing for a seeker. Then he has the ability to perfectly use the launching boom, one of the most difficult tricks, like it's nothing. And he times it so well that he can even catch the snitch while doing it. And lastly, his ability to survive. The guy is an unkillable cockroach. So many have tried so many things. It's like he can survive everything. The rest of the Hogwarts team, even though surprisingly skilled, was still within their grasp. They were within bounds of reality. But Axel, his mere presence evoked a sense of hopelessness into their hearts. As if facing an unbeatable adversary. Before the game could resume, Madame Hooch blew the whistle, signaling a half-time, much to the audience's disappointment. Fuck. Half-time. Now. Are you kidding me? Damn it. Just when it was getting interesting. The audience was understandably pissed at the timing. Oh, it's half-time. I know it sucks, especially at a moment like this, but it's also true that both the teams are in a dire need of a break. Especially with so many things broken in their bodies. I doubt even Hunt managed to come out completely unscathed, said Jordan. Hogwarts changing room. Quickly. Show me where you're hurt. Diana, where is Madame Pomfrey? Call her already. No sooner had Axel entered that changing room, Patricia had stripped off his t-shirt to check his injuries. The rest of the team also surrounded him, apparently also worried. Geez, who told you I'm injured? Asked Axel in exasperation, stopping her in the process. Patricia paused in her actions. Wait, you're really not injured? She asked in confusion, looking at his uninjured upper body. How? I mean why? Axel frowned. What do you mean how or why? I told you Mahout Okoro can't beat me, he said. It was as simple as that. Mate, if you're not injured, then what were you doing this whole time? One of his teammates, Elijah Roberts, finally asked the question everyone was curious about. Axel shrugged. Me? You know, I was sitting in the stands, watching the match, eating popcorn. Teammates. So, while we were putting our lives on the line, fighting against Mahout Okoro with everything we had, you were just chilling in the stands. Watching the match? Asked Anderson, the chaser. That's pretty much it, said Axel with a nod, but then frowned at the outrageous expressions of hid teams. What are you getting angry for? I also did it for you guys. For us. How is it for us? Bullshit. Axel rolled his eyes. I see. You guys are okay with just being my cronies who won because of me. What did you just? Guys, stop. The teammates were about to burst out, but Patricia stopped them, raising her hand. He's right. Patricia, you. Think about it. What would have happened if Axel had just done his thing? Sure, we would have won by a massive lead, and sure, we might not have had to work so hard. But what would we have been in the end? Just some unimportant teammates who relied on Axel to win the match, she said, making them fall into contemplation. But now? What are we? Now we're the Team Hogwarts. Team Hogwarts, who fought tooth and nail against Mahout Okoro to keep the match even while Axel Hunt was absent. Each of you did something out there that everyone will always remember you for. For a little while, you had the attention of the whole world on you. Tell me, would that have been possible with Axel's presence on the pitch? Everyone was silent, their expressions easing up. They now looked at Axel in a different light. That's right, wouldn't they have been just a bunch of nobodies if Axel had just cruised through the match like he always does? Now, even if he's back, and they can't have the spotlight anymore, they were at least able to give their contributions in the match. Realizing this, they genuinely felt thankful to Axel, who had given them this chance. Patricia turned to Axel. Axel, I would really like to thank you for what you did, and I think the rest of them also feel the same way. Axel just looked at his teammates, who were all looking at him like they were indebted, and felt a bit stumped. This wasn't quite what he was trying to convey. He wasn't doing anyone any favors here. Sure, he gave them their spotlight, but that was only because he was feeling too lazy to play on his own. This was just mutual benefit. But oh well, if they are feeling grateful, who is he to stop them? So he shrugged, waving his hand. Well, now that I'm back, you guys can relax now. Just focus on not getting more banged up than you already are. That concluded the meeting. The Hogwarts players began getting treatment for their injuries. Axel just chilled, ready to play the next round. While on the Mahout Okoro side, things weren't so peaceful. Quite unexpectedly, in their changing room, the team Mahout Okoro was graced with the presence of Headmaster Yujiro himself, surprising the hell out of them. Headmaster. Master Yujiro. Headmaster. The injured players and the medical nins who were healing them all together hastily bowed their heads to the Yujiro. Unlike Hogwarts, rank mattered a lot at Mahout Okoro. Someone like Yujiro was in existence who would rarely give them a glance. Yujiro's eyes, which always seemed close, opened. You all, have disappointed me today. It was just a few words. But coming from him, it made the whole Mahout Okoro team kneel on one knee in shame. We are extremely sorry, Headmaster. We just tried Takeshi, but he was cut off. I do not want to hear any excuses. Now, listen up. Due to some circumstances, it is imperative that you win this match. Takeshi bowed his, I assure you, Headmaster. Yujiro shook his head. Save it. I don't need to hear your meaningless assurances. Even though it is unfair to interfere, I will teach you one move. You had better not fail me. We will not disappoint you, Headmaster. Team Mahout Okoro were overjoyed. Any guidance from the Headmaster himself is something any ninja would kill to have. And they were getting it just to win this match. Coming out of the Mahout Okoro changing room, Yujiro pondered how low he had fallen. Interfering between a small match between kids. But what could he do? He didn't have a choice. Yujiro remembered the conversation he had with his granddaughter right after he and Dumbledore had convinced him to play the match. Grandpa, I do hope you did not antagonize my friend in any way just now, she had said, taking the brat's side without even trying to know the whole situation. That had already set Yujiro off. How did he antagonize that brat? If anything, Hunt was one who antagonized him and Dumbledore. Aki, are you trying to protect that brat without even knowing the situation? He had asked in irritation. But his granddaughter had the nerve to look amused at that. I'm not trying to protect him, Gigi. I'm trying to protect you. That was the breaking point. After that, they had ended up with a bet that if Axel loses the match, Akiko would stay away from him, and if he wins, well, he won't win. How can he win? He's just a 13-year-old brat. And ladies and gentlemen, the match resumes. The atmosphere of both the teams is completely different compared to how it was at the start. Team Hogwarts has gotten their seeker back. Let's see what happens next. Hogwarts is in possession, and what is happening? Mahout Okoro isn't defending. They're flying in the center. Have they already given up on the match? Something peculiar was happening in the pitch. While the team Hogwarts was trying to score, Mahout Okoro hadn't moved at all, making the Hogwarts players fly right past them. A gust of wind picked up, causing everyone's cloaks to flutter, and there was a light drizzle of rain. The Hogwarts players didn't see anything wrong, so they decided to take the opportunity to score. And there it is. Axel Hunt has the snitch again. How can he make it look so simple and casual? Exclaimed Jordan. If someone can catch the snitch with such ease, the Mahout Okoro were absolutely right to target him. Said Jin. But, what are the players of Mahout Okoro doing? Asked Travis, drawing attention to the Mahout Okoro players, who still hadn't moved from the center. Everyone found that out soon enough. Because very soon, the wind had turned into a storm that covered the whole pitch, and the rain had become a stream of water, pouring non-stop. The 2 wind affinity ninjas and the 2 water affinity ninjas had exhausted all of their magic on it. Even though the rain was annoying and the storm was making it a bit difficult to fly, the Hogwarts players still weren't getting any damage from this. So they simply continued. Hogwarts scores again. Merlin's sweaty pants. What is going on with this match? On the other hand, Axel had already stopped flying. Something just didn't feel right. The only area where the wind and rain was reaching was the center, where the Mahout Okoro players were gathered. It was really difficult to see them in all the rain. Arcane Eyes. Axel activated Arcane Eyes to see what was up. And inside, he saw Takeshi making hand seals. Axel's eyes widened as he realized just what was about to happen. Fuck. Hey. Stop them. He yelled to his teammates, who were too busy scoring goals. Though surprised at his out-of-character reaction, his teammates didn't waste their time dallying. With Patricia in lead, they launched spells toward Mahout Okoro. But, too bad, it was already too late. Takeshi had finished his hand seals. Dense lightning covered his hand as Takeshi grinned. Damn it, Axel raised his hand, and the storm halted for a brief moment as his eyes glowed. But he closed his eyes, stopping himself from using his power, feeling extremely vexed. He could, but he didn't stop. What happened next? Lightning barrage. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion to Axel. Takeshi launched his most powerful jutsu, and his teammates' screams sounded in his ears as lightning ran through his body, which had traveled throughout the pitch due to the excess stream of water that was pelting him and his teammates. When the spell stopped, Team Hogwarts all fell to ground, like flies who had just been electrocuted, smoke still emitting from them. What? What the fuck? Jordan. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, A Savage Reawakens. What the fuck? What happened was so surprising that Lee Jordan couldn't care how big a mistake it was to curse at an international game like this. Even Professor McGonagall, who was nearby to keep an eye on him for situations like these, couldn't do anything. Well, they couldn't be blamed for their reactions. The whole Hogwarts team, taken out in an instant. All of the audience stood up in their seats, mouths agape as they stared at the scene in horror. The medics rushed in to check the conditions of the players. It wasn't until it was announced that everyone was fine, just knocked unconscious, that the commentators were able to resume. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the whole Hogwarts team has been totaled by that surprising move of Mahout Okoro. They have suffered serious injuries and won't be able to continue the match. Though I'm still a bit unclear as to exactly how it happened. Announced Travis. Jin had an odd expression on his face as he explained the whole process. That was, truly a masterful technique. It used the full potential of the whole team. The 2 wind mages had to create a storm strong enough to cover the whole field. The water affinity ninjas had to summon enough water that it produced a stream, connecting them to all parts of the stadium. Then Takeshi, the key to the plan, the extremely rare lightning affinity ninja, produced an electric discharge strong enough to incapacitate all the players, which reached them conducted by water. Finally, the remaining members were tasked to defend the team while they were making preparations, which they did successfully. Merlin's socks. It's no wonder that the Hogwarts players were taken by surprise. Even I didn't anticipate it until the last moment, said Travis in amazement. But, why have I not seen something like this happen before? Jin scoffed. That's because you won't find lightning affinity ninja playing Quidditch. There were very few of them, and all of them have far more important jobs than Quidditch. At this moment, Team Mahout Okoro, who had somewhat recovered, finally began to move. And it seems that Team Mahout Okoro is back in the game. With Team Hogwarts no longer able to continue the match, they only need to score a few more points to win," said Travis. "Yeah, this match is over," said Jin. And what an exciting match this was. Despite having the odds stacked up against them, Team Mahout Okoro was able to take down the formidable Team Hogwarts and even defeat the prodigy Axel with their incredible teamwork. What a match! I say, this match is definitely going down to the annals of history. What do you think, Lee? Asked Travis, elbowing Jordan to break him out of his trance. Since the takedown of Team Hogwarts, Lee had simply stopped commentating, making Travis and Jin to cover for his absence. That's why Travis directly called him out this time. This wasn't an ordinary school match. Lee was commentating at a professional stage right now. Granted that he was good, but if he can't handle his team losing, then he is not fit for the job. Though, even after being called out, Lee didn't immediately react. The commentator's box could access all the cameras in the stadium, and Lee's eyes were still fixed on the camera showing the ground, where Team Hogwarts was being treated right now. "It's not over yet, look, at the ground," said Lee, finally breaking his silence. Because, something unbelievable was happening on the ground right now. Axel went down like the rest of his teammates. Since lightning and water were both his affinities, he hadn't taken any physical damage, but his mind was still reeling with various thoughts. He really hadn't anticipated for such a thing to happen. Or more like, he hadn't bothered. In his mind, there was only one fact: Mahout Okoro can't really do anything to him. And observing them in the first half, he really didn't think he had anything to worry about. Even his teammates could handle them on their own, and he had countermeasures for everything they had shown in the first half. Then why bother? That's why, when he realized what was going on, it was already too late. So, Axel currently wasn't falling because he was injured. But he was falling because he thought he deserved it. Axel looked at his teammates, who were being rushed by healers and medics. Their skin had charred marks, none of them conscious. From time to time, their bodies would jerk from the residual electricity. Before today, he hadn't even bothered remembering their names. But, now he did. He also remembered how they had given their all to protect him, how concerned they were about his injuries they had reached the changing room, and how much trust they had put in him. And what had he done in return? He had held back from showing off, prolonged the match, and gotten them badly injured. Axel's eyes opened fully and he slowly sat up, scaring the hell out of the healers who were checking his condition. He was incredibly mad right now. Mostly at himself. But because he was so mad, his face was a mask of calm right now. "What? Axel Hunt, he's still conscious after that move!" exclaimed Travis. "He has risen up like a dead man back to life." Jin stood up in his seat. How is that possible?" "I have no idea," yelled Travis. Lee Jordan had a maniacal grin on his face. "You guys haven't done your research. Axel Hunt has the lightning affinity." "What? Really? Well, I think that should explain it," muttered Travis. But Jin shook his head. "No, having lightning affinity doesn't give you total immunity from lightning. Even if he's not unconscious, he shouldn't be able to move through all the pain." "Well, he obviously is able to move," said Travis. "The question is, can he continue to play?" Everyone had eyes on Axel, who was sitting on the ground, blankly staring at his unconscious teammates. "Come on, Axel!" someone yelled. "Yeah! You can do it! Axel! 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 Axel!" Soon, the whole ground was chanting Axel's name. Axel sighed. Grabbing his broom, he slowly got up, smoke still emitting from his charred clothes. "Yees!" And the biggest cheer in history arose as the people saw the unbelievable scene. Just, why won't he go down? On the other hand, Team Mahout Okoro looked at Axel and felt like he was a monster rising from hell, hell bent on taking them down. "What are you gawking for? Don't let him recover. Take him down now," Takeshi ordered, heading straight for Axel. Axel mounted his broom and kicked off, rising up to meet them head-on. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is happening. I can't believe it. This match is now Axel vs Mahout Okoro, 1 vs all," yelled Jordan. Team Mahout Okoro prepared their jutsus, and Axel prepared his magic. "Fire!" yelled Takeshi, firing his jutsu, the rest of the team following his lead. In the face of such firepower, Axel didn't bother defending himself. He pointed his wand to his left, launching boom. This was the magic he had learnt when he was rushing to save Martina when she was kidnapped. It involves building up magic in his hands or feet and then launching it all once, giving him a forward boost in the opposite direction. This time, Axel decided to reveal this magic after careful consideration, only, he is using his wand and the chant to deploy, neither of which he actually needs. At once, Axel was pushed sharply to the right due to his spell, making the jutsus pass by him harmlessly. Son of a Takeshi cursed when he saw Axel pull off something completely new, making them waste their best chance at taking him down. To think the fucker was holding back all this time. Electrica Impulsa X5. Axel didn't waste his time. While the Mahout Okoro players were still preparing the hand seals for their next attacks, he had already plunged in their midst. Scatter. Takeshi realized the danger when he saw Axel's wand, which was shining with high-voltage electricity, but he was already quite late. Zap. One teammate, the girl with fire affinity, was already down, having tasted the power of his signature spell which had been charged 5 times. By this time, their next jutsu was prepared. 1 down. 5 to go. You're dead this time. Fire. Launching boom. Axel quickly launched himself at the next teammate, the Kyoiki guy with water affinity. Before he could complete his hand seals, Axel had already socked him in the face using his force of his momentum, stopping him in the process. Then he gripped the handle of Kyoiki's broom and hid behind him. Matkoichi was only able to say that before the friendly fire hit him, coming from 2 of his teammates who were only focused on Axel and couldn't stop themselves in time. Kyoiki was very much done for, but Axel still didn't let the poor lad rest just yet. Gripping his broom, Axel led him to the next target, using him as a shield to deter the 2 players who still hadn't fired their jutsus. Petrificus Totalis. While taking cover behind the unconscious Kyoiki, Axel unexpectedly launched a simple spell at one of the players who was hesitating to use his jutsu. It was the Earth Affinity Ninja, the Keeper. The guy didn't expect a range attack from Axel at all. It caught him in the leg and he got paralyzed, making him fall. Axel crashed Kyoiki in the other player. While the player tried to dodge, he got a face full of launching boom, which Axel used to change direction. Only 2 players left now. Takeshi and Endo. The problem was, the 2 of them had big jutsus ready for him. Endo, Great Windstorm, Takeshi, Lightning Stream. The windstorm struck him, obstructing his mobility. At the same moment, Takeshi had prepared his lightning attack. Axel tried controlling his broom to escape, but he realized the storm was slowing his broom enough that he wouldn't make it in time. Die already! Yelled Takeshi, launching his attack while grinning. He knew he had him this time. At this moment, Axel unexpectedly kicked off his broom, plunging straight down. Launching boom. Then he used a launching boom to further increase his momentum, getting him out of the range of the windstorm and Takeshi's lightning stream. When everyone was too surprised to react, he summoned his broomstick back in his hand and flew straight back up to greet the 2 who had thought that they already had the victory. Damn it! Get him this time! Yelled Takeshi, seeing Axel coming for them again. But this time, instead of confidence, his eyes were filled with horror. Just why won't he go down? Petrificus Totalis. While flying at his fastest speed, Axel fired a body-binding charm at Takeshi. Takeshi wasn't struck like the previous player, but his jutsu casting was still stalled. Electrica Impulsa, X5. Axel took this time to head was Endo, who had towards Windstorm prepared for him. Due to his close proximity this time, Endo, who was about to launch the Windstorm, couldn't complete it in time. The same time he launched his jutsu, Axel's wand also touched him. Endo was brutally put down, and receiving the windstorm at point-blank range, Axel also took damage. But it's set. Even though he was injured, he was also launched in the opposite direction at an incredible momentum due to the force of the spell. The direction he had set was... Fuck. Takeshi freaked out upon seeing Axel headed towards him like a missile. He hastened his jutsu casting. Can't let you do that, thought Axel. Without any hesitation, he threw his broomstick at the guy which managed to take him completely by surprise, hitting him smack dab in the face. Launching boom, Axel covered the remaining distance through the launching boom and directly kicked Takeshi off his broom, taking his place. Not done yet. Looking at the arrogant guy falling to the ground, Axel dived straight down using Takeshi's broom. The handle of broom made contact with Takeshi and Axel only increased his speed, plunging straight towards the ground. At the last second, he pulled back, letting Takeshi hit the ground at that speed. Thump. 6 down. Chapter 130, Kraken arrives. Only after he had the whole Mahout Okoro team lying on the ground did Axel came out of his zone of extreme focus. And he nearly covered his ears when he heard the extreme chaos that had spread around the stadium. The crowd had achieved a new level of loudness right now. It seemed that without the presence of wards, people would have simply rushed into the ground to get him. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Lee Jordan was screaming lungs out. This is beyond human! Exclaimed Travis, banging the table. Right now, everyone who was watching the match live, whether they were in the stadium or anywhere in the world, all were left with goosebumps upon watching the epic showdown just now. Hunt has single-handedly taken out the whole team Mahout Okoro. Whatever the hell just happened, I did not watch it enough. Yelled Jordan. Me neither. And I couldn't understand how he pulled it off either. Admitted Travis, watching the replay that showed him avoiding the first volley of jutsus. Just what was that spell he was using to pull off those sharp maneuvers? Holy Morgana, did he use it well? I have no idea. It's something like a dispulso, but he blew himself back with it. But what about the other spell? The lightning one? Whatever spells he used, they were used to perfection. And that broom throw in the end. He was like a wizard ninja out there. I am still getting goosebumps remembering it. The commentators couldn't stop gushing over the moves Axel used just now. The scene had been recorded, and it was definitely to be played many times over. Experts would analyze it, Quidditch geeks would speculate and argue over it, and fans would just watch it because it was too cool. BA dump. BA dump. BA dump. Rose Potter watched Axel's performance with widened eyes. Being a skilled player of Quidditch herself, she felt her blood boiling and her breathing labored upon seeing amazing amalgamation of skills, timing, planning, and execution. It was like watching art. She recalled what he had told her. I'll show you how to really fly. Rose understood what he meant now. This completely changed her understanding of flying. Axel just now was not just a wizard. He was like an unstoppable force of nature, ready to punish whoever comes in his way. Rose, are you okay? Asked Jamie, her younger brother, who was sitting beside her in the VIP box. Rose jerked, coming out of her thoughts. She touched her cheeks which still felt hot and calmed her breathing. I'm fine, she answered, looking at Axel flying. Will I ever be able to reach that level? Rose Potter now had a new goal in mind. With his ears still ringing with the cheering of the audience, Axel looked down at the players of Team Mahout Okoro lying on the grounds, looking for survivors. Out of the 6 players who were left, Takeshi got a clean hit to the face by his broomstick in a fall at a tremendous speed. Even though the ground was enchanted to lessen the impact, it is safe to say that Takeshi is going to be out of Quidditch for a long time. As for the rest, 2 players, Fire Affinity Ninja and Endo, the Seeker, got the special treatment of Electrica Impulsa charged 5 times. Even though Axel didn't put much power in each charge, the lightning stacked up was still powerful enough to leave the players in no condition to play for at least for a while. About the rest, one had been severely injured due to friendly fire when Axel used him as a shield. With the power the Mahout Okoro players were using, the guy is probably worse off than even his teammates. That leaves 2 players, Keeper whom he put under body bind, and the Water Affinity Ninja, who was hit in the face with a launching boom. Axel landed in front of the girl who had been hit by the launching boom. Megami was her name, a Water Affinity Ninja. Megami was lying on the ground, trying to play dead. But Axel knew she couldn't be out yet. Launching boom didn't have much offensive power, and falling to ground is also nothing, what with the ground being enchanted to lessen the impact. Sure enough, when Axel landed in front of her, she suddenly swept her foot across the ground, trying to trip him while her hands made hand seals. Axel pinned her leg down with the broomstick in his hand. Her hand seals were almost complete, but Axel only looked down at her with a raised eyebrow. The girl the launched jutsu, and nothing happened. Axel shook his head in disappointment. Trying water magic on him? If lightning is his bitch, then water is like his personal sex slave. It's like trying to use dark magic on Voldemort. Smack! Axel casually swung the broom, hitting her across the cheek. Stay down this time, he muttered, also giving her the shock treatment of Electrica Impulsa. He then walked over to the Keeper under body bind and did the same. No discrimination. Madame Hooch gave him a look which bordered between proud and disapproval. She checked the player's condition and consulted the healer, after which she blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. This epic match full of ups and downs is finally over. Team Hogwarts wins the match by the process of elimination. Jordan. Cheers. What a phenomenal match this has been. I am sure I have never seen what I saw today in my whole career. Travis. It was an eye-opening experience. I am grateful for having the opportunity to commentate on it. Jin. Fireworks were launched into the sky, as the Hogwarts students celebrated their victory. But actually, even the Mahout Okoro players were low-key impressed upon watching the showdown just now. What Axel did just now, it was too aspiring for them to feel anything else. And it's not like their side performed bad either. They had almost won, if that monster wasn't playing. That is why, Axel found himself receiving a thunderous applause by the whole stadium as he discarded the broom. Looking at their fervor, Axel felt like if the wards weren't present, he might have had to worry about being mobbed. The commentators came down to the pitch to greet him, mics in hand. Travis and Jin shook hands with him while Jordan tackled into a bear hug. Congratulations on your victory, Axel. How do you feel right now? Asked Travis, offering him another mic. Axel shook his head. Just tired. I'm never playing this format again. The commentators laughed it off, thinking of it as a joke. How were you able to continue after the lightning spell? Asked Jin. Even if you had resistance due to your affinity, you shouldn't have been able to move. Well, I don't like losing so. He shrugged. The commentators were a bit speechless at that answer. You don't like losing so you were able to move? If only it were that easy. We saw you using some unique spells out there. Can you tell us anything about them? I could have sworn I saw you chant Launching Boom. Well, Launching Boom is the incantation. It's a custom spell, he answered, making their eyes widen. Custom spell? How can you get a custom spell? Oh, of course. Lee Jordan was baffled at first but then nodded as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Custom spells are spells that are designed by an expert to specifically suit a particular individual's casting. For that individual, these spells will be easy to cast and will bring maximum results. Others might or might not be able to imitate it, but the effectiveness will never be on par with the owners. Just now, Lee Jordan was so surprised because custom spells are just a fantasy for most people. They are awfully difficult to make. Even more difficult than making normal spells. Only after a lot of time, effort, and luck is a spell maker able to make a custom spell, so it's not something even money can buy. You need connections too. That's why everyone who knew about the matter was surprised to find that Axel had won. But, it was momentary. Because Axel had a genius fake fiancé who is known for having hundreds of custom spells, and who also happens to owe him a lot. So, looks like everyone underestimated you, Axel. But I still can't understand. You went up against the whole team alone, and still managed to win. How were you able to fight like that? How did you train for it? Axel paused as that. He knew had shown a bit much. So, he tried to downplay it. Well, it was mostly luck. Team Mahout Okoro was pretty tired due to my team's effort, and they also underestimated me. But yes, I received some training from Akiko and Martina which helped out a lot. I just tried to give it my all and thankfully succeeded. You received training from Akiko Matsushima and Martina Valentino? Asked Lee, unable to hide his awe. Axel nodded humbly. Yeah, just some tips and tricks. You know how talented they are. I am far too lacking compared to them. Lee Jordan nodded. That, I can't disagree with. You must feel extremely lucky to be well acquainted with them. Axel grinned. Oh, you have no idea. With this, he had successfully shifted most of the attention to those two. Anyone would think he did exactly what the girls had taught him and that's why he won. Meanwhile, Akiko and Martina. Both the girls happened to be sitting near each other in the VIP box. Exchanging glances, they saw the irony in the other's eyes. Axel Hunt, you bloody liar. You say you gave it your all in the match just now. If you really gave it your all, the players would have been 6 feet under before anyone could even notice. You are lacking. If you are lacking, then all the other wizards are muggles. You feel grateful to have met us. Is it not the other way around? The guy is simply using them as shields after showing off a bit too much. Axel, our questions are endless, but we understand that you must be tired after your game. So, let's get you the trophy already so that you can rest," said Jordan, as the trophy arrived, being carried by witches in Hogwarts uniform. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to award the winner. Let's invite the headmasters of both the schools here." Applause rained down from everywhere, as the headmasters Dumbledore and Yujiro arrived on the pitch. During this time, two individuals, who were currently under disguise, looked at Axel with close scrutiny. One was short and bulky, while the other was tall, with a slender build. "Are you sure it's him?" asked the bulky guy. The other person nodded as he began to chuckle. "There's no mistake. His surname is Hunt. And he looks just like Tristan. It has to be him. Well, we did hear that the princess was pregnant when she ran away. What do we do now? We came here for Gorski." The tall guy scoffed. "Forget Gorski. Tristan hid the second key before he died. The kid is more important if we can get any clues." The objective Axel had so desperately tried to get, had finally been achieved. The organization had finally noticed him. The question is he ready for it? Chapter 131, Injured Axel. A shining trophy, almost the size of his torso, was brought into the pitch. And under the thundering applause, Headmaster Dumbledore and Yujiro presented him with the trophy. "You surprised me, Mr. Hunt," said Dumbledore, handing him the trophy. "I have never seen anyone fly like that." Axel shrugged. "Really? Then, I take it my end of the deal considered fulfilled?" asked, taking the trophy and shaking the offered hand. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Of course. Right, Yujiro?" Yujiro, who didn't seem to be in the best of moods right now, merely grunted, trying not to look annoyed. "Here," he said, giving him a box. Axel's eyes widened. "System, is this the real thing?" he asked, confirming with the system. "Affirmative." Axel looked at the headmasters in surprise. He wasn't really expecting them to keep their promise so readily, even with the contract in place. But, oh well, it makes things much easier. He was now one step closer to bringing Daphne's memories back. "Axel, you won the match and had the honor of receiving the trophy directly from two living legends. What would you like to say?" asked Travis, offering him the mic. Axel was just about to give a perfunctory response, but something made him pause. Just a few years ago, he was just a nobody. A street thief doing petty crimes to make a living, sleeping in the back alleys, and receiving the contempt of anyone who laid eyes on him. Axel looked around. He didn't quite realize, but everything had changed. He was no longer just a small fry who would die alone in the back of an alley. Thinking that, a genuine smile came to his always expressionless face. "I guess, it's good to be acknowledged." That's all he said, but it was enough. His smile, which was broadcasted on the big screen, was enough to express his thoughts. Especially since few had ever seen him smile. Screams of girls came from all sides, followed by a hearty applause. There were even a few people who cried. Axel sighed. He used to hate drawing attention to himself and being in the spotlight. In the past, he had a scarred face, tattered clothes, a weak and scrawny body. That's the reason why he started hiding himself. He came to take comfort in darkness, staying hidden from the judgmental gaze of the world. But that was no longer the case. As his powers grew, so did his confidence. Thus, he no longer minded attention. With the trophy in hand, and the crowd's farewell, Axel left the stadium, medics already coming to check his condition halfway. After Axel's departure, Dumbledore put his wand to his throat. "Good afternoon everyone. I hope you all enjoyed yourself," he said, getting an overwhelming affirmation from the audience. The headmaster smiled slightly. "I would like to congratulate Team Hogwarts, for putting forward their best efforts and bringing honor to the school. But more importantly, I would commend both the teams on learning so much from each other in such a short term. Which brings us to the main goal of this tournament, to show just how much you improve by combining the methods of both the schools," said Yujiro. Dumbledore nodded. Axel Hunt was a perfect example of that. By using a wizard's spell casting and a ninja's agility and toughness, he was able to bring forth results that shocked us all. And this is just one of the multiple benefits that the cooperation between the schools has brought us. Indeed. The trade between both magical and muggle sides of the countries has observed an astonishing 18% increase. The diplomatic relations between the two countries have strengthened further. The ministries of two countries have agreed to help each other on various aspects, said Yujiro, purposefully being vague on the details of cooperation. Dumbledore spread his hands wide. And due to these overwhelming benefits, you will be seeing more of such exchange programs in the future, he said, making everyone cheer. Dumbledore nodded to himself. As he had expected, Mr. Hunt did an excellent job of getting viewers from the whole world. And the match couldn't have gone better. With this, the whole program can be called a huge success. Inspired by the results, talks of more such exchange programs are already ongoing between the schools all around the world. The magical world is slowly coming together, as it should be, in order for his plans to succeed. Some time later, in front of the hospital wing. Will he be okay? And he still didn't give up. I just hope it's nothing serious. But holy Morgana! How the hell did he pull that off? The way he crashed Takeshi to the ground. I'm still getting the chills. Look at this. He purposefully took the windstorm jutsu point blank in exchange for taking down Endo with his lightning wand and getting blasted in Takeshi's direction. Takeshi never saw him coming. A huge crowd was currently gathered in front of the hospital wing. Students pushed each other, some peeking around, some talking in hushed voices, and most of them still watching the clips of the match earlier. All of this was because the players of both the teams were currently admitted here, including one Axel Hunt, the man of the match. The match was just too exciting. It had gotten the students' blood boiling and adrenaline pumping. They simply couldn't sit still after watching such a great showdown. A party, a celebration was needed. But what good would be the party without the players? And when they had heard that Axel was also injured and admitted, many rushed here for further news and many others followed. That's how the situation turned into this, where the students are just staking it out outside the hospital wing, waiting for the team to be released so that they can celebrate. Inside, Axel laid in the bed of one of the private rooms. He wasn't really injured, just some minor bruises, but he had to pretend to be. The lightning did not do any damage, considering that his affinity was quite strong and he has been training under Akiko, the best teacher. So how could Takeshi's little jutsu hurt him? As for the wind jutsu of Endo, well, that one did deal some damage. The windstorm is powerful enough to seriously injure any normal student. But Axel has been training his body and following a strict diet, all under the system's instructions for 2 years. Needless to say, his body is far from normal. He can shrug off jutsus like without a frown. But still, he must pretend, he has already exposed a bit too much. It's better to let his enemies underestimate him as much as possible until he is strong enough. Which is why, Axel was now stuck in this room, waiting to be released. But, he didn't waste his time. Having the peaceful and quiet room to himself, he began practicing legilimency. It's been almost a year since he began training this art, and he has come to realize that legilimency, like occlumency, is quite diverse. People can have different types of defenses set up in their mind, and breaking through them can be quite tricky sometimes. The first thing you need is an excellent concentration. Knock knock. Which, was promptly broken with the abrupt knocks on his door. Who the fuck is it? He asked with minor annoyance. He was already tired of telling the Fang-Earling nurses he was all right. And he had already told them not to allow visitors. The door opened slightly, and Martina's face peeked in through the gap. Hi, can we come in? It's me and. The door was opened fully by someone else, pushing Martina in, and Akiko invited herself in as she closed the door behind her. Figures. Muttered Axel, realizing why visitors were suddenly allowed. If these two are standing together, few people in the world can say no. What are you guys doing here? Not that he didn't appreciate it, but their coming here would draw a lot of attention, and gossip. Not to mention a certain green grass would mind it very much. Well, are you all right? I heard you were injured, said Martina, she asked, magic already reaching out to diagnose his condition. Axel rolled his eyes at her. I'm just pretending. Come on, Martina. You really think those kids could hurt me? After what you saw at Christmas? Martina sighed in relief. Well, I had guessed as much. But I was still worried. Well, I'll message you as well next time, he said, putting her in the same slightly unstable category as Daphne. The first thing he had done was answer Daphne's call and reassure her multiple times he was all right. He looked at Akiko. Don't tell me you came for the same reason. He had trained a lot with Akiko. And that included a lot of sparring. And in those spars, Akiko had used much stronger jutsus on him. There's no way this girl would be worried. Akiko's face was still stoic as usual, but Axel could tell through minor differences that she was very happy. I bet with my grandfather that you would win. Really? Axel had to sit up upon hearing that. That explains why he looked like he wanted to kill me, other than the fact that I defeated his team. What did you win? Akiko took out a scroll. This. And a few more things, she said. It didn't quite show on her face, but Axel could tell she was quite pleased with herself. Axel opened the scroll. Fuck. It was night. But someone was sneaking through the corridors under an invisibility cloak. The figure finally reached its destination, the room of requirements. A door appeared, and the figure entered. Daphne pulled off the cloak and looked around. Seeing no one, an anxious look crossed her face. But in the moment, another figure materialized right in front of her, making her sigh in relief. It was Axel. How is your condition? She asked urgently, dragging him to the couch. She tore open his t-shirt to check the place where he had been hit by the wind spell. Only when she found nothing but old scars did she finally breathe. Daphne put her chin on his shoulder, finally relaxing. Please. Please don't play like that again. It was so dangerous, she whispered. Axel sighed. Among the list of things that were considered dangerous in his life, that game, it would not even make it to the list. And that list is pretty long. Daphne, didn't I already tell you I'm fine? Have some faith in me, will you? Daphne suddenly realized that she was behaving like a worried wife just now, while she was only a friend. I'm sorry. I don't know why I even care so much. Axel looked at her with some incredulity as he realized she had gotten the wrong meaning. Are you apologizing for worrying about me? Hey, let me make it clear, I really cherish it, he said genuinely. He really did cherish the fact that there were people who cared about him. It's just that, his life is pretty dangerous, and won't stop being so anytime soon. So he hated to make them worry again and again. As for why you care, it's because we were just that close. I'd also worry if you were in danger. We were? Asked Daphne, looking doubtful. Why would someone like you even be close to me? Axel chuckled, remembering the past. Someone like me? You would be surprised to know about my condition when we first met. What condition? Daphne suddenly clutched her head in pain, making Axel hold her again. Hey, don't try to remember it. Daphne shook her head. But, I really want to. I feel this horrible emptiness without those memories. Axel clenched his fists. Don't worry. I'll bring them back soon. I'm working on it. Just one ingredient left. Then he will be able to bring it back. Anyways, don't think too much about it. It's just 1.5 years of memories. We can cover it again. That brightened her up somewhat. All right. Then, tell me about our first meeting. Axel winced. Well, those days weren't very good. Not for me at least. I was kinda crippled. Badly. That already made her frown. You were what? How? Your father. In the Forbidden Forest, there was a strange bubble in a clearing. The bubble itself was invisible, but inside it, a completely furnished living space was present, installed with space expansion charm. This was a space bubble, an Atlantean technology, in which the members of the organization were currently staying. The tall guy entered the bubble to find the short guy surfing through a magi mirror. Both the men had taken off their disguises, revealing their original appearance. They looked like ordinary humans, except they had blue tattoos, or markings all over their bodies. What did you find? Asked the tall one. His name was Theron. The short one grinned. His was Nerio. Well, first of all, the confirmation that it really is him. No parents, lived in an orphanage, the dates match, and the face also has an uncanny resemblance. It's that trader's son all right. Other than that, he's quite something. Sports star, top of the class, good at all dueling for his age, and quite the luck with the ladies. That's Tristan's son all right, said Theron laughing contemptuously. I found something too. He's currently in the hospital wing. Seriously injured. Figures. But he's still quite something, isn't he? He didn't use powerful magic but that fighting sense. Nerio narrowed his eyes. We can't let him live longer. Theron was surprised. You think he might have that power? Nerio shook his head. I don't know. He couldn't have awakened it without proper training and guidance. But he does have the royal bloodline. Don't forget the troubles his mother gave us. Nerio had an angry look on his face when saying this. Theron shivered, remember? That bitch and that traitor. Glad they're gone. Their son definitely can't be a good news. Chapter 132, Celebration. Daphne gripped Axel's hand in worry. How did you get crippled? And are you fine now? Looking at her fussing over him, a smile came to his face. This is just one of the reasons why she is different from anyone else in his life. She was interested in knowing about their first meeting. But as soon as he told her about his condition at that time, she immediately focused more on his well-being rather than their fateful meeting. And then she wonders why I would try to be friends with someone like. She's really precious, thought Axel, and he really wanted her to know this too. Oi! I am asking something serious here, said Daphne, annoyed at his smile. Axel sighed. Well, if you must know, some nutjob thought it would be fun to torture me endlessly. Well, that doesn't matter. The point is, my nerves were completely damaged. I couldn't do magic at all, I couldn't use a quill to write, hell, even walking used to be difficult back in the days. I was in that condition when I first met you. That's what I'm trying to say. I wasn't Axel Hunt, the Quidditch star back then. I was Axel Hunt, the cripple. You can imagine how anyone would treat me when I'm like that. Axel's face clouded over when he recalled the time. Those days, they were not good. Due to some reasons, I had stopped trusting anyone. I would push everyone away, no matter if they treated me good or bad. But you. A helpless smile crossed his face. You never seemed to give up on me, no matter how much I tried to push you away. So, the one who doesn't deserve this friendship is me, not you. Daphne was so touched that she didn't know what to say. But, at the same time, Axel's previous state deeply concerned her. Something he said had triggered the memories she had related to it. Her eyes widened as she looked at Axel in shock. See Cruciatus? You were tortured by the Cruciatus, were you? She didn't have the memories of Axel, but she did have an incredible amount of information on the Cruciatus curse and how to treat its after effects, which she had desperately researched for some unknown reason. Now that she connected the dots, she realized she must have researched them for him. Are you all right now? She asked, holding his hands tightly. Hey, calm down. I'm completely healed, said Axel, clenching and unclenching his hand to show her as if to demonstrate. In fact, I'm better than ever. Though Daphne was relieved, her concern didn't lessen. She looked at his hands. They seemed to be functioning all right, but his palms were filled with calluses and the rest of the hand had various scars scattered across the toughened skin. Her heart ached for him just by imagining the hardships he must have had to face in his past. Daphne gently ran her fingers over the past injuries. Who was it? That was all she asked. And even though there were no fluctuations in her voice, Axel could tell she was angry. Who was the fucker who tortured you? Axel hesitated. What could he say? It was her father. Do you really want to know? Daphne nodded her head firmly. And for a moment, it felt like her eyes were glowing. Axel recalled why he hadn't already told her yet. In the beginning, he hadn't because he didn't trust her. It was murder, after all. He would essentially be giving her the power to make him a fugitive on the charge of murdering a lord. After that, he began to trust her enough to tell her, but the matter was never brought up. Though, now that she was asking him herself, and he trusted her, Axel still hesitated to tell her. Cyrus Greengrass was Daphne's dad. And Daphne had been wanting to kill her father for a long time. But she had either failed or couldn't be decisive enough. In the end, the guy ended up being killed by Axel, but only after he had put Axel through a hellish torture first. That's why Axel felt that it would not be good to tell her. At least for now. Daphne already had enough on her plate already right now, what the losing her memories and all. He didn't want to add this to the list of her burdens as well. In the end, he looked into her eyes. Fine. I'll tell you, but only after I've brought your memories back. It's a promise. Patricia POV. When she woke up, she cried. Yesterday, they had given it their all in the match. And in their own sleazy and tricky way, they were actually going toe-to-toe with Mahout Okoro without Axel's help, even though they weren't that good at Quidditch. So, when they were suddenly hit by Takeshi's jutsu, Patricia, along with the rest of the team, got a huge shock, literally and figuratively. In extreme pain and helplessness, she realized that they had been completely outplayed by Mahout Okoro's strategy, and there was nothing they could do to change that. She had tried to move. She really did. But the pain was just too much. It was at an intensity that someone like her had never experienced before. Realizing that they had lost, Patricia fell unconscious. That's why, when she woke up, she cried. She had let her team down. She had let the school down. And, she had let down those numerous fans who had especially tuned in to see Axel play properly for one last time. It was her fault. If only she had been more competent, if only she had researched more, if only she had been paying more attention, she might have been able to figure out what Mahout Okoro was planning and stop them beforehand. But instead, it was Axel who did. And by the time she led the team to take action, it was already too late. Tears poured out of her eyes, soaking the pillow as she silently sobbed in frustration. It would have still been acceptable if they were defeated with a few point difference. But a total takedown? It was humiliating. The effects of the dreamless sleep potion that the team had been given had worn off, and the whole team was awake now. Each and every one had tears in their eyes. And what hurt them more than losing was seeing the strong and charismatic captain they had always looked up to crying too. It really made them realize just how badly they had messed up. "Captain, it's not your fault," Patricia heard someone say. It was Diana. She was crying too. Patricia realized that her team had also woken up. It wouldn't do to behave like this, especially right now, when her team needs her the most. Wiping her tears, she sat up on her bed and drew the curtains. "Let's quit moping around. We have to face it. We lost. Let's receive it gracefully and learn from it," she said to her teammates, and to herself. Her teammates slowly emerged from the canopies of their own beds. All of them had reddened eyes. The defeat against Mahout Okoro had been a big blow to them. Patricia looked around. The Slytherin team was admitted in a separate ward. Hundreds of gifts were piled up in one corner, as consolation gifts to the team. But Patricia was searching for something else. "Where's Axel?" The teammates, who were distracted by the gifts, also realized this. There were only 6 beds in the room. Axel was nowhere to be found. Patricia decided that she would handle her Star Seeker separately. He must have been the one to take this defeat the hardest. After all, she knew he had the power to have defeated the Mahout Okoro easily had it not been for that last attack. "Well, gather around, everyone. We need to see this," she said, picking up her Magi mirror from the table. "Running away won't change anything. They need to face the reality. And it would be best to do it when they are together." The teammates all reluctantly gathered around. Patricia looked at everyone. "Ready?" she asked. She was going to open the Magi Hive, and she had an idea of what they were going to face. They had been taken down in the middle of the match. The Magi Hive right now would be filled with curses and criticism from their fans, memes from anti-fans, experts' opinions of where they had gone wrong, and much more. Knowing it was going to be painful, Patricia opened the Magi Hive. And Axel hunts Mahout Okoro. Hogwarts wins. Axel Hunt, 1 vs all. Experts' opinion on the match. Hunt breaks more records. John Sanderson calls Axel Hunt the best Quidditch player in the world. Team Hogwarts pull an unexpected win. Hunt's explosive last match. The team stared at the top posts in a stunned silence. Hogwarts won? No one seemed to be criticizing them. It was like suddenly being able to breathe while on the verge of drowning. How? Patricia couldn't understand. How the hell did he do it? Is this a dream? Anderson murmured. With shaking fingers, Patricia quickly opened the video feed with the heading, "Hunt avenges his teammates, the epic showdown." The video started with Team Hogwarts getting by Mahout Okoro's combo attack and falling to the ground. The members all winced upon recalling the particular moment. They could still feel the after effects of that shock. But then, they saw the camera focusing on Axel, who had pushed himself back into a sitting position. Damn! The teammates stared at the video, transfixed. They knew firsthand how painful it must have been for Axel, and yet, he had sat up. The team saw Axel looking at the rest of them, and then at the scoreboard. Seemingly having made his resolve, he slowly stood up. He is really following through his words, said Elijah, the beater. They recalled what Axel had told them. At that moment, his words might have sounded arrogant. But looking at him actually having the grit to follow through, they felt goosebumps rippling on their arms. But, how did he take on the whole team? Asked Diana. That was the question. They knew how bad his condition must have been. And they couldn't imagine him being able to win. Right now, being the only man standing, all the firepower would be focused on Axel. Did he use some tricks? Like the fog? Suggested Anderson, but even that didn't seem viable. The fog could be cleared if they once again created a storm. The video gave them the answer. Direct confrontation. What they saw next made them lose their minds. Later at night after meeting Daphne, Axel returned to his hospital room. He wasn't really discharged yet, as he was recommended mandatory rest by the healers. Well, the actual injuries he had sustained were as severe as a normal human would suffer when they are tickled. But he couldn't let that go in his medical record, could he? After all, everyone had seen him getting hit. If he came out unscathed, it would raise eyebrows. So, Axel had simply manufactured a few injuries by himself in order to show the healers. After Akiko and Martina, no one came to disturb him. Well, no one was allowed to. So Axel was able to sneak in and out conveniently. Axel returned late at night and fell asleep without much thought. It was just another day passed for him. But, not for everyone else. You can't just casually shock the whole world and simply wash your hands of the matter. You simply don't. The ramifications of what he had done began to appear the very next day. Axel felt like he had barely slept, but he was already woken up by urgent knocking on his door. Excuse me, for Merlin's sake. I told you he needs rest. Sorry, nurse. It really can't wait. Yet. Open the bloody door. Recognizing the voices to be his teammates, Axel undid the privacy locks he had placed on the door, and the door burst open as his teammates rushed in. What the? Axel wasn't given a chance to express his bewilderment on the situation. Seemingly out of their minds, his teammates jumped him like madmen. You bloody genius, you! We actually won. Thank you, thank you. You did it. Axel. Axel hated physical contact with people he wasn't close with. He considered giving them another jolt of electricity, but in the end, decided against it. They were simply too happy right now. Perhaps the him of the past might have actually done it, but Axel simply found that even more bothersome now. Fuck. I'm supposed to be injured, damn it. He protested. Only then did Patricia, who was the first to stick to him, regain some reason. Hey. Take it easy. He's injured. The team's excitement was inordinately high, so it took a long time for them to calm down and let Axel go. After that, the team together with their heads down while Axel glared at them, still sitting on his bed with his arms crossed. His clothes and hair were disheveled after allegedly being attacked by his teammates. What the fuck was that for? Asked Axel, trying very hard not to get them admitted into the hospital wing again. The team actually had the decency to look embarrassed. But when Patricia explained the situation, Axel had to reluctantly let them go. They had thought they had lost, and when they saw the video of Axel taking them to victory and avenging them, they were simply overcome with emotions. Of course, that wasn't the end of the consequences. It was only the beginning. Congratulations! When Axel and the team went to the Great Hall for breakfast, they found the whole school waiting for them. As soon as they entered, confetti rained down on them and everyone yelled in celebration. The team was lifted into the air by the human wave and carried to the middle of the hall. It was a full-on party. The long tables were nowhere to be seen, switched by smaller tables which were arranged at the sides. The enchanted ceiling had been set to show fireworks and disco lights. Weird Sisters music blared from the singing speakers. Still getting bounced by the wave of super excited students, Axel looked at the ceiling with half-closed eyes. Can I at least have breakfast? As soon as he was let down, Patricia kissed his cheek in front of everyone, making the crowd erupt into cheers, catcalls, and wolf whistles. It's all because of you, she said, looking the happiest person alive. Me too, said Diana, kissing his other cheek. But that was not good for Axel. Because in the next moment, he had been surrounded by a huge number of senior girls trying to kiss him. Axel took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd unnoticed. Arcane eyes. He searched for Daphne. He found it sitting at a corner, looking at the horde of girls wanting to kiss him with cold eyes. Axel sighed. Due to the issue with the organization, Axel had told her not to be seen together in public. He simply didn't want to risk the organization using her to get to him. Hey! He's here! While he was still looking at Daphne, he was once again found out, causing him to be surrounded again. Some students wanted pictures, some wanted autographs, some bold girls wanted him to sign on specific parts of their bodies. Axel sighed. This is harassment. Just when he was about to do something about it, the girls had to separate on their own, because Professor McGonagall had arrived to mediate. Mr. Hunt and the rest of the team are still recovering from their injuries. Please make some distance. Let them at least have breakfast for Merlin's sake. McGonagall looked at the team and smiled. Yes, actually smiled. Good work, students. 100 points to Slytherin. Whoa! Looking at the uncontrolled atmosphere, Axel had to wonder if he had gone too far this time. Chapter 133, Rose Redemption. The team was led to one of the small tables, where a meal for them was already arranged, where their Slytherin friends joined them. Great match, Hunt. You brought glory to the house. If you want to go pro, I can get you a great contract. If you are looking to make a quick earning, you can promote our company. Axel, I can make you very rich. Slytherins will be Slytherins, thought Axel. To them, Axel was like a golden goose full of profit right now. Of course they would try everything to win him over now. There was a time when he was treated like air in this house. And when he was nominated as the Seeker, he was treated worse. But ever since he started to show off some of his talents, people have started approaching him. Though, he had to admit, it was never this blatant. Rolling his eyes, Axel signaled Patricia. Patricia understood the assignment immediately. She clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, Axel is still recovering from yesterday's exertions. No one is allowed to bother him, she announced. Though with great reluctance, the Slytherins left him on Patricia's orders. 2 bulky Slytherins were allocated to him with the task of fending off anyone who approaches him. After everything was cleared up, Patricia took her seat beside him. Don't mind them. They're all under strict instructions from their families to make contact with you, or they wouldn't be so crude, she said, regarding the people who tried to make offers to him with a disdainful look. Axel gave her a glance. Oh? Look who's talking. He could easily recall a certain captain harassing him non-stop to join her team. Talk about hypocrisy. Patricia blushed. That is a different matter. I was very desperate back then. And I could not let all that talent of yours go to waste. She defended. Besides, I don't regret it. Just look around. Right now, you have so much power and influence at your hands that you could achieve things that others can only dream of. Patricia's eyes were glimmering by just imagining it. Isn't it invigorating? Not really. Axel sighed. Under different circumstances, he might have enjoyed the current scenario. After all, he now had power, acknowledgement, and a wealth of opportunities waiting to be explored. But alas, things are complicated. Him having a system is the proof of that. Axel gripped the pendant around his neck. Very soon, the world would be filled with chaos and destruction. And the future is so bad that the Akashic records had to go as far as choosing someone from the mortal world to mediate the situation. That's why, he has to hide his real powers and do what needs to be done in order to avoid future troubles. He cannot live in blissful ignorance like other people. The power he has, comes with heavy burdens. No? Why not? Patricia looked at him in puzzlement. Axel shook his head. Can't tell you, he told her, but what he meant was, none of your business. Patricia looked at him deeply. I can never figure you out, Axel. She admitted. But, that only makes you so much more interesting. Well, I'll go enjoy our victory. Someone must take the main place after all. With that, the power-hungry girl finally departed. Axel rolled his eyes. Patricia might be the most materialistic, ambitious, and calculating girl he has ever seen. She might have even sat beside him and bantered just now only to show her close relation with him. In short, she was not the kind of girl he could trust, even if she might genuinely support him. But Axel didn't mind. He would let her play her little games as long as she doesn't go overboard. After all, she is useful. With her, he can practically rule the Slytherin house without actually having to go through the troubles that come along with it. As soon as Patricia was gone, a few students started to try getting a seat near him. Axel spotted Theodore and Tracy looking at him from afar, so he called them over. They've been having breakfast together for a while, so Axel preferred them over the other Slytherins. "Mate, you were amazing yesterday." "But, you already know that," said Theodore, sitting beside him. "Yeah. But are you all right now?" "We were worried," asked Tracy. Axel nodded, still healing. "It'll be all right in a few days. As mentioned, you shouldn't come out of a confrontation like that unscathed. Having some injuries would make him more human." Axel looked around at the grand party. How did the students arrange for all this so quickly? Oh, it wasn't just the students. Professor McGonagall was the one who got most of the things arranged. And the funding came from the school. Tracy informed him. "McGonagall?" Axel raised his eyebrows. Tracy nodded excitedly. "Yes, just look at her. I've never seen her so, less scary before. Well, as you know, she's quite the Quidditch enthusiast. This match was actually her idea. Of course she's happy our school won," said Theodore. That explained it. Axel looked at the Scottish professor who was sitting at the head table with the rest of the professors, sipping her wine. She did have a giddy vibe today. She was talking to Professor Narcissa, the history professor, who has been becoming quite popular with the students lately. But then, Axel unexpectedly spotted Lockhart, sitting just a few spaces away from McGonagall. What drew his attention was the fact that Gilderoy looked none of his usual self today. His always awfully styled hair was in a mess, his clothes unkempt, and his face gaunt. Also, there was no dimpled smile on his face. "Wait, Lockhart is actually here." Apparently, Theodore also saw him, as he exclaimed in surprise. "Blimey! What's up with his appearance?" Lockhart. Tracy also looked over. "Oh, he's actually here. It's been a while since I've seen him." Axel was a bit surprised. "A while? Have you guys started skipping his classes as well?" Tracy shook her head straight away. "Of course not. Lockhart's the one who's not been taking his lectures lately. He rarely appears these days." Theodore snorted. "He must have been still sore from the time you beat him up in front of everyone." Axel recalled the incident. Lockhart was really out of line that time. Axel had not been in the best of the states, having used limit break the previous night, and having played an intense Quidditch game the very next day without rest. And while he was in that state, Lockhart had come and tried to take credit for teaching Axel how to play Quidditch. Well, as a result, Lockhart was humiliated badly in public. "Is that really it?" asked Axel. "Was that really the reason why Lockhart has been so elusive and shabby lately?" Theodore shrugged. "Well, it must definitely have a huge impact. He's become a meme now. Students laugh at him all the time." Well, Axel still did not regret teaching him a lesson. The guy had it coming. While Axel was thinking about that, the surrounding conversation slowly started to halt, as eyes began gathering in his direction. Axel looked over and realized the cause. For some reason, Rose Potter was standing behind, being blocked by his bodyguards. Axel inwardly heaved a sigh. The previous Star Seeker against the current Star Seeker. Such a situation would of course garner everyone's attention. "What's up?" Axel asked, turning in his seat to face her. Rose wasn't intimidated by the attention gathered on them. She had a look of resolve on her face. "I've come to apologize. I'm sorry," she stated with much difficulty, as if doing something extremely difficult. Axel was puzzled. "What for?" Rose looked stunned. It seemed like she was not prepared for this. What do you mean what for?" "I mean what are you apologizing for?" Rose glared at him. "Don't you know already? I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. I mistook you for some philanderer who has relations with multiple girls. I'm sorry you had to clarify it through the interview." Axel blinked. WTF. He had already forgotten Rose's accusation as just another Rose thing and move on, but this lady here thought he actually gave a flying fuck about how she thought of him, or what she said about him. Come to think of it, she's been acting weird lately. He thought. Ever since the interview, Rose has been acting differently. Well, less bitchy. She even came to wish him luck before the match. Axel nodded. Well, if you say so, he said, before starting to eat again. Rose was once again triggered. That's it. I apologize to you in front of the whole school and you only say if you say so. You could at least try being a bit moved. Axel was a bit irritated to hear that. But you could have just done it when we're alone. Why did you have to do it in front of everyone? Everyone was just starting to forget about his presence and enjoy the party, giving him some relief. And she just had to come right now and bring everyone's attention back to him. Couldn't she have just apologized in private? Rose stomped her feet. Do you think I'm enjoying this? I had accused you in front of everyone. Everyone thought my words were right. Of course I have to apologize in front of everyone. No matter how embarrassing it is. She yelled, before running away, tears glistening at the corner of her eyes. Axel was left sitting on his seat, stunned. So, that was the reason. Damn it, just how self-centered was he? The girl was actually making an effort here. Not only for him, but also for herself. His image had gotten so bad that he had to come forward and clarify it himself. And she genuinely felt at least partially responsible for that. That's why she came to apologize. And her sincerity could be seen just by the fact that she had put aside her pride and apologized in front of everyone. And he had just been too self-centered to care. Now seeing the crying girl exiting the Great Hall, Axel felt like shit. Meanwhile, sitting at the head table, Gilderoy Lockhart looked at his target. He clenched the fingers of his hands. Just wait a little longer, he thought. Lockhart has been miserable these days. Not many people know this, but he has an obsessive recognition disorder. It is an extreme and unhealthy obsession with achieving fame, recognition, and admiration from others. Individuals with ORD are driven by an insatiable need for attention and will go to great lengths, including engaging in morally reprehensible actions, to achieve their desired level of recognition. That's why he's always been trying to get recognized for more and more achievements, even if those achievements aren't his. That's why, when he saw Axel playing like he did in his very first match against Gryffindor, Lockhart couldn't help himself from acting. He thought it would be an easy matter. The boy was just 13 years old. A few well-placed compulsion and memory modification charms would have been enough to convince him that Lockhart really was his teacher. But the boy unexpectedly humiliated him instead. Very badly. Unfortunately for Lockhart, that clip became a meme and got hugely viral on the Magi Hive, making Lockhart the joke of Hogwarts. But, no more of that. Thankfully, Lockhart is not alone. He has help. Right. He thought, caressing the small diary in his pocket. Lockhart has long given up getting the recognition of the whole world. That no longer matters to him. Now, his goal is getting the recognition of a certain someone instead. To do that, Lockhart has been preparing something for a long while now. And soon, he will be able to execute it. Chapter 134. The day after the match was declared a rest day, on which students celebrated and played around the whole time. After all, it wasn't a small matter. The game, due to a combination of factors, was one of the most watched events of the year. This was just a school-level match, even smaller than the minor leagues. And yet, the viewership was comparable to an actual World Cup match. And then, in such a match, Axel did something so legendary that made even more of the wizarding population watch it, including those who had absolutely no interest in Quidditch. That's why, the clips of Axel's small but explosive showdown were circulating on all platforms around the world. This ultimately benefited Hogwarts big time, considering the fact that Axel was a student of Hogwarts. So of course, the school would let the students celebrate. But too bad, good times never last. The date of annual exams was announced the very next day, forcing the students to come out of their fantasy worlds and start focusing on the sad and boring reality, that they were going to have to study their asses out and cut down their hobbies and other activities. For most of the students, grades actually matter a lot. Higher grades allows them certain perks which provide inducement for everyone to try. Of course, there are always a few students who simply don't give a damn, but these are few in number. And, of course, there are always some students with no actual life and studying as their only activity, but these are ultra rare. Unlike most students who only start studying a few days before the exams, these students have spent the whole semester preparing for the exams and are determined to get perfect grades in all subjects. One such student was currently sitting in the library, trying to study. There's still so much syllabus to cover, thought Hermione Granger. The second-year Ravenclaw was trying very hard to concentrate, but, Her present company was making it very difficult for her to do so. But you have to understand, he's different but he has a good heart, Daphne was saying. Rose almost banged the table. Good heart. He humiliated me in front of the whole school. And others are still just cheering for him, saying he did great. They're treating me like a villain. Hermione sighed. Can you guys try to be a bit quiet? Some people come to the library to actually study. Oh, but I see a lot of students doing mating activities between the bookshelves, said Luna Lovegood. She had a book about magical creatures lying open in front of her. Daphne looked scandalized. Luna, you aren't supposed to see those things. You're still too young, she chided. Daphne, are you even listening? I am venting here. Rose protested. Daphne as she nodded. Of course, of course. I am listening. I know Axel is a big baddie. But, can you get over it? We need to study. Hermione looked like she wanted to pull her hair out. I am going to sit somewhere else, she said, gathering her things. Hey, you're not going anywhere. Daphne stopped her. You agreed to help us study. Hermione sighed for the nth time. How did I end up here? Hermione, Daphne, Rose, and Luna. Quite an odd group that had formed here. How did it come to be? Well, it all started with Daphne. Due to their fickle and superficial nature, Daphne had stopped associating with her previous friends, because all they could do these days was fang-earling Axel, and it made her nauseous. She had instead started hanging out with Hermione, a fellow Ravenclaw who is a study freak. And Daphne felt that it had been good for her. No toxicity, no gossip, no talk about boys. She had been able to focus more on her studies. And most importantly, she could keep her attention away from him. Axel Hunt. The boy of mysteries. They're friends now, but Daphne can't even be seen with him in public. It distresses her greatly that he has enemies out there and he has to protect her from them. And then there's the thing with his past. He had been tortured with the Cruciatus. Badly enough that it crippled him. And yet, not one person seems to even know about it, let alone care for him. She had once seen him shirtless, and no matter how much she admired the view, her prevailing thoughts were of concern for him. He had so many scars. How did he get them? What happened to the ones who gave them to him? Are they still roaming free? But no matter how much she distresses over it, there is nothing she can actually do about it. She is powerless, and useless. The best she can do is to enjoy the little time they do spend together. That's why, she tries to think as little about Axel Hunt as possible, which, it must be mentioned, is extremely difficult if you hang out with his fangirls. That's why Daphne thinks Hermione is a perfect friend. All she talks about is studies. Just seeing her schedule packed full of assignments, research, and light reading would make you feel pressured to study as well. As for Luna? Well, Martina is close with Hermione, seeing that they're both magic geeks. So Martina has tasked Hermione to take care of the girl. Of course, neither Hermione nor Daphne minded. Luna was like a cute pet. She's so innocent and pure that you can't help but want to protect her. She's an endangered species. And the fact that she's been dumped into the den of snakes called the House Slytherin, the hat must be getting barmy. Just thinking about how those snakes would treat the innocent girl strokes their maternal instincts. That's why Daphne and Hermione are more than happy to include her into their group. But Rose, well, she is a different case. She doesn't get along with Neville anymore. And since she has been friends with both Daphne and Hermione, and she is especially good at Dada, so of course the girls didn't mind inviting her. But now, things have changed. Rose has been distracted as of late. She doesn't pay attention of studies and keeps talking about Axel. All she does is complain, how much of an idiot is for having such great skills and not using them, how full of himself he is, how she had been training very hard to catch up to him, how insensitive he is for not accepting her apology, etc. etc. This is getting on both Daphne's and Hermione's nerves. Whether it's an Axel fangirl or Axel hater, both are bad for Daphne, who wants to stop thinking about him. And Hermione, who is only interested in studies, is also finding it hard to concentrate with Rose constantly distracting everyone. Rose, can you just stop talking about him? Please, said Daphne after getting tired. Daphne, is this because of the crush you have on him? Fine. Don't bother listening. At least Hermione would support me. She also hates Axel, said Rose, Turning to Hermione. Why do you hate Axel? Asked Luna. He is kind. And he flies very well, she proclaimed, nodding to herself. Rose snorted. Axel Hunt, kind? Only Luna would say something like that. Luna, you won't understand why I hate him. Hermione sighed. It has to be mentioned, Hermione also hates Axel with a passion. Firstly, there's the fact that he somehow came first in class, even after skipping classes, and getting all the assignments done by Daphne. And then there's his relation with Martina. Hermione is simply jealous of that. Martina is her idol and she really cherishes every moment she spends with her genius senior. But Axel, he's always treating Martina as if they're equals. And instead, Martina is the one who appears subservient to him. It makes her wonder if the guy is blackmailing her or something. Hermione sighed. Rose, while I'm not particularly fond of Axel Hunt, that doesn't change anything. The point is, exams are drawing near and you are always distracting us. Can you please just stop talking in general? What? Rose looked at her two friends. She had become a social outcast, people were making fun of her on the internet, students also see her as the villain. And now, even her friends won't support her anymore. Fine. I won't bother you guys anymore. Feeling betrayed, she got up and started gathering her things. Wait, Rose. Hey, that's not what I meant. Rose didn't listen to their lousy attempts to stop her. After she left, Daphne and Hermione looked at each other with troubled and helpless expressions. The one they blamed was the oblivious Axel, for different reasons. Go console her. Go bring her back. They both said to each other at the same time and both sighed at the same time. Rose is like this. She gets angry easily and is difficult to coax. Rose walked alone through the corridors. Students would point at her from time to time but she tried her best to ignore it. Despite the dawn of summer, the castle felt quite explicably chilly today and there seemed an air of depression in the corridors. Ignoring the desolate feeling, Rose walked on. She was going towards the Quidditch pitch. Rose? Fancy seeing you here. I was only looking for you, said Lockhart cheerfully, walking towards her in big strides. Rose raised her eyebrows. Professor Lockhart. She involuntarily took a step back. Because right now, Lockhart was looking like a madman. His condition is worse than ever. And he stank. Rose covered her nose. Rosie, Rosie, Rosie. I've been looking for you everywhere, said Lockhart, coming closer. Would you mind coming to the Forbidden Forest with me? It's quite urgent. Rose took one more step backwards. Her intuition was telling her that something was wrong. I am sorry, Professor, I have something I need to do, she said, trying to get away, but Lockhart had already drawn his wand. Stupefy. Rose knew something was off with the man, but she surely didn't expect the man to directly attack him. She tried getting away, but it was already too late. Meanwhile, in a house in an unknown location, Bellatrix Black kicked the furniture in annoyance. It's already past the time limit, Gorski, she yelled, glaring at the former history professor. Jacob Gorski, who always appeared to be in control of the situation, actually looked distressed as well. His thick eyebrows were knotted in a frown. Minister, this is really an unpredicted development. They should have been here by now. Bellatrix blasted the furniture with her wand this time. Then why aren't they here? You have had me set so many wards, and station some of the most powerful wizards in the world right in the middle of nowhere, for what? Do you think it costs me nothing? Is this even necessary? It is necessary, Gorski had a severe expression on his face. I've told you. I'm not considered weak, and they want me alive. To get me, they would send some of the best they have. The force we've prepared is absolutely necessary. But, as for why they're not here yet, there could be several reasons. Oh? Like what? Asked Bellatrix, crossing her arms. Like the conflict with the royal family might have gotten at a crucial point, making them unable to spare forces to hunt me. Or maybe something more important has distracted them. I won't know unless you let me check what's happening in the outside world, said Gorski in protest. This minister had caught him unprepared and hasn't allowed him any leeway ever since. She doesn't even let him near a newspaper. No. Forget it. Bellatrix rejected him immediately. You're a prisoner, don't forget. Gorski sighed. Even prisoners of Azkaban are allowed newspapers. What can I even do with it? Cut you. Bellatrix clicked her tongue. She wasn't allowing him because information is power. And she doesn't know anything about Atlanteans. That's why she's been taking every precaution. But now, what choice did she have? She was running out of time. She threw him a copy of the Daily Prophet. Gorski slowly began browsing through the news with a calm look. But, as soon as he saw the very first news, his eyes almost popped out. Fuck! An uncharacteristic exclamation came out of his mouth. What is it? Asked Bellatrix, also surprised, but Gorski was too damn stunned to respond. The more important thing. He murmured. Gorski understood at once why they hadn't come for him. But what the hell? He was just an injured little boy the last time he had seen him. And he had strictly told him to keep a low profile. Then, why and how the hell is Axel Hunt all over the news? Chapter 135, Hogwarts under attack. Around the same time as Rose was attacked, the Aurors and ninjas stationed at Hogwarts were dealing with something else. A creeping chill had spread everywhere in the astronomy tower, and an eerie sense of despair hung in the air. What the? Just how many are there? We're getting overwhelmed. Dementors. Hundreds of them had suddenly appeared at the top of the astronomy tower, causing the Auror and ninja guards stationed at all parts of the school to be directly summoned here. Expecto Patronum. Holy flame! The wizards and ninjas were trying their best to stop the Dementors from advancing, but... Why? Why aren't the spells working? Damn it, is it just me or have the Dementors always been this big? This is not working. That was the problem. Usually this much force should have been enough to the Dementors, but for some reason, their spells weren't properly effective against the Dementors. Despite their best efforts, the Dementors were somehow still advancing forward. During this time, the professor stood at the backlands, each of them having severe expressions on their faces. Their Patronuses were also engaged in stopping the Dementors. But powerful as they were, their combined might was still coming short in front of the absurdly powerful army of the dark creatures. This is an unprecedented situation, said Professor Sprout. Any update on how they got here? Flitwick asked Alice Longbottom, the former Auror and now the dueling professor. None. Alice shook her head. She had a frustrated expression on her face. This is a planned attack. The minister pulled out most of her forces for some unknown reason, and Headmaster Dumbledore and Yujiro are not present. They've literally caught us with our pants down. But something else is wrong. The amount of power we have is enough to hold down any horde of Dementors, said Sayako-sensei, the ninjutsu professor of Mahouto Koro. And she was right. The combined might of the senseis and professors alone was nothing to scoff at, not to mention the Aurors and ninja guardians also fighting right now. Something is wrong with these Dementors, all right. They're awfully resistant, said Yamamoto-sensei, the physical training or the taijutsu teacher. That was the thing. It was as if these Dementors were different. More powerful. They're overwhelming us. We need to evacuate the students, said Professor Narcissa. We can't. It'll cause panic among the students. As we discussed, we have to keep this matter contained. If the news spreads to the media, there will be ramifications. That was the thing. Right now, they were trying to end this matter here without letting the news spread. Because if it did, Hogwarts security will be severely criticized, not to mention the big blow it will give to the school's reputation. Looking at the situation, Professor McGonagall hardened her resolve. Make the announcement, she declared. Even if the matter could be contained, the safety of the students should be the first priority. But the students shouldn't know the cause. Tell all the deputy professors and prefects to escort every student to their dorms. In the entire Hogwarts, the temperature had already dropped for some reason, and students were all feeling rather down right now. Most of them had already attributed it to the incoming exams, but some had begun to suspect something. While the students were going about their usual business, a school-wide announcement was made, alarming everyone. Attention all students, this is an emergency. Everyone, please calmly make your way towards your dorms right now. Attention all students. The students who had been studying or chilling on this fine Sunday afternoon were alarmed. What happened? Damn, has something like this happened before? Hey, how about we try and find out? Yeah, couldn't they have been more specific? Whatever it is, I hope it's serious enough to cancel the exams. In Hogwarts, students, curiosity and excitement ran among the students rather than concern for their own well-being. Hogwarts was not a military school. Of course students won't be very disciplined. But the Mahout Okoro students, on the other hand, were completely different. They all rushed to the dorms at once without any fanfare, following the orders to AT. Martina, who had been locked away in her portable space extension laboratory, came out of her concentrated state as a bell rang inside her lab. It warned her when someone knocked on her room. Martina frowned. She had been busy doing an important project. She didn't want to be disturbed. But, the knocking was incessant. It has to be said, there are very few people who have the guts, or the status to knock on Martina's door. This better be good, she muttered, getting up. When she came out of her suitcase, the first thing she noticed was the low temperature. It was summer, and yet, the temperature was so cold. Rubbing her arms, she opened the door. Only to see Akiko Matsushima of all people standing in front of her door. Akiko still had a calm, expressionless look on her face. But to those who knew her, the knot between her eyebrows was enough to signify that something was wrong right now. Akiko? Why are you here? Akiko simply grabbed Martina's hand. Let's go. Before she knew it, Martina was dragged outside the Ravenclaw Tower. Hey, at least tell me where we're going. Is it about Axel? Martina was resistant at first, but then she finally heard the repeat of the announcement and seriousness dawned on her face. Let's go. She agreed. They both began rushing to the cause. As they approached the astronomy tower, Martina's eyes grew unfocused as she felt the vast amounts of magic being used up ahead. As they drew nearer, the temperature dropped enough to condense their breaths into wisps of mist. A feeling of desolation began to affect them, but both the witches' minds were strong enough to not be influenced. When they finally reached the place, both held their breaths. Dementors, said Martina, merely confirming her conjecture. Akiko nodded. They both stopped at a distance where they could see from afar the backs of professors, senseis, aurors, and ninja guardians launching Patronuses and keeping the huge horde of Dementors at bay. They didn't go further for now. After all, they were just students. And they didn't even know the situation yet. It would be foolish to rush in now and get scolded for no reason. You're here. At this moment, the girls heard a casual voice originate from right beside them, making them jump. Axel, said Martina, her voice containing equal amounts of surprise, relief, and annoyance. Yep, standing beside with his back leaning against the wall, was Axel, looking ahead at the situation as if he had been standing here the whole time. When Rose came out, she found herself unable to move. MMMPH. And neither could she speak. She was bound to the ground with chains, and her mouth was gagged with a cloth to prevent her from screaming. Fear and panic gripped her heart. How the hell did she get here? Yes, Lockhart stunned her. Is this a prank? If this is, she's going to murder that professor. She scoured her surroundings. It seemed like she was in the Forbidden Forest. There were trees everywhere. And she was bound in the middle of what seemed like a huge ritual circle. This seemed like a horrible nightmare. HMMMPH. MMPH. She struggled to get out of the ropes, and she tried to scream for help, but to no avail. All right, Rose was scared for real now. What the hell is going on? At this moment, she heard someone chuckle. Gilderoy Lockhart came into her vision. Rosie, Rosie, oh Rosie. You seem scared. And why would you not be? After all, you were kidnapped in broad daylight. He said, looking rather jolly. Rose glared at Lockhart. She tried to speak, but she couldn't due to the gag. Don't try to scream. And don't try to break free either. It's useless, Rose. This place is covered with wards I can't even comprehend, including the silencing ones. Your voice won't reach anyone. In fact, Lockhart down and took the gag off her. This is useless. Sorry, I just put it for the dramatics, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. Rose glared at Lockhart murderously but didn't try to scream for help. Why am I here? Do you know who my god aunt is? She'll have you locked in Azkaban for this. Lockhart laughed as if he'd heard a joke. Azkaban? Rosie, 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 you have no idea who you're trying to threaten. The entity I work for is far more intimidating than a mere minister of magic. Of course, you would know a lot about them. He said, bringing out a small diary from his pocket. Behold! Rose furrowed her eyebrows looking at the rather unassuming diary. This was supposed to be the reason? She had finally confirmed. He really is nuts. But, in the next moment, a sudden pressure descended upon the surroundings. Darkness began radiating off the diary, making the surroundings chilly. And then, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared on diary's surface. "We meet again, Rose Potter." A creepy voice echoed in the surroundings. Rose's eyes widened. "Why you?" Horror descended upon her as she realized just who it was. Voldemort. In their last encounter, he had tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone and had failed due to her and Daphne. She hadn't expected to see him again so soon. But yet, here he was. It was the same foul, palpitating presence. There was no doubt. It really was Voldemort himself. Rose was definitely intimidated. But she won't let the fear consume her. "Voldemort. What do you want? Dumbledore has already destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. You're too late." Voldemort chuckled sinisterly. "The stone? It was merely a tool to allow my return, Rose Potter. But, I do not need it anymore. After all, I have found a much better alternative." Rose didn't like the sound of that. She didn't like it at all. This monster has another way to return? That would cause another war, wouldn't it? "What do you want from me?" She couldn't help but ask. Was this guy so petty that he'd come to get revenge for the last time? "Have you not figured it out yet?" "You're the key," said Voldemort, a hint of amusement in his voice. "What?" "Yes, Rose Potter. You are going to be the alternative. Did you forget what happened the last time we met? You were able to connect the two worlds." Rose paled as realization dawned upon her. In their last encounter, when Voldemort tried to enter Rose's mind, an explosive reaction took place. Voldemort was brutally forced back, and a rift opened up in space, dragging him, and Umbridge in. Rose was still confused about exactly what happened that night. Only now did she realize. Voldemort chuckled upon seeing her paling complexion. "You finally understand. You, Rose Potter, have a direct connection with the Netherworld. I have been struggling to find ways to return for years in vain. All I have been able to accomplish is to allow creatures as tangible as mere Dementors to travel between the worlds. Philosopher's Stone was just another unsuccessful attempt. But thanks to that, I was able to witness that phenomenon. It made me realize that the solution had always been obvious." "Me?" Rose still couldn't believe it. There was obviously glee in Voldemort's voice. "Yes, you. But I wasn't the only one who realized that. Dumbledore did as well. That's why he has increased the security at Hogwarts. And you, especially, were guarded by Aurors at all times. I had to go to quite the lengths to bring you here today. Damn it, it was for this." Rose finally understood the reason why there were Aurors guarding her at all times this year. She had thought it was just her aunt being overprotective, but apparently, the reality was something completely out of expectations. Rose struggled to break free again. "It doesn't matter. The Aurors would soon realize my absence. You won't succeed in whatever you're planning." Lockhart, who had been kneeling in Voldemort's presence this whole time, smiled upon hearing that. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Rosie. You see, your school is currently under attack from powerful Dementors summoned straight from my lord's forces. So, no one is coming to save you. They're too busy protecting the school without realizing that it was just a distraction. That's why it was so easy to kidnap you," explained Lockhart, making Rose even more panicked. "Now," said Voldemort. "Get ready. We're about to launch the real attack at your school." Chapter 136, Guardian Angel. "You're finally here," said a voice from right beside them, making Martina and Akiko jump in surprise. "Axel." Martina was both surprised and relieved to see the guy. Dementors are creatures that have always got on her nerves. Even when she used to watch them in the movies as a kid. Unfortunately, they're very real in this world, and she has had multiple encounters with them too. The good thing is, Axel has always been present with her every time it has happened, so his presence felt quite reassuring to her. "Since when have you been here? How's the situation?" asked Akiko. Both the girls are already aware of his stealth abilities, so no one commented on the tiny jump scare he just gave them, or maybe they were just too embarrassed to mention it. "I've been here for a while. And it's not looking good. Axel looked at the chaos up ahead as he gave out a detailed analysis of the situation. Their numbers are increasing, God knows how, and containment is difficult since there are just too many windows, passageways, and doors in this damn corridor. Also, these dementors are kinda powerful. Petronuses don't last long in front of them. The manpower is spread too thin trying to guard each and every exit. A few dementors might get past them at this rate before they can completely seal this place. Axel had been doing his usual training when he had noticed that something was wrong when he had seen Aura and Ninja Guardian from all over the castle being called here. He had simply followed to see what the fuss was about. After arriving he was just watching them struggle while eating popcorn. What took you so long? He asked Akiko. You should have noticed all this earlier, he said, alluding to her secret darkness affinity. Akiko nodded. I did. But I can't really do much in this case due to the circumstances. So I've been trying to find Martina, she explained. Finding Axel was as good as impossible, so she thought it would be easier to find Martina. But no one could tell me where she was, she said, a hint of complaint in her voice. Akiko's darkness affinity could help mediate this situation, using it in public was out of question since it was taboo, just like the dark arts. That's why she had decided to find Martina. Martina looked apologetic. Actually, I have been inside my laboratory for a few days. I've been working on something new, she explained. The incident at Christmas was a kind of wake-up call for her. She'd been kidnapped from her own home and almost raped. If it wasn't for Axel, she was a goner. It made her realize that this wasn't a fantasy world. Everything here was very real. She had been taking her life for granted. She was given such a great opportunity. A life that anyone would kill for, gifts that anyone would kill for, a family that anyone would kill for. And she had been wasting it all away in simply goofing around and following her hobbies. Just take Axel for example. 2 years ago, she had seen him having difficulties even walking. She had seen him struggle to even cast basic spells properly. And today, he could take her down before she would have the time to blink. That's someone who's properly using everything he has. Observing Axel made her realize who she could have been, if she sharpened every weapon in her arsenal. And it also made her realize why she was still weak. It was because she was scared of her own potential. It was only until she saw Axel did she realize, she could still be who is, even if she is a lot more powerful. So, what do we do? Akiko asked Axel. She seemed to trust in Axel's judgment. Martina stepped forward at this moment. Guys, I would like to handle this one alone please, she requested. Axel studied her, noticing something different about her. A small smirk came to his face. You're embracing it, hey. Martina was surprised at first, but then just sighed. Am I that easy to figure out? At least to me. Only to him, said Akiko, a bit peeved for not knowing what the fuck these two were talking about. Axel put a hand on her shoulder. Just let her do her thing. They watched as Martina took out her staff. The one she uses when handling heavy magic. First she cast a vision blocking screen around the three of them, making them invisible to others, followed by a silencing charm in order to make sure they wouldn't be noticed when she casts her magic. Then, she made a wide circular arc with her staff. Powerful magic surged out of her, blowing their hair back due to the sheer amount. She glanced back at Axel with a smile, before facing forward again. Custos Angel Aurum. And with that, the world seemed to have turned white. The magical circle she had drawn in the air glowed, before a figure burst out of it. It was a fully corporeal silhouette of a cloaked warrior, wielding a dagger and a wand in his gloved hands. The sheer light radiating from it was so intense that it illuminated the entire hallway end to end, causing everyone's attention to be focused on it. What? What is that? Look. The Dementors are backing away. Indeed. The Dementors, which could not be stopped even by the numerous Petronuses and Judices of the ninjas and guardians, had stopped advancing, and were instead backing away on their own now. Martina pointed her staff at the army of Dementors. Go. Though, the corporeal figure seemed to have an attitude of its own. It didn't rush in right way. It looked at Martina with a tilted head, as if still deciding whether to do what she asked. Martina blinked her eyes. Please. She added. The figure shrugged as it began lazily floating towards the Dementors, and then suddenly, it disappeared, reappearing directly in the midst of the cowering Dementors. The wand and dagger in his hands flashed, and Dementors were literally cut apart, disappearing from existence. Damn! Axel was awed by the sheer power of the spell. But, for some reason, the corporeal silhouette looked quite familiar to him. The wizards and ninjas were all left dumbfounded when the corporeal figure began wiping the Dementors. They had been trying so hard just to hold the Dementors back, and somehow, this corporeal figure simply eradicated the Dementors so easily. "By Merlin!" squeaked Flitwick. "How is that even possible?" murmured Mkanagal. "Is this a dream?" They could not believe it. Dementors had been termed as immortal creatures, meaning they couldn't be killed. And yet, here they were, witnessing hundreds of them being wiped right in front of their eyes. "What is that spell?" asked Akiko in fascination. "Is it a patroness?" Martina shook her head, watching the figure cut apart Dementors. "That's not a patroness. That's my guardian angel," she said as she looked at Axel with a smile. Akiko looked at the corporeal figure, and then at Axel, and her eyes widened. Now that she paid more attention, the movements and attitude of the guardian angel were awfully similar to a certain someone she knew. Akiko gripped Martina's hand, looking at her intensely. "Can you please teach me the spell? I'll compensate you appropriately." Martina was surprised, but then she shook her head, looking sheepish. Sorry, but I can't. It's a custom spell. It'll only work for me. You need to project an overwhelming feeling of being protected for the spell to manifest," she explained, glancing at Axel. Like how Patronuses are cast using the positive feelings of happy memories, Martina created this guardian angel using the intense feelings she had felt when Axel had protected from being kidnapped at Christmas. But Axel wasn't paying attention. Because right now, he had something else come up, taking his attention entirely. He looked into empty space with furrowed eyebrows. Main quest, protect Hogwarts. Objective, the Dementors were just a distraction. The main attack will be launched from the Forbidden Forest. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to stop the attack and recover the asset Rose Potter alive. Damn it! Axel sighed. Of course it wasn't that easy. What is it? Asked Akiko, noticing his reaction. Axel had a troubled expression on his face. Well, this was just a distraction. The main attack is coming from elsewhere, he told them. Where is it? Let's go. Axel hesitated. He was debating whether to ask for their help. Last time, he knew what they were up against. But this time, very little information was provided. You guys stay. It would be dangerous, he told them. Both the girls looked offended at that for some reason. Are you trying to be my grandfather? Asked Akiko, looking irked. She was really tired of her grandfather's overprotectiveness. She couldn't handle Axel doing the same. I am not letting you go alone, said Martina, looking determined. None of them even thought of asking for outside help. They didn't want anyone else other than the three of them. As it stood, the three of them were more effective than any other force at Hogwarts due to their specialties. And they couldn't use those specialties in an outsider's presence. Sigh, let's go. Just as they were about to leave, Akiko suddenly let out a muffled groan, as she fell to the floor. What the Axel quickly caught her before she hit her head. Akiko. Martina was also taken aback, as she panicked a little. What happened? Asked Axel. Akiko was panting right now, and her eyes were wide open. Something terrible. We need to go, now. She urged, already running towards the nearest window to jump out. Wait. It'll take too long, said Axel, stopping her. He already had the location in his head. It's still not perfect, but we don't have a choice, he said, offering a hand to each of them as he began concentrating. He was planning on flying there on broom, but if Akiko's senses can be trusted, they don't have time for that. Akiko and Martina didn't question what Axel was doing. They just grabbed onto his hand, letting him do whatever he was suggesting. Acclumency max. Magic hands. Axel closed his eyes and entered into a state of extreme concentration. Arcane travel. Martina and Akiko were alarmed as they saw their bodies gradually fading into space. Now, get ready. We're about to launch the real attack on your school, said Voldemort, as Lockhart began to move. Hey! What are you doing? Rose struggled even more, she wished she had her wand with her right now. Or she wished she could do wand magic. But alas, if only it were that easy. Your vain attempts amuse me, Rose Potter. So I will satiate your curiosity. Until now, I have only been able to send creatures as tangible as mere dementors, into your world. But now with your connection, I can do much more. Right now, I am about to send an army of Demogorgons into your world, said Voldemort, laughing evilly. Demogorgon. Rose had never heard the word until now, but it did sound ominous. Lockhart grinned malevolently. One Demogorgon is powerful enough to destroy Hogwarts. And earlier this Halloween, we were even able to summon one by paying a huge price. Too bad Dumbledore somehow prevented the catastrophe, but now, using you, we can summon a whole army. Even conquering the whole of Britain won't be difficult now, he explained, preparing the ritual. Lockhart muttered strange incantations in an unknown language before drawing Rose's blood. Despite her desperate struggle, the ritual was still activated. Rose's eyes opened wide. But she couldn't see. Her eyes had become pitch black, with no whites. Unknown power surged through her, but it was used by the ritual circle instead, she screamed. Piercing pain coursed through her scar, which was oozing with black luster. Her consciousness faded as her connection with Netherworld was used to activate the magic circle, creating a rift in space. It's working. Ha 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 ha. A direct connection with the Netherworld had been established. One strong enough to transfer much more than just Dementors. A huge amount of darkness began pouring out of the black rift that had been created in the ritual circle. A huge black, skeletal hand emerged, with long, pointy fingers, followed by the rest of the body of the Demogorgon. Instantly, the surrounding vegetation began withering, visible to the naked eyes. Birds, animals, and insects in the vicinity began falling down, their weak mind unable to handle the presence of this entity which could be rated above XXXXX. Even though he had the powers of darkness, and a degree of immunity granted by Voldemort, Lockhart still found it difficult to breathe. His knees were shaking. But, it wasn't enough. Another Demogorgon gradually began emerging right after the first. As soon as the second Demogorgon entered, the atmosphere became twice more deadly, the presence of two Demogorgons stacking together. But, even that wasn't enough. Another Demogorgon began emerging from the rift. Ha 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 ha. Voldemort was exhilarated. Once he has an army of Demogorgons here, even that fossil Dumbledore would be unable to stop him. And this was just the beginning. Now that he had Rose Potter, he might even be able to enter the world himself with enough research. And the main benefit, he now had that woman's daughter as his hostage. She would finally have to come out now. Thus, no one can stop me now, he proclaimed. An immortal and invincible army, the way to enter this world, and a way to finally get rid of his sworn enemy Lily Potter. Really, no one could stop him now. Think again. At this moment, a voice sounded not far from them. Chapter 137, Attack on Hogwarts LL. Axel, Akiko, and Martina appeared a short distance away from the designated area. We're here. Martina looked around. Is this really the Forbidden Forest? She asked. The trees here were much larger and denser than usual, making the surroundings dark. The Forbidden Forest didn't look this forbidden. Yes. It's way deeper though, said Axel. The Forbidden Forest is humongous. And the place Axel and Akiko train is in the very outer layer of the forest, so Axel had never ventured this far into the place. You could simply say he cherished his life and had some common sense. Akiko closed her eyes. We need to hurry. She urged. Wait. Axel put a hand on her shoulder. He knew they didn't have time, but precautions were a must. Before we go in, I want you guys to know, we're probably up against Voldemort. And he has Rose Potter hostage. What? Oh no. All the more reason we should hurry. Said Martina. Of course. How could she forget? Rose Potter was the girl who lived. Of course Voldemort would try to get her every year. The massive changes in the canon had given her the misconception that she didn't have to worry about the canon events repeating. But even if they didn't happen, she had forgotten that Rose Potter and Voldemort were still each other's nemesis. Akiko on the other hand was even more surprised. Voldemort? As in your previous Dark Lord? Isn't he gone? Axel shook his head. No, he's not. So, we need to disguise your appearances before we go. They were up against Voldemort. The most dangerous entity in two worlds. It's already assumed that they weren't going to be able to kill the guy. Then it is imperative that they hide their identities, lest they be targeted by the madman for trying to interfere with his plans. Upon his reminder, their faces were covered with masks and they donned their hoods over their heads. Last Halloween, Martina had designed special clothing for them. Its base material was basilisk skin, which could give a great defense against both physical and magical attack. But that was just one of its many features. Some other features would be that they were self-cleaning, and they could be changed into any attire you want. All three of them were currently decked in their combat attire. Axel in a black hoodie, black jeans, black boots, fingerless gloves, and a mask that covered his face till his eyes. Martina was in a purple cloak, and Akiko was outfitted in standard ninja attire that clung to her voluptuous body. Both the girls looked like they had more questions, like for example, how the fuck he knew all the information he just mentioned. But they held it in for now, since they had more urgent matters at hand like maybe saving Rose, Hogwarts, Britain, and world. Not wasting any more time, Axel led them towards the disaster site. In front of them was just another part of the forest, appearing quite normal. Axel could not detect any abnormalities inside. Wards were blocking detection ahead. This is one of the reasons why Voldemort is a fearsome entity. Even though he can't do anything directly, he can still instruct his followers on how to create wards of this caliber. Akiko was only able to sense the abnormalities because she had trained herself to be attuned to the basic yin element of nature, something no other ninja is known to match. Martina had a troubled look on her face. There are some obscure wards ahead. It might take me some time to decipher them. No need, said Axel. Arcane eyes. Magic hands. Ward breaking. Traceless. These wards might be tricky for Martina to break through due to their unfamiliar nature, but the wards themselves weren't too strong since the one who set them up isn't that skilled. Swoosh. As soon as they entered, they realized just how serious the matter was. Martina gasped, her knees buckling. But even before she saw the creatures, she felt a severe depression hit her mind, and her very essence, her soul, seemed to be slipping out of her. Akiko gripped her head in pain due to the huge disturbance in the element. She wasn't affected by the Demogorgon's presence, since darkness was her affinity, but she was attuned to the darkness and the yin element of this place was simply too chaotic. There was a ghastly atmosphere inside the wards. Even from a distance they could see three giant silhouettes. 15 feet tall skeletal creatures, wrapped in ragged and wispy cloaks made out of darkness. Their grey, translucent bones covered with rotten flesh visible at the uncovered parts. Light infusion. Famous Netorum. Axel produced smoke infused with light element magic. Once it surrounded them, the horrific side effects of the Demogorgon's presence subsided somewhat, allowing the girls a chance to adjust their mental state. They were really caught off guard by the combined effect of 3 Demogorgons. There are 3 of them, whispered Martina in shock. They had almost died handling just one. Now she was seeing 3 of them in front of her eyes. More are coming, said Akiko in urgency. Too many of them. They quickened their footsteps. Soon the dense trees parted to make way for a huge clearing. Rose. Martina almost rushed forward, but Axel dragged her back. But he couldn't really blame her for her reckless behavior. Because in the middle of the clearing, there was a huge ritual circle, in which laid Rose Potter. Her eyes were wide open, but all you could see inside them was darkness. Veins were visible on her face and neck, and almost palpable darkness seemed to be oozing out of her. Kneeling just outside the circle was Gilderoy Lockhart, with a small book perched atop his hands. Seeing such a situation, of course Martina would want to rush in and save Rose. But they also had to consider the existence of the 3 creatures who were guarding that circle, and the 4th one which was still coming out, not to mention Lockhart. They couldn't act recklessly. Things are actually life-threatening right now. Axel quickly gave them specific instructions. True invisibility. Soundless. Presence reduction. Axel did not only cast these spells on himself, but on Martina too, before heading towards Rose. They could hear a terrifying voice coming from inside the diary, where 2 red eyes were visible. Even from a distance, they could feel the eerie and malicious presence which could be none other than Voldemort. What's with this man? First a locket and then a diary. Despite the intimidation, Axel had to question the Dark Lord's choice of possession. Voldemort laughed. No one can stop me now, he proclaimed. At this moment, Akiko appeared some distance away from Voldemort. Think again. But her appearance right now was completely different. She had a layer of darkness surrounding her, preventing her from the influence of Demogorgons. This was a new jutsu she had developed specially for these creatures. Since darkness was Akiko's affinity, she was the least prone to the Demogorgon's attacks. That's why she was the one creating the distraction. Lockhart stood up abruptly. Who are you? A shinobi. Voldemort understood that the person in front of him was a shinobi. But even he didn't expect his plan to be discovered so soon. And what was more peculiar was the fact that this shinobi did not seem to be affected by the presence of the Demogorgon. Ah, you surprise me, shinobi. Darkness affinity. One not too inferior to mine, he said with interest. Rare. Too rare. You were able to feel the disturbance, weren't you? What is your name? Akiko shook her head. I'm not telling, she said simply. Even her voice was disguised. She could be any of the hundreds of female ninjas present right now at Hogwarts. Voldemort laughed. Fair enough. Then Yen Shinobi, I'll tell you mine. I'm Lord Voldemort. And since you have such a rare talent, I will give you two options, join me or die. Akiko shook her head again. I will do neither. Voldemort, who was still expecting a dramatic response from her upon hearing his name, was enraged. Kill. He ordered the 3 Demogorgons, and the 4th one, which had already emerged by now. But, Akiko didn't seem much concerned about that at all. She just looked at Voldemort as if waiting for something. No. She wasn't looking at Voldemort, she was looking past him. You done? Her glance seemed to ask. Only then did Voldemort and Lockhart start to notice. An intense light had already begun radiating from Martina's staff. It was so much that even Axel's invisibility spell couldn't hide it. While Akiko was distracting Voldemort and Lockhart, Martina had been preparing to cast her Guardian Angel spell, one even more powerful than the one she cast back at Hogwarts. And it was necessary. After all, they were up against creatures above XXXXX. Covered in Axel's magic, which her extreme sensitivity to magic, she could exert much more powerful emotions into her spell. Angelus Custos. The spell was complete. And this time, the Guardian Angel formed was smaller than last time. But... Screech. An old cacophony of screeches was produced by the huge Demogorgons as they sensed imminent threat from the corporeal figure that was beginning to take shape. A blinding light filled up the place, erasing all the darkness away. The Guardian Angel looked ahead at the Demogorgons as it rolled its shoulders and cracked its neck, as if getting serious this time. Then it slowly began walking in air towards the Demogorgons, as if ascending the stairs. Screech. Despite the massive size difference and the numerical difference, it was the Demogorgons who took a few steps back. Looking at the scene, Axel nodded in satisfaction. First Akiko distracted them enough for Martina to successfully cast her spell. Now, Martina's spell should distract them enough for him to retrieve Rose. He quickly made his way towards the ritual circle where Rose was lying. Everything was going as he had thought. But of course, there was a but. Something unexpected happened just as he approached the ritual circle. The ritual circle suddenly began producing tendrils of darkness. And those tendrils were attracted to the pendant around his neck, breaking his invisibility. Shit! Around the same time, unexpected people arrived at Hogwarts. It was the Minister of Magic, bringing a huge force of wizards and ninjas along with her. Chapter 138, Axel Hunt, Missing. Soon after Axel used arcane travel to leave, Martina's guardian angel slowly faded away after decimating all the Dementors. The professors, senseis, the Aurors, and the ninjas all stared at the scene with dumbfounded gazes. Holy Merlin! Alice Longbottom covered her mouth, which was left hanging open. Just, what the hell was that thing? Muttered Yamamoto-sensei. Killing Dementors. To think it's actually possible, Flitwick was still in wonder. His mind was racing with possibilities. He wanted to research this spell more. I couldn't have been a patroness, right? Wondered Professor Babbling. It was a bit like a patroness, but patronuses radiate positive emotions. That thing, when it looked our way, it gave me the chills, said Septima Vector, the arithmancy professor. Professor McGonagall sighed, feeling a weight being lifted off her shoulders. Whatever it was, I'm glad it was on our side. Aurors and Ninja Guardians, please patrol the castle. Look for any stray Dementors that might have escaped. The professors and senseis, I would request you to please investigate the cause for this unprecedented disaster. We can't let it happen again. Until then, the curfew continues. But Professor, surely we must be finding the one who cast this spell. Interjected Professor Snape, drawing several nods. If we're able to learn this spell. McGonagall shook her head. That is not the priority, Professor Snape. And whoever the caster was, I don't think we can find them if they don't want to be found. She was already satisfied that the situation was handled without the headmaster. Dumbledore and Eugero are currently on a diplomatic visit to America, and it's a bit complicated for such powerhouses to travel back and forth across countries. That's why McGonagall didn't try to pursue who the person was. That was that. Everyone began to move according to the instructions. Though, McGonagall's troubles weren't completely solved yet. At this moment, another commotion started to occur at Hogwarts. The Minister of Magic herself arrived at the school, along with a huge entourage of people. Bellatrix Black was currently in a state of extreme panic and shock. What you said, is all of it true? She asked Gorski, even as she hurried forward as fast as her legs would take her. Gorski was having difficulty keeping up with her due to his age. He sighed. Of course it is. What would I get out of lying? He had told her everything why Axel was currently in danger. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. Axel might be in grave danger. And it was all her fault. Tristan Hunt had never revealed much to her. All she knew about the man was that he had left Atlantis due to an organization and then was killed when he returned. She had never thought that it would have any connection with Axel. Oh, how wrong was she? Who would have thought that Tristan had actually stolen something important from Kraken? And neither had she thought that that important thing was actually the pendant Tristan had always worn around his neck. Apparently, the pendant is some sort of key for access to another world, and it had taken a lot of time and effort for the organization to unseal it and find a way to use it. Just as they were going to succeed, Tristan had swooped in and stolen the key. What the hell? She had never imagined that Tristan had this deep a grudge with the organization. And since they never got the key, they are going to suppose that Axel might have clues of its whereabouts. And that is still not the whole matter. Axel's mother, and Tristan's actual lover, was not just a nobody. The bitch was actually the crown princess of Atlantis. Tristan, you would avoid each and every woman like a plague, and when you did love someone, it was the fucking princess of Atlantis. Bellatrix was getting a headache. Given the fact that Atlantis was trying its best to usurp the throne, there's no way in hell they're going to let a rightful heir live in peace. At this moment, Professor McGonagall and other professors and senseis had finally arrived to receive the minister and her huge force of heat wizards. Only few had gone to investigate the cause of the Dementor incident, since this seemed a higher priority task. Minister, this is most unexpected. Maybe you could have given us a heads up before bringing an army. I don't have time for this, said Bellatrix, cutting McGonagall off. Just tell me, when did any of you last see Axel Hunt? She didn't have time for courtesies right now. It was all her occlumency shield could do to stop her from losing her mind. McGonagall and the professors were caught off guard with the rather unexpected question. Axel Hunt? Why? Today is the weekend, but I did see him attend my class yesterday, answered Flitwick. Bellatrix felt a weight off her shoulder upon hearing that. At least he was fine till yesterday. But that was still not enough. That means none of you have seen him today. No, but Minister, why would you? Began McGonagall, but Bellatrix was not having it. I told you, Professor, I don't have time. Just order everyone to find him. Once you find him, tell me his location. His life is in danger. McGonagall understood that the matter was serious. Despite the growing number of questions she had in her mind, she did as she was asked. With such a force and with such a serious attitude, the minister surely wasn't playing around. If a student's life is in danger, then they have to be serious too. Summon Axel Hunt this instant, she ordered. He must be in the Slytherin dorms under curfew. No need. Bellatrix couldn't wait that long. Let's go ourselves, she said, beginning to walk towards the Slytherin dorms herself. If McGonagall and the rest of the professors were surprised before, they were now completely flabbergasted. The person in front of them was not just anyone. She was the Minister of Magic. And one more powerful than any other minister in magical Britain's history. It was already out of the ordinary for such a woman to have any business with a student, but for the matter to be important enough to make the minister go to such lengths, it was beyond their comprehension. And thus, the professors and senseis all found themselves making their way towards the Slytherin dorms with a strange sense of disillusionment. Slytherin dorms. Most of the students were still in the common room, discussing extensively about what might have been the reason for the sudden curfew. Patricia sat regally at the armchair with her chin resting on the back of her finger. Any updates? She asked. Unlike others, she knew why the curfew took place. But the matter was serious enough for her and her followers to keep quiet about it. Yes, it seems that the situation has stabilized, and the Aurors are back on patrol. So our contact can't give further information. Patricia had a frown on her face. Just how the hell did Dementors enter Hogwarts? Just then, her follower got another piece of information that made her jump. Patricia, there's something else. The minister. The follower didn't need to complete her sentence. The common room door opened at this moment, and the Minister of Magic herself stepped in, followed by a whole entourage of professors, senseis, heatwizards, and ninjas. All the students in the common room stood up, their faces going white due to the huge scare. Axel Hunt? Someone fetch me Hunt, said the head of the house, Professor Snape stepping forwards. Hunt. The students looked at each other blankly. Just what trouble had the guy gotten himself into this time? It was still fine until he was being summoned by the headmaster, but this? Is he an international criminal or something? Regardless, many jumped at the opportunity to help the minister. After the students left to find Axel, there was a deafening silence in the common room, disturbed only by the minister's impatient tapping of her heel. Everyone standing had a lot of questions but no one dared say anything. Is it possible to tell us what this is about now? Asked McGonagall in the silence. But of course, she didn't expect an answer. Bellatrix shook her head. No, but I would have to request you to grant Axel an indefinite leave of absence. McGonagall looked like she wanted to mention the fact that there were exams coming up soon, but the matter right now seemed to have gone too far to mention mere second-year exams right now. Soon the students began returning one by one, but they had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Where is Hunt? Asked Professor Snape. Has he broken curfew? He assumed that would be the only reason why the students couldn't bring the boy. The students exchanged looks. Professor, we don't know where his room is. Bellatrix almost sent out curses and Professor Snape put a hand to his face. Who in here knows Hunt's room? Come forward. He said. Surprisingly, no one came forward this time. None of the students knew where the fuck Axel's room was. They had rarely or never seen him in the common room as it was. Standing among the students, Patricia sighed. Only she knew the fact that Axel Hunt didn't actually live here. But she couldn't tell this to the minister right now, could she? What was she supposed to say? That I had my followers search each and every room to find his room because I am some weird stalker? Not to mention she would have to explain why she kept quiet after knowing that Axel has been breaking curfew every night all this time? Preposterous. How is it that no one knows where Axel Hunt's room is? McGonagall couldn't believe it. The students could only look down in embarrassment. Skimpy. Skimpy, come here, she called out, as an elf popped out in the front of her, but it was scared by the huge amount of people present. Professor be calling Skimpy. The tiny elf squeaked. Skimpy, could you tell us where Axel Hunt's room is arranged? Skimpy nodded her big head vigorously. Follow Skimpy. The elf quickly led them into the winding corridor which was full of doors. It finally stopped in front of a room one level below. Here be Axel Hunt's room. Everyone looked at the door with doubt. The place where Axel's name was supposed to be written was empty, which usually means that the room hasn't yet been assigned to anyone. The door opened to reveal that inside was completely empty, not even Axel's personal belongings were there. A layer of dust was gathered everywhere. What is the meaning of this? Asked Bellatrix. Skimpy, why is the room empty? Professor. Skimpy isn't no. Axel Hunt never be staying in this room from the first night. What? That was even more surprising. Never stayed one day? He's been breaking curfew since day one, said Professor Snape, looking rather incensed. Bellatrix didn't give a shit about their stupid rules. Where has he been staying all this time? And where is he right now? Shit. Axel cursed. He quickly backed away, but the damage had already been done. Right now, he was surrounded with tendrils of darkness, all of which were going inside his chest. What? Not only Axel, even Voldemort was taken aback upon witnessing the strange phenomenon. But his surprise was several degrees higher. Perfect connection. Just like last year. You are the intruder who snuck into my London base. It didn't take long for Voldemort to connect the dots. Last year, someone had brazenly intruded into their base, only to find that he had broken into the wrong place. Then the intruder had the gall to say, "Sorry, wrong address, before proceeding to leave. Only, that intruder had managed to somehow trigger their ritual circle, which usually took a huge amount of resources to activate. "You finally appear again," said Voldemort. Axel internally cursed. So that's what it was about. Last summer, he had been searching for the organization's whereabouts in London since he didn't know it was actually in Atlantis. Thus, he had ended up finding another group of Susi individuals. At that time, due to being recently healed, he felt invincible. He had brazenly entered the place, broken through wards, only to realize that this wasn't the organization he was searching for. Thinking nothing of it, he had left the place. As far as criminal organizations go, he had seen many in the Muggle world. It wouldn't matter if there are some in the magical world too. At that time, while running, he had felt that his pendant had vibrated for a moment. But he hadn't simply thought it was his imagination. Now seeing the same reaction, but much, much stronger, he realized that it was actually real. Voldemort laughed. "I have been trying to find you, intruder. We finally meet." "Ew." Axel looked creeped out. "Sorry, I'm not into talking books." Chapter 139, Axel vs Voldemort. "Sorry, but I'm not into talking books," said Axel, his voice purposely altered. Now that his cover was blown, he didn't try to hide anymore. Instead, he subtly signaled Akiko and Martina to stop the ritual circle instead. Upon his outrageous words, burst of darkness came from the book, and Lockhart drew out his wand and directly sent out a cruciatus curse at Axel. "How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to?" he asked. Axel had to move aside to dodge it. He raised his hands in front of him. Whoa. Why so angry? Let's talk this out, all right?" he said, his gaze flickering towards the fight happening behind Lockhart. It was truly a sight to behold. The guardian angel didn't play around this time. It rushed straight at the group of Demogorgons, who launched beams of darkness back at it. But, it made no impact. Arcane footwork. Axel realized. The guardian angel was using arcane footwork right now. It weaved through the web of darkness and plunged into the midst of the dark creatures, making them scream. "I need more distraction," thought Axel. The fight happening right now was beyond his ability to interfere. Not because he was weak, but he simply didn't have enough magic power. He had to limit break for even taking down just one of the creatures. Right now, there were 4 of them, and more would come. Not to mention they have no idea if Voldemort has any other more powerful monster he can send. Their bet is to quickly shut down that rift. And he can't do that himself since his pendant is reacting to the ritual circle. That's why, he has to try his best to distract Voldemort while Akiko and Martina are closing the rift. Increase presence. If he knew how to minimize his presence, he also had some mastery over increasing it. As expected, Voldemort was now more focused on him rather than the fight taking place behind them. Voldemort laughed. "Arrogant. Recklessly so. I can't remember the last time someone has dared to be so brazen in my presence." "Who are you?" Axel shrugged. "Me? I call myself the Arcane Thief. But you can call me your daddy." Lockhart lost it this time. "You. Do you know the consequences of opposing Lord Voldemort?" he asked, already intent on attacking Axel again. "Calm down, Lockhart." Voldemort's voice suddenly became more clear as dark apparition emerged from the book, its 2 red eyes glaring down at Axel. "Had it not been that you have something I desperately need, you would have been dead already, Arcane Thief." Axel raised his eyebrows. "Oh yeah? And what is it that you want from me? Surely it's not due to my looks, or are hooded black figures your type?" asked Axel, glancing down at his own fully covered appearance. "Wait, that does make sense, doesn't it? Why else would you have an army of them?" Voldemort's eyes blazed with fury. Axel had taken it too far. Lockhart began attacking Axel again. Only this time, Voldemort didn't stop him. "Kill him. We retrieve what I want from his dead body." "Fuck," muttered Axel. "But I suppose now I would have his full attention," he reasoned, looking back at the ritual circle. His increased presence might be too powerful. "I'll kill him for you, my lord." Lockhart was all the more happy to comply. But first, the bastard deserved some torture. No one can be allowed to disrespect his master. Lockhart used to be a terrible wizard. All he could do was memory-altering spells. But then, he found him, the Lord's most loyal and devout follower. Lockhart discovered that he wasn't completely useless after all. Using the powers bestowed upon him by his Lord, even he, Lockhart, can be a powerful wizard. Not as powerful as the Lord's most devout, but powerful nonetheless. Due to that power, he was quickly able to gain fame and achieve his dreams. But he only later realized, all those things he had been running after were merely superficial. Just because of one person, all the fame he had built with years of effort crumbled like a sand castle. Now his Lord is the only support he is left with. And he is not going to let some arrogant twat disrespect his Lord like that. You'll pay for your words. Crucio. Lockhart again began firing the Cruciatus curse at Axel again and again. Seeing the extremely familiar spell, Axel felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. Magic hands. He suddenly stopped dodging and raised his hand, blocking the Cruciatus curse with his bare hand. Without even a flinch, Axel looked at the residual magic in his hand and scoffed. Looking back at the completely stunned Lockhart, he simply shook his head. You may get power by sucking his non-existent dick, but you are simply too incompetent to use it, he informed helpfully. Lockhart was still looking at Axel's hand in shock. How? Even Voldemort looked serious now. That was a Cruciatus curse. An unforgivable curse that can't be blocked with a shield. The one Lockhart fired was enough to incapacitate any ordinary wizard. Even strong ones would feel the overwhelming pain. You do have some interesting tricks, arcane thief, acknowledged Voldemort. But you just denied yourself a quick death. Surprisingly, the dark apparition of Voldemort entered Lockhart, making him fall to the ground while choking. In the next instant, a terrible pressure spread through the area. And Axel backed away immediately, his jaw dropping in shock. Fuck. He can even do that. Things had just gotten a notch dangerous. Axel desperately hoped that Martina and Akiko would hurry it up. Lockhart stopped choking, as his body slowly rose. He was no longer Lockhart. He was Lockmort. The surrounding darkness seemed to go still for a moment, and then... Arcane footwork. Locking boom. Axel boosted himself away from his previous location as tendrils of darkness pierced right where he was standing moments ago. Fuck. Axel was impressed and horrified at the same time. Usually, a wizard is only able to use magic from his own reserve, but Voldemort is not using Lockhart's dark magic. The dark magic in the whole surrounding is his to control. That's why he is able to bring out such immense power even while using Lockhart's body. But of course, it didn't seem like he can do this for long. Axel could see Lockhart's body quickly deteriorating in real time. It can't bear the burden of Voldemort's posse's iron. This wasn't the end of the attacks. More followed, causing Axel to run around continuously. Right, now he couldn't use his main strength, his stealth. Because then Voldemort might turn his gaze back and see that the guardian angel had already killed all the Demogorgons and the rift had started flickering as Martina and Akiko did their best to break the complicated ritual circle without damaging Rose. Fortunately, Voldemort seemed to think everything was under his control as he merely played around with Axel using the darkness. After noticing his astonishing movements, the Dark Lord regarded at Axel with a gaze of interest. You truly have some fascinating tricks, he said, increasing the intensity. You remind me of that annoying queen. Not to mention your friends, who are... No. Axel was too fucking busy to stop Voldemort. Too late, Voldemort finally glanced back, only to see that Martina and Akiko were already on the verge of breaking the ritual circle and taking Rose out. You dare, exclaimed Voldemort, raising his hand towards them. Axel got serious. The bastard was going to attack Akiko and Martina. Right now, Akiko was too focused on the task and Martina had just used an extremely powerful spell. Both were not in the condition to defend themselves properly. Throwing. At this moment, Axel didn't use any fancy moves he had learnt till now. All he used was a simple throwing, a skill he had practiced countless times even before he had gotten the system. Tens of daggers came out of his pouch, all of which he threw at Lockhart with all his might. Boom. The knives which he had thrown with all his might, using the technique he had improved through system, easily broke through sound barrier, faster than Voldemort cast his magic using Lockhart's body. With Voldemort's attention focused on the ritual circle, he was too late to defend himself. But even so, the darkness itself moved to protect him. This monster. Fortunately, the hasty defense was too flimsy, or the force behind his knives was too much. They pierced through the dark and hit Lockhart all over his body, going right through him. Lockmort was riddled with holes right now. But even so, he was marvelously able to still keep standing. Though. Didn't expect any less, thought Axel, already halfway towards Voldemort under full stealth. The knife attack was merely meant to stop the bastard from killing Martina and Akiko. Axel took out his main knife now, the one custom made by the Valentinos. Light infusion, max. Knife wielding, max. Instantly, he sent out tens of quick slashes filled with light magic towards Lockmort's body, this time damaging Lockmort for real. But Axel still wasn't done. As he finally reached Lockmort, his knife flashed a brilliant golden as he ran it through, not Lockmort, but the diary in his hand. A horrifying shriek came out as Voldemort's soul itself was attacked. Darkness burst out from the book, but Axel was still not done. He slashing through the thing a good 50 more times before it fell to the ground in small pieces. Axel knelt down, panting, Lockhart's bloody remains falling beside him. The guy died a truly meaningless death, simply because he was in the way. Too bad, Axel wasn't the kind to think twice before killing, if it means saving the lives of himself and his friends. But the guy had it coming, supporting Voldemort to summon those monstrosities into this world. He's better off dead, lest he be sent to Azkaban, which is guarded by Voldemort's bitches, Dementors. Breaking out would be a breeze. Axel. Are you all right? Asked Martina, looking back from her work on the ritual circle. Axel slowly got up, wiping the blood off his face. Fine. Are you done? Almost. Martina breathed a sigh of relief. I thought we were done for. Akiko clutched her head. I was useless too. He had complete control over the darkness. Done. Exclaimed Martina, as Akiko quickly stepped into the circle to get Rose out. Looks like it's over, muttered Axel, looking at the rift getting shorter and shorter. That was a flag. A system alert came the next second. Axel. Run. Axel jumped. Why? Creatures aren't the only thing Voldemort can send through the rift. He can also send out his magic. Axel's eyes widened as he looked at Martina and Akiko standing dangerously close to the rift. Chapter 140, You're from Kraken. Creatures are not the only thing Voldemort can send through the rift. He can also send out his magic. Axel's eyes widened as he looked at Martina and Akiko standing dangerously close to the rift. Back away! He yelled. Akiko and Martina, who had completely let their guards down, were both confused and alarmed by Axel's warning. But they couldn't immediately move away. That's why Axel couldn't just run away on his own. At this moment, they all seemed to feel the burst of magic emerge from the rift. Yes, that's what the system meant. Through the rift, maybe Voldemort can't come himself. Maybe only Amortal creatures who can turn intangible can pass through it. But Voldemort can also send his magical attack through the rift as well. This is Voldemort, the strongest creature in the Netherworld. His magical might is unfathomable. Even if he can send a small portion of his power through that rift, it still might not be something they could handle right now. What? Akiko and Martina also noticed the change in atmosphere. But by the time they realized that something was wrong, they were too late to defend themselves. They'll die, if I don't help. Martina, Akiko, and Rose. And if I help, I might die as well. This was what his mind knew. Thinking logically, he should have run away. But right now, he simply didn't have the time to think. Whether to run, or to protect, he had to make the decision instantaneously. During times like these, do you realize who you truly are deep down? And thus, Axel ran, he ran with his full strength. Towards the rift. He arrived in front of Martina, Akiko, and Rose just as the darkness spread out from the rift. Axel drew his wand. Limit break. Light infusion, max. Arcane barrier. Axel used the special skill he had gotten as a reward for defeating the Demogorgon at Halloween and infused it with light magic. And something amazing happened. A tremendous amount of magic was generated, enough to make Martina widen eyes as she felt it. Dazzlingly bright light erupted from his wand, forming a huge shield that encompassed them all. Martina looked at the scene in shock. Such powerful magic! Its might was even comparable to her full-powered guardian angel spell. Martina had an unmatched magical limit. Something that was only possible due to her gift child of magic. And she would be pretty much useless after that until she recovers. Thus, she couldn't imagine how Axel could bring the same level of result when his magical capacity was clearly much lower than hers. Axel's knees almost buckled as he felt the huge burden of the spell. Though his spells were always powerful, his magic capacity itself had not been too high yet. He was only 13 after all, and he hadn't done any specific training for increasing his magical capacity yet. But through several factors, he had gone well above and beyond his capability this time. First of all, the limit break. Though it might get him some serious bed rest, Axel was able to drastically increase the amount of magic he was going to use by tapping into his soul. Then there's his improved Fairy Core Wand. It already used to provide an amplification for all light affinity magics, but then he got it upgraded with the wood containing an extremely powerful light element. Considering that he was using a shield made out of light magic due to his light infusion skill, it's no wonder that the result would be much stronger. Furthermore, his wand is no longer ordinary. It has become a powerful weapon with a sentience of its own. Axel could only harness a little bit of its powers yet, but at this moment of life and death, it amplified his magic far more than usual. With all these factors combined, the power he was able to bring out in a single spell was enough to even defend against a full-powered spell of someone like Dumbledore. And it was a good thing he did. Because in the next moment, it happened. Boom! They felt the impact even before their brain registered the attack coming. It was that fast. They really wouldn't have been able to escape in time. The powerful layers of barriers Axel had created with all his strength were halved in an instant, and the rest almost broke too as they all shook due the impact. Watching his most powerful spell crumple like paper, Axel simply couldn't believe his eyes. He might actually die this time. His shield was too weak. No, the attack was too strong. This is the power of Voldemort? This is what I have to fight against. Axel was shook. He knew Voldemort was powerful, but this is simply way beyond anything he could imagine. But it also made sense. Voldemort was someone so powerful that the Akashic records had to go so far as choosing its own champion to defeat him. Axel realized that he was too naive. He had made the mistake of judging Voldemort's powers by the standards of this world. With the power he just used, he might have been able to stop Voldemort before he was transferred to the Netherworld. But after going there and spending a decade conquering that world, Voldemort has ascended to a level that is far beyond what anyone in this world can contend against. Just as his barrier was about to give out, another barrier made out of lightning was erected in front of it, lessening the strain on Axel's shield. Raiden, Shield of Thunder God. Not today. Akiko muttered through gritted teeth, using all of her magic as well. Her darkness ninjutsu was useless here, since it would mostly get converted into Voldemort's strength. But she still had her lightning affinity. She isn't ready to die just yet. In the past, the world was bland, and all she could see was revenge. No one could match her talent and no one could understand her. She really didn't have much to live for. But now, she was only beginning to discover hope. She had found her equals. She had found joy in training with Axel, and the rivalry with someone as powerful as Martina. Akiko wanted to live. And more importantly, she wanted Axel to live. To see him grow, and take down Kraken. That's why she used one of her most powerful jutsu. It takes a serious toll on her body to produce so much lightning, so she would be in pain for the next few days. No. Martina looked at Axel standing in front of her, protecting her yet again, and felt completely powerless. She had wanted to never be in this situation again. That's why she started making full use of her abilities. And yet, here they are. The things she had been working on, they weren't ready yet. All she had was another spell, which she didn't have the magic to cast. Martina took out her knife and slashed her arm. A whimper of pain escaped her lips but she bared through, for Axel. The magic she could feel coming from the rift dwarfed theirs by a huge margin. But she couldn't give up, not when Axel was giving it his all. Clipius Angelicus. Another shield appeared as Martina raised her staff, making it a triple-layered defense. You should have run away, she said, before she pushed every last bit of magic she could get from the blood sacrifice into the shield. Guardian Angel, the custom spell she designed after the Christmas incident had two versions, one for attack, and one for defense. This was the second version, Guardian Angel's protection. Axel felt the load on shield lessening as Martina and Akiko stepped up on either side of him with their own magic. That's right, he wasn't alone. He had the support of two of the most talented individuals of this generation. Whether he lives or dies now, he has already made his decision. There was no backing down now. All they could do now was, let's give it our all. He called out, using all the power from the limit break. Volmert's overwhelming magic clashed with the combined desperate defense of Axel, Martina, and Akiko. An incredible amount of magic gathered at one place, causing the space itself to be distorted. The wards covering the place were blown apart, causing the magic to spread into the surroundings. Keep going, thought Axel, only standing due to sheer willpower. He never thought he would still be this weak despite 2 years of harsh training. But Voldemort was also someone who had had decades of preparation on him. This confrontation with Voldemort, it was too early. Voldemort's darkness seemed all-consuming. It was eating away at their magic. The only reason they were safe right now was because the light attribute of his wand was somehow able to match that intensity. The only problem was, he simply couldn't continue. Fortunately, the rift finally closed at this moment, just in time as their shields broke down. Their enchanted clothes quickly covered their bodies as the remaining darkness attacked them. Axel looked back at Rose, only to see a protective layer of magic forming around her. That was the last thing he saw before he fainted. Axel? Axel? Cough cough. Axel opened his eyes. Martina was currently gripping his hand while Akiko was checking his body for injuries. Fuck, it hurts to move, thought Axel as he slowly got up. He removed the mask from his face and looked at himself. He had survived, miraculously, but the clothing which Martina had given him seemed to have completely lost its protective properties. He looked at the girls. Both Akiko and Martina seemed okay, and even Rose seemed uninjured. Everyone survived. Martina had tears in her eyes. Yes. I'm so relieved. She choked, looking like she really wanted to hug him. You really saved us, said Akiko. She did a doxa. I'll remember it. At this moment, Rose Potter suddenly woke up hyperventilating. But then she looked around. The trees and vegetation within 100 meters were all dead, and Axel, Martina and Akiko Matsushima were sitting with her on the ground, looking quite battered. What? What happened? Where is Voldemort? The last thing she could remember was the overwhelming pain when Lockhart had activated the magic circle. Martina patted Rose on her shoulder. It's over now. We prevented that. And Lockhart? Rose asked. That bastard kidnapped me. Axel pointed into the distance. He's over there. Resting in pieces, he said, much to Rose's horror. Though, his hand fell back down. Apparently, he didn't even have the strength to lift it right now. Martina produced a vial from her pouch. Here, drink some Phoenix Tears. It'll help with the recovery. Phoenix Tears. Only a Valentino would use something as precious as Phoenix Tears as an energy drink. Axel made to take the vial from her, but his hands wouldn't budge. Let me, said Martina, leaning forward to pour it into his mouth. But before the liquid could go into Axel's mouth, it flew out of Martina's grasp. What? All four of them looked in the direction where the vial flew, only to see two unfamiliar figures standing there. They were wearing weird armor and had blue tattoos on their bodies. Poseidon's trident. Just looked at this place. You were right about keeping our distance, Nerio, said the bulky figure. Wasn't I? You would have gotten us in trouble, said Nerio. Who the fuck are you two? Asked Axel, trying to get up. Rose and Martina had already stood up, on their guard due to the suspicious appearance of the two men. But Akiko had a look of shock on her face as her eyes trembled. That armor, and those markings, she said, darkness surrounding her as her eyes darkened. You're from Kraken.